everybody. It's the mustache and the hot one in the morning. Pew, 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 pew. Welcome to the show. Yes. It is time for another edition of the Steel Toe Show where people can look at my mustache, look at how beautiful my wife is, and then get really mad at me for some reason. I don't understand it. I moderate the YouTube comments, as you know, and that seems to be a sticking point with a lot of people. Not a lot of people who get mad at this show. I am so proud of this. I'm so happy about this, but whenever this show gets criticized, it's never for the content it provides.
No, I think they're somehow mad that I landed a 10 like you.
I think that's what it is. I think people get mad at me because I underkicked my coverage.
Exactly.
People get so mad at me because I played it safe, and I pooch kicked it. And They're like, well, why didn't you shoot for the goal line and put a little backspin on it? Outkick your coverage.
You could have done so much better.
Right.
I certainly outkicked my coverage. Am I right?
Yeah, so April's kind of like Freak Show in Harold and Kumar, and I'm like the beautiful woman playing the organ inside the house. People come over to the house and they see April and they're like, oh, God, she can't hear what we're saying, not with all that crust in her ears. She goes, I heard everything you said. And then he goes, all right, well, you guys go in, get something to drink, wash up, fuck my wife, or fuck my husband. I guess in your case, it'll be fuck my husband.
Yeah.
And then the girls go in, and they're like, oh, God, look at how she looks. Can you imagine what her husband looks like? And there I am playing the organ, just being beautiful. And they go, ooh, I'm a lucky boy.
You are every hot girl in every 80s, 90s, and 2000s movie that every dude was after. And I got you somehow.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, I've never, I will say this, and I am arrogant. I am a shit. I am a shit-talking asshole. I understand that. But the whole, people who don't like Steel Toe arc is never, he's not funny. It's never his show's not funny. It's always something personal that just drives them absolutely batshit. And here's what I want to say to those people. The show is good. You can't criticize the show, so why don't you just watch it and enjoy it?
It would be easier. Embrace
what is so hateable about me and just be a fan. It's what you seem to want to do anyway. That Opie video yesterday went gangbusters and still is as I wake up this morning. I'm glad you guys like our Opie coverage. The other thing that goes gangbusters for us is Bam Margera coverage. And later today, I want to have Bam Margera coverage by 9:30 today. And because I have so much of it, we might go over that whole half-hour episode he was on.
Oh, good.
Of the Surprise podcast, where he was fucked up, wearing some kind of shit skater hoodie that had bunny fuzz ears on, and calling his mom during the podcast. Just a piece of shit, this guy.
Sounding like a gravelly Unique.
Yeah,
slurring everything.
I'm going to go ahead and check you on that one because I don't want to get sued by Unique because that's defamation.
How do you know I don't like how that sounds?
I'm saying that Bam sounds so bad that this would be an improvement.
You're right. There is an alertness to that.
Yeah.
Many apologies, Unique.
Yes.
Kyle, you are the salt of the
Kyle,
earth.
we will never compare you to Bam Margera ever again. And I never have. Just the four over
I
here.
might have liked it. It's a matter of opinion.
Ian Hawk kicking us off today with 199 says, have a good day, guys. Thank you, Ian Hawk. Very nice of you, little troublemaking son of a bitch, you.
Aww.
I like you, Ian Hawk, no matter what everyone else says about you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk.
I like you. Stevie Lou then calling him Ian Notice Me Hawk, and then Ian Hawk saying Stevie No Bulge Lou. So just, for no reason. It's the internet. For no reason, just these two feeling like they have to fight with each other for absolutely no reason.
Wait, is Stevie Lou tucking today?
I guess he's Stevie the Tucker Lou.
Cute. I don't know how you tuck something that big, right?
I don't know, that giant 6'7" hog of his.
That is wild, isn't it? I didn't think he'd...
Yeah, Stevie Lou looks like a Sasquatch.
This is a fucking tall man.
Ask Anthony Cumia's desk. Stevie Lou does not fuck around.
Should have been don't fuck with Stevie.
Exactly. Jack Zim says, Aaron, getting April restores my faith. that it's a man's world. Exactly. All you have to do is be funny.
Why can't it be my world?
And be able to swing some dick. Am I right, boys? Am I right?
There are a lot of men out there that ladies would fall for just because you're funny.
That's right. Women
Work
are.
on it.
Remember, boys, women are fucking stupid and have no self-confidence or sense of self-worth. It's wonderful.
You're a bad person.
I've been accused. So we were talking about Harold and Kumar and the character Freak Show. Have you seen you've seen Harold and Kumar go to White Castle?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay, do you know who plays Freak Show? You remember Freak Show, the tow truck driver?
No.
Okay.
I mostly remember Harold and Kumar.
Let's show April Freak Show. To me, he's one of my favorite characters in any movie.
This has been such a long time.
Harold and Kumar Freak Show.
Sure.
Let's pull up a picture.
I know him.
Of Freak Show. Oh, there he is. Can we blow this up? Ah, shit. I got to find a more blown up picture of Freak Show. April, do you know who played Freak Show?
Yeah, click the images. No, I don't. Woody Harrelson. No, who is that?
April says it was
not Woody
Harrelson. Do you know who played Freak Show?
That's not right. He looks like if Woody Harrelson and Detective Stabler had a baby.
That is Detective Stabler. That is
really?
Christopher Maloney. Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm getting there this morning.
Christopher Maloney played Freak Show. The first few times I saw Harold and Kumar, I was like, oh, that's cool. They got Chris Elliott for a movie from Something About Mary.
Yeah.
It's not Chris Elliott. It's Christopher Maloney. It's Detective Stabler from Law & Order SVU.
Wonderful,
it's fantastic. Smokenstein says, we love you here in California. I love it. Thank you very much. I always love grabbing new audience members. You know, anything to water down the fact that Citizen M is here makes me very happy.
Whoa. Shots fired?
I love saying things that make Citizen M mad.
Question mark?
He got mad about my hater criticism thing, too, because Citizen M is like a hater lover of this show, and he doesn't like my arrogance, and so then I just lay it on thicker.
So
I like that.
Earlier, you were talking about how you're never criticized for how the show is.
Yeah.
What happened? Was there something new
just some
today?
guy got really mad at me for, no, it wasn't the Opie video. It was the Chad bike accident Kevin Brennan video, and me just continuing to be really happy about all these things I set in motion and said were going to happen months ago, as everyone said, oh, Steel Toe's a dick. Oh, why is Steel Toe abandoning this whole community thing? Why is he saying that it's fucking stupid? It's going to end up doing this, this, and that. And then why is he, he's bitching about people going after families and stuff like that. It's just part of the game. Yeah, part of the game. That's what happens. And then when it happened to all of them, when I said, look, when it happens to you guys can tell me what an asshole I am. When it happened to them, they acted with way less grace and fortitude, and I complained way more than I ever did.
Sure.
And I'm sorry. I called it. I'm going to be happy about calling it. I'm going to rub people's face in it. And this guy was like, he called me, it was like Fogel Nostradamus. It was a terrible insult. Like, it wasn't a good insult. But he left this like 2-paragraph long thing on the Chad Kevin Brennan thing. And he goes, I guess Fogel Nostradamus called it all. Fogel Nostradamus called everything. And I make sure I thumbs up and heart every comment because they say it's good for the algorithm. I'm a YouTube whore. And I just wrote back to the guy. I go, while I was right about everything, reactions like this are what really make me appreciate it. This is what really revs my engine in the morning.
This is what gets my dick hard every morning.
This is what gets my dick hard.
Can you imagine being angry about that? Can you imagine going through what the two of us went through?
I don't
And then watching it happen to everybody else like we said it would if they didn't quit it?
Yeah.
Knock it the fuck off.
And do you and think, if it were you, wouldn't you be really excited that you nailed that and watching all of it come true? I mean, think about it from my perspective. Think about it from my perspective. I feel like I have some kind of clairvoyant power.
Right.
It's creepy to me. You guys think that I'm gloating and I'm braggadocious and everything. I'm creeped the fuck out.
It's impressive.
I'm creeped out by my abilities. I'm worried that I have some kind of weird superpower like thing. You know what? You don't know what kind of burden that is. I'm burdened. And then you yell at me for being.
And then I have to live with this man who can't get his head through the doorway. Sorry.
It's difficult. Imagine finding out that you have superpowers and then having to live amongst mere mortals. It's remarkably difficult. Doesn't have to go on anybody's show to get clout. Doesn't have to be co-signed by anyone. Did it all by the dirt under his own fingernails, of which there is a little bit today. I should probably.
This guy did Ray DeVito's show for charity. Okay.
I'm writing that off. Was that this year or that was this year.
That was this year.
I'm writing that off on my taxes. Any expenses incurred by doing the Ray DeVito show should be like helping retards. I was watching because our buddy Corey Adam was on MLC and then he went on Ray DeVito's thing, which by the way, I've said this about Corey before. I'll say it again. Corey needs to fucking pick a lane. Are you doing YouTube or are you not doing YouTube? Because if you go on MLC and you go on, well, Ray gets like 100 people, but if you go on MLC, okay, now you got to do YouTube shows. You got to capitalize on that. I know that MLC universe, those 1,000 fans or so they have, I know that those people are like North Korea and they only stay in their own country and they don't really venture out. And that's just, that's their community and it's very insular. But you could maybe grab a couple hundred of those people for yourself. So you got to get in there and you got to do it.
Do the dance.
And don't go on Ray DeVito's show.
I did think that one of Corey's whole things was, I don't like the YouTube shit. Wasn't that the whole thing?
That was his thing. Then he left us and he got mired in YouTube drama. Like people started shitting on him and he started yelling at them and screaming at them and yelling at the Win by 2 guy. And
I do really hope that it's going well for him at least.
Yeah,
I always wish him the best.
I think he doubled down on focusing on comedy, which is good.
That's great.
But at the same time, if you're going to do MLC, you got to do what everyone else does when they do MLC. Whore themselves out afterwards. Just go bananas.
I do feel like there should be a pole in front of me while I'm on MLC. That's what I've always dreamt of it being.
A pole?
Stripper pole. A whore.
Just dance up and down it and watch Daddy Kevin with one of those dollar guns. Just shoot dollars at you. Yes. That's what it should be.
Oh, God.
Let them call you a piece of shit.
Then every now and then he has to wipe the stage in front of him with his spittle rag. No. You know.
Oh, man. Your silence is golden, Aaron. Yes, I'm very quiet about these things. I'm very, very humble. Hostbusters says, am I unbanned? Hostbusters, I would never ban you.
Guys,
don't worry, sir.
I've said it before. If you can put your chat in the chat, like if you message, it's in there. Promise, you're not banned.
That whole the whole like, am I banned thing? It's like, well, why would you think you're banned? It's like, you never read my stuff. It's like, well, that's because for the show, I never read people saying, am I unbanned yet? Except when I just did there. It
seems relatively unimportant.
Happy Plague Doctor says, Win by 2 makes really shitty music. I don't know. That guy's trying to like make his way in the world. I don't know why I have a weird soft spot for that guy. Maybe it's because he came to me and was like, oh, you should just come on my show. I know we talk a lot of shit, but you should just come on my show. Like there was something about that the bravery of like shitting on someone, but then writing them in private and going, hey, will you do my show? Like there's an autistic bravery to that I went like, oh, that's kind of cute.
Well, you see that. I see that as very revealing, I guess. It's a reveal.
It is revealing, but it's funny to me. And so like I have a weird soft spot for that guy. Plus Softcast is a Steel Toe fan again. And he's the co-host
of that guy?
No, he's the co-host of that program. He's the sidekick. So I have a weird kind of, soft spot for that guy. It's like watching a retarded kid make fun of you. You don't get mad at a retarded kid making fun of you. You go, hey, Win by 2 guy is, he's
you
adorable.
Go ahead and have that soft spot.
Citizen M says, Win by 2 radio makes really shitty music. You aren't kidding. And didn't the Win by 2 guys, haven't they always kept it on wax? Haven't those guys always been just shitting on me and the show? There's something about that I appreciate too. Those are guys who understand like the old school radio thing.
Oh, and I don't think those were like an old school radio thing, people. Weren't they also in the camp of, oh, let's be disgusting people to them?
No, Citizen M watches all these shows, so he always reports back to me. Citizen M, weren't those guys like always, oh, Steel Toe sucks, oh, we hate them, oh, they're really gay, and this and that. I don't think they were ever gay ops guys. I think they're the only ones who were never gay ops guys.
Well, I only have what I can go off of Twitter, I guess, so.
Yeah. D. Gulag says, Win by 2 looks like it should be a good podcast, but it really, really sucks. I will say that. Their setup looks great, and then you see the actual show, and you get confused. You're like, wait a minute, how did this look like this but sound like this? It's got the greatest looks like to sounds like gap of any show I've ever seen. Interesting. But they're young. They can pick it up yet. Softcast talks really bad about you. But he's always drunk. He loves me. SC Motorsports, Win by 2 doesn't ban the listeners like you do. That's right. Everybody in the chat right now ask if they're banned. We can answer everybody one by one. Triple N says, Win by 2 makes gay emo music. The singer holds the mic like he's sucking a dick. Really?
I've not seen a second of it, so I can't speak to that.
That's interesting. So that guy makes gay music and then talks the way he does? That's a sin. Griddle Gorilla says they're bottom of the barrel. Oh, now people are shitting on them. When I try to pump up one of my haters, everyone else talks shit about him. God damn.
But I ask you, why pump up your hater? Seems like a waste of your energy.
Have I ever really been threatened by any of them?
No, that's not the point.
It's not really me. Citizen M says, yes, 100% always negative coverage of you. Never gay ops. Right. I can remember off the top of my head outside promoting a... Oh, okay. So they did a little...
That is gay.
They did a little gay ops shit.
That crosses the line.
I mean, look, edgy try-hard boy shit. What are you going to do? Mad Max Mardigan says, they're the ones who started pushing the pay Corey to quit.
Yeah, they did gay shit the whole time.
Did they do gay shit?
I don't promote that.
That disappoints me. You can't do gay shit and then contact me personally and go, I would love it if you came on my show.
They all do that.
Yeah, they should be. You should be a little more honest than that.
Who hasn't done that yet?
Oh, they're saying, to be fair, Softcast was never involved in the cringe videos. And by the way, all of you asking in the chat, are you banned? You're all banned. The Tigger next door says, I know I'm banned. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, no.
Did somebody... Why? Who was that who just deleted that comment? Were they being funny, or did somebody pocket delete somebody?
That's very funny, though.
Tigger next door, you need to start writing in to make sure nobody banned you.
Tigger next door, the big winner from last night, right?
Yes, he was the big winner. Yeah, that's true. Yes, and Tigger next door won the $250. I didn't go to jail for the prize show. Where's everybody? Everybody was complaining about me doing prize shows like 2 months ago, and now they all went away, and they stopped commenting on it, and they stopped talking about it. Guys, just because you tried something and you had to take an L on it doesn't mean you just abandon it. Now you let me win.
I'm sure a few of them won some prizes over here, and you're like, you know what, this isn't so bad.
I tell you what, you all abandoned it. You all tried really hard, and then we said you're not going to succeed, and then you didn't, and now I get to brag about it the whole time. Guys... You don't give up so easily. My goodness. Don't give up so easy because then I get to brag about it forever. J-Dead says, is it true Zumach smells like horseradish and warm bologna flavored water? I wouldn't doubt it, but we should probably apologize to bologna for that.
And horseradish.
Horseradish can go fuck itself.
It's great.
I have been signed. Warm bologna is my client.
You're not a German.
I do not care about any of the co-defendants in that case. I am representing the interests of my client, in this case, warm bologna flavored water.
This man does not like sauerkraut. He does not like horseradish. You get to turn in your German card. You are just the rest of you.
Tigger next door says, this is terrible. My day is ruined. I'm being shadow banned. Last statue says, I am banned. Aaron only reads my non-funny messages. If you hear a non-funny message from me, it's shadow banning. See, that's an internet education. I was not aware of that. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I'm developing a cologne called Hot Dogs and Hose Water.
Jesus Christ. That's gag worthy.
Oh, boy. All right, guys, starting off today. Thanks for contributing to the prize show last night. $295. Is the number for today. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships all count. If you'd like to contribute to the show, there's the links in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. All right. Well, I tell you what, we have an awesome show today. I'm very excited about it. And we're starting it off with one of our favorites.
Okay.
Well, obviously, we're going to be talking about Bam Margera today, and I'm very excited about that. We also have a Dave Portnoy update that I'm very excited about. But we're going to start with the lovely and talented Chrishean Rock. Now, Chrishean Rock, if you don't know who she is, I will be honest, I think she's a rapper. I've never heard one of her songs.
No, I didn't know she rapped.
The only thing I've ever seen her do is be pregnant and fight bitches.
And be Blueface's woman, right?
Blueface's woman. I don't know if she's still Blueface's woman.
I think they got married.
Yeah, they're either married or he has a restraining order against her. It's one of those relationships. I can't remember.
Or both.
Or both. Maybe they're married and she can't come within 500 feet.
She's probably pregnant with his child.
She is. Okay, so she's pregnant with his child.
Oh, okay.
And we've seen her on YouTube and TMZ fighting bitches while pregnant. She just
That's right.
Yeah, and not like just pulling weaves and then somebody pulls them apart. I'm talking about going to the ground, throwing punches, real hood rat shit. Some diamond cutters. Yeah, a couple stone cold stunners. There was a rock bottom in there. Some people call it the bookend if they were one of the 200,000 people still watching WCW back then.
Chrishean Rock Bottom.
The Chrishean Rock Bottom, exactly. So Rikishi had the stink face. She has the blue face. And so she goes like full on like hood rat fighting while well pregnant. And she recently did an interview talking about her baby that she's having.
Uh-oh.
And the conversation got to other babies that she's potentially been able to have, but decided against it. And normally when a woman openly brags about her abortions in an interview, I get a little disgusted. But in Chrishean Rock's case, I hear about her abortions, and there's a part of me that goes, oh, thank Christ.
A little self-awareness, right?
Right. There's a little bit of like, it's unfortunate that those babies didn't get born, but they also had a better than 50% chance of becoming like you, in which case, did Chrishean Rock not do the right thing?
Or becoming part of a hate crime because she gets involved in fights while pregnant.
Or maybe we missed out on a UFC featherweight champion. We don't know.
I always figure, I keep my abortion talk off the interviews. It's not good table talk.
Well, she wants to make sure that people know about Triple N with black baby angels in heaven. Jesus Christ. It's very funny. So she's having a kid with our buddy Blueface.
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
Exactly. And he should know. So Chrishean Rock was giving an interview in what looks like the back room of a clothing store. And
looks good.
Yeah, she's talking about her current pregnancy and her past pregnancies. Let's go ahead and watch 30 seconds of the lovely and talented Chrishean Rock.
I screamed like, oh my God, fuck. What? Because at first I wasn't getting pregnant. He was nothing at me. We were trying.
We don't just talk like that, do we?
What a classy bitch, huh? I love her.
That was really aggressive.
I mean, at first we wasn't having a baby. He was nutting in me. I was trying to I was taking loads like a hoe, and nothing was happening.
Oh my God.
I love the way she talks.
It was so aggressive for this early in the morning.
Could you imagine like being like a college educated, like a master's degree having 20 something? And you come home for Thanksgiving and you bring her and she starts talking to your family like just really openly. And she's just like, oh yeah, maybe right after school we probably gonna start trying to have babies because like he been nutting in me.
Well, usually the potential grandparents would love that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God I'm getting grandchildren.
Yeah, during that conversation you just hear a lot of forks hitting the table and people going, oh Christ.
What movie am I trying to think of? Isn't this where like, there's one of those movies like The Nutty Professor or Welcome Home Roscoe Jenkins where somebody brings someone to dinner. No.
Yeah, The Nutty Professor.
Is it The Nutty Professor?
Where he brings Jada Pinkett Smith and they all just start farting.
Okay, there's that. And then there's Anchorman 2 where he goes to her family dinner and he starts talking like this.
Yeah.
Scream like, oh my God, fuck. What? Because at first I wasn't getting pregnant. He was nothing at me. We were trying. Because at first I was getting pregnant and then I aborted and shit. Like, ooh. You did a lot.
At first I was getting pregnant. I abort this shit.
Who says that?
We were trying to get pregnant. He was nutting in me. And at first we were to get pregnant and I would just abort this shit.
Just nervous.
Yeah. I would get nervous and I would just go to the doctor and get an abortion performed and black out. When I woke up, I wasn't pregnant no more. I was like, what the fuck? But maybe, Chrishean, maybe it was all those abortions that made it so difficult this time.
That is the thing. If you get too many abortions, I don't know if you know this, but your body has a hard time conceiving after that.
Because it doesn't trust you anymore. You
Right?
know?
It just says no.
Your system is like, you're just going to fucking kill it anyway. I'm not going through the hard work and changing my hormones and feeling like shit just so you can fucking kill it.
Fallopian tubes closed. No more eggs for you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm pregnant and then I'll abort this shit. Like, ooh.
You did a lot.
3 times.
3 times.
Then got
3. No. You weren't listening. You were talking. Listen to what she said right after.
3 times. With him. Then
3 times. And now when someone says, hey, you got an abortion? And they go 3 times, you go, holy shit, that's a lot. But then you go, with him. I mean,
Oh, so there's more?
potentially
So
that's
how
what that would
many?
entail, yeah.
like, ooh.
You did a lot.
3 times. With him. Then got to a point where he was like, I want a family, I want a baby with you. Have my baby, blah, blah, blah. So he started fucking the shit out of me crazy, like real crazy. So I started going on my knees still like, Lord, can I get a baby? Like, I'm not gonna kill this one.
Where did you find her?
She is the absolute best. So I wanted to have, he wanted to have a family, so he started fucking me like crazy. And then I get down on my knees like, hold on, let me have a baby. I won't kill this
I
one.
won't kill this one.
I think the reason I love her so much is because she's so self-aware.
I think
She understands what a piece of shit she is, and she doesn't care what you think. And she'll just lay it out there for you.
I don't even know if it's that. I think she just kind of does things matter-of-factly.
Yeah. Like, she doesn't understand that some people might find that despicable, or she just
Right.
doesn't give a
I
shit.
think she just thinks that's how it goes. Like, doesn't everybody have a punch card to one of these places?
Yeah, I get a free one next time, so it's going to be really hard for me to actually have his baby.
How many are on the punch card before you get a free one?
7, I think. I think you got to get 7.
Oh, so my next one's free.
Yeah, your next one.
I've always had 7.
Yeah, cost free.
With him.
I screamed like, oh my God, fuck.
I got to listen to this.
Because
all
at
the
first
way
I
through.
wasn't getting pregnant. He was nothing at me, we were trying. Because at first I was getting pregnant and then I'll abort this shit. Like, ooh.
You did a lot.
3 times. With him. Then got to a point where he was like, I want a family, I want a baby with you. Have my baby, blah, blah, blah. So he started fucking the shit out of me crazy, like real crazy. So I started going on my knees still like, Lord, can I get a baby? Like, I'm not gonna kill this one.
And Jesus responded to her and said, I'm not falling for that shit again, you little bitch.
I remember that
Yeah.
second and third times, but, this is just egregious.
I remember you telling me you're not going to kill this one this time. I don't know about you, Chrishean Rock. You're just going to make me look like a dick again.
Do you think there's more people like her? Or is she just kind of a unicorn?
Oh, no, I don't mean to play the stereotypes here, but in the hood, you might find a few women like her.
You might? Okay.
There's, haven't you ever heard in the abortion debate, like, in the black community, there's a disproportionate amount of abortions.
Oh, I've heard that,
Like,
of course.
The pro-life people always say, like, it's a holocaust of black babies or
I
whatever.
just didn't understand that, like, let's say per black woman, it would be multiple per woman.
Look, I don't need a controversy. Steel Toe host says all black women have 5 abortions. They're not all Chrishean Rock.
Are we all looking like Shanola Hampton and Shameless?
I'm not saying that all black women that get pregnant are Chrishean Rock. I'm just saying that Chrishean Rock is not alone.
Yeah.
In the world. There are, you've heard celebrities talk about like abortion pills like they're Tic Tacs and, like using it for birth control
Why do we
and bragging
need
about
abortion pills, though? Just use that Plan B pill. That's not an abortion pill.
You would think the Plan B pill would
that
be more
Plan
popular.
B pill is a fucking savior, man.
Well, that speaks to my, what do you call it? My, not sadism. What do you call that when you hate women? I'm
Misogyny.
Misogyny. It's so normal to me that I can't even remember the word. I just call it pulling an Imholt. My misogyny it comes from that place. Like, women are so indecisive that they could take a fucking hot load of baby batter in their twat and they still wouldn't go get the fucking pill the next day.
Not fucking me.
But that's wonderful to hear, April. I as your husband, I love hearing about your past and No, not me. I would go take a hot load of cum and just throw that thing down my gullet.
I was getting to the point of like, no, I would never be that person to sit and like, oh, I'll just be pregnant for a couple weeks here, and then I think we're just going to pop that abortion pill.
Yeah, you see, guys, in college, April was decisive, and she went, God damn it, I'm getting Plan B right now. I'm not like these other bitches.
Do you think I just had a jar full of them?
No, I think you made special trips. I think you made a ceremony out of it. You would get your favorite breakfast. You know,
what?
Make
No,
sure the pill goes
you
down
don't eat
nice.
before that thing because you're nervous. I don't eat when I'm nervous. I can't eat when I'm
Why
nervous.
would you be nervous to go get Plan B?
You got to make sure it works.
It's the
I
solution.
only want Plan B in my system.
Oh, that's it. You want it purified. I get it.
I want it pure.
April would purge before she'd go get Plan B. She'd throw it all up.
I am like Jordan Belfort before I take the lemon lewd.
Yeah, she purifies her system before she does that. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says we based her value on the auction block. She would be considered irregular or a clearance item. She definitely doesn't get white cake at Candyland. Jesus. Good morning, Hobo Chili. Good to see you, buddy. Nice to see you're in fine form. That's great.
Good morning.
Lovely.
I don't ever see him out of form. That is kind of refreshing.
He's always there.
Yeah.
Jack Zim says if genital warts grow large enough, can they be considered fetuses? Yeah, she has those scraped off too, like barnacles on a boat.
Barnacles.
Yes. Marshall Beaupre says clip that. I don't even know which one of that whole rant. I don't know which thing was the most clippable.
Which thing?
Yeah, which part exactly? Someone saying in the chat, why all the classy bitches taken? Exactly. Poor Chrishean's taken.
Are you lumping me in with that? Don't look at me.
He's talking about her.
Okay. That is true. She is taken.
Marshall Beaupre says the cum guzzling. Well,
Are we guzzling cum
make
now?
a reference. Well, I don't, the royal we, maybe, I don't know. I just love the idea of her going, please, Lord, let me have a baby. I ain't going to kill it this time.
Just saying that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want proof that there's no God, they gave her another baby.
Right.
She has clearly proven she cannot handle this responsibility.
Do you ever think of things like that? Like, there's people like me who I would tend to think I'm pretty responsible. I'm a good parent so far.
Yeah.
But I don't have my own children, and she does.
I mean, she's...
there is something weird about that.
In fairness, she's had more practice than you.
That's true.
I mean,
it's the whole, what was it? The Idiocracy movie where the responsible couple's trying to have children... Cannot get there, but Cleavon has 300.
Cleavon's busy, man. People are asking, I've seen it in the chat, and I've seen it on Twitter now, asking about Rumble. I tried to do the Rumble stream, and it said it could not do the stream, reload and try again. I reloaded and try again. I wasn't going to spend a big chunk of the morning when I have time to get the show ready and get everything organized. I wasn't going to sit there and fuck with Rumble for, 200 people to be on there. And plus, I want all those Rumble people to come over to YouTube today anyway. Come over to YouTube. There we go. I'll put that in there since people are tweeting me and asking about the Rumble part of things. Yeah, just look, I want and then today, if all the Rumble people come over to YouTube and I really like the number that I see, I might just say fuck Rumble.
Why?
I don't know, because the episode uploads onto Rumble anyway afterwards.
Okay.
So why split my audience in two if the Rumble people come over?
I understand.
And they watch on YouTube. And isn't YouTube, like, especially on the app, isn't that, like, easier to listen to anyway?
It is more user-friendly, but, some people choose to support one over the other. What if they don't come over here?
Well, they should. You should all come over here. Don't be cunty. Hobo chili recipe with another $4.99 says, April, do you talk differently when you're around black people, like you're in a Tyler Perry movie?
No, I try extra hard not to.
Okay.
I try to be normal.
I've said this many times before. I white it up when I'm around black people.
You do.
Yeah. I'm so against people trying to talk blacker when they're around black people. It makes me so disgusted that people are that phony that I actually white myself up. I'm around black people.
I would actually argue that Aaron talks the blackest when he's in private. Around me.
I go to April, I go, oh shit, we betting on the cocks tonight. And we go to cockfights. Is that more of a Latino thing?
Cockfights? That's not a black person thing.
Is that Latino? Cockfighting?
I guess what kind of cock?
Mandingo fighting.
Oh, okay.
Pit bull fighting is more black people, right?
I don't want to go on record, but
Isn't
you
it?
know the answer.
Okay, good. Well, then you just answered it. Dub says babies in her womb need to dig spider holes like U.S. troops did in Korea to avoid coat hanger. Yeah, Chrishean Rock gets pregnant, and the baby probably comes out a month late because they're like, no, I don't know what I'm coming out to. I know what this bitch does to people.
Can I go to my dad now?
Nizzler says, just got here. Rumble down. Yeah, Rumble was fucking around this morning, so I'm not going to take the time to fix it. Rumble's got to either work or we move on without it. So, see, some of the Rumble people are coming over. That's good. If all the Rumble people come over here today, I'll probably never go back to Rumble unless we need it.
I'm sorry.
As like a safety. We'll upload all the episodes to Rumble, but we'll just use it as like a safety net.
All right.
I like that. J-Dad says her womb has a pile of Newport butts in the corner.
Oh, that's gross.
That's what I like about having a live chat. You know, it kind of replaces the phones in radio.
Yeah.
What I like about the chat is that you can get your jokes in, and they're very funny. And then you can extend the bit by after you do those jokes, you go to your chat and see what they've got before you move on.
Some of them are winners.
Sean says, I've got black friends you would cross the street to avoid. By the way, you're a good friend saying that in public.
Aaron and I used to have a black friend. We consider.
You gotta remember, people don't watch; they listen in the morning more than they watch.
Yeah.
So they don't see you going like this.
Oh,
so all they heard you say was, "Aaron and I have a black."
friend.
Like you're Jimmy the Greek.
Yes, I did put that in air quotes. And Aaron was indeed extra white around him.
Yeah, I liked being.
What did you do? You pulled him. You brought him to fucking Raleigh's. You were square dancing and shit. In
Oh
front of
yeah,
him.
it's like no, this is how people behave. And then I would break out the map of Europe and I would show him exactly what
No.
Germany's entitled to.
Oh, that was good yesterday.
People were talking about that yesterday. They were talking about that in the chat before the show started this morning. They're like, God, you fucking had to do that European map bit, didn't you? I'm like, yep.
I thought the same thing when I was listening to it. I'm like, of course he has to do this.
And, you know, it started, like, obviously I leaned into it at some point. But, like, when it first started in earnest, I started talking about exactly what I think Germany should have.
I knew part of that was being honest, you know.
It started very honest. And then afterwards, I'm like, fuck it. Let's go full 1933 on the bitch. Jack Zim says, a black guy in a casino in Atlantic City wanted me to rub his head when I was playing craps. He approached me. I was convinced it was a setup. Turns out he was just a really cool black guy.
Just wanted his head rubbed. Which head?
All right. The Mood says, we still say we need Italy for the beaches. No, we don't mix with those people. I know that
You're
sounds...
cutting out our friends now at Compound.
Look, I know that sounds harsh, but we don't let them in our country. They can have their own country. I gave them, what was it, Algeria and Libya? Or whatever it was. Tunisia and Libya.
Tunisia.
Yeah.
Why do you have to cut off all of our friends?
I'm not cutting them off. They just don't get to be a part of my country. My country doesn't mix with those people.
I would let them in.
They
have good food.
People compare me to Adolf Hitler, and I don't think that's fair. I think I'm much more Stellan Skarsgård's Saxon character in King Arthur, where I'm the Saxon king, where they go, oh, we're bringing this woman on the boat. He's like, no, we don't mix with these people. I'm more that guy. Oh, man. Ryobi says white Italian are okay. I look, I'm not saying they're not okay. I'm just saying that we don't mix with them. You don't get to be part of my country.
I like Italians.
I'm not saying they're not likable people. I'm saying I don't want to. They're fine to observe. Italians are like zoo animals. I don't hate zoo animals.
I think they have lively spirits and good food, and for those reasons, I'm in.
So do monkeys.
I sound like Shark Tank now.
Look, so do monkeys. We watch them, we observe them, we take care of them, we feed them. But we don't fuck them and have babies with them.
No, they do tend to like partner up, don't they? Have you ever heard Gino and Keanu talk in the same room? That can't exist anywhere else.
It's whoppy delight. Those two.
It is. I was watching the 3rd episode of Keanu Cast yesterday, and it was a good time.
Somebody says Aaron doesn't like Italians because Corey won't respond to him. Corey responds to my text. Now, magically, I guess he started getting them right after I said he claimed he wasn't getting them. And then he started responding. He was also a little nervous. Corey was on MLC yesterday. And Corey was he'd be a little nervous when they brought up Steel Toe. They'd be like, so are you going to go on Steel Toe again? And like Corey's, talked to me about coming back on the show. And like, I can do it this time and I can do it this time. We should do it now. But like when Kevin and Bob ask him and look at him, you know, because like to them, I don't know what their hang up boner is with Steel Toe, but they're like, are you gonna go on that show again? And Corey be like, oh yeah, I'll go on it again. You know, he does that thing where your voice gets a little bit higher, and it's like he says yes, but he's also very nervous about, like he was nervous about what they'd say back to him when he said, yeah, I'd go back on there again. Yeah, that
surprises me somehow.
Yeah, he gets well, those guys, like, they pester him about it. They're really curious about this show. This show has a lot of people curious.
Why don't they just ask?
And, I don't know. They want into Steel Toe via Corey, says Balls Deep. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, obviously, that seems pretty
out in the
open to me.
I will say this. I was never, like, part of that world coming up. I made my way in radio and brought my audience over here. And I have created a lot of intrigue since I've came on the scene, and I created a lot of curiosity. I'm studied like a new strain of caribou that they found in the Anwar Reserve.
You're mostly harvested for your call fat.
That too, that too. You know, the Smoke Out Prod says this show has a lot of people bi-curious. Oh, wait! I don't think I said that. Kotod says, are Italians white? You see, Kotod, that is the correct question.
I've never understood that question.
I have.
I guess I don't really... You said that about Jewish people, too, to me one time. I have no idea what you're referring to.
All I've said about Jewish people is that they're supreme to white. And I think white
they're
is
supreme white?
White is such a limiting term for the wonderful Jewish people. Would you shut the fuck up? You're going to ruin everything. Right? That's what I said.
They're the Wonder Bread of white?
No, Wonder Bread is cheap welfare bread.
Oh, why would you say that then?
I never said that. I said they're the one. No, that's what I said about Southern Italians.
They're the Kids' Choice loaf?
I called Jews the Pepperidge Farms of white people.
I call them the artesian loaf.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Exactly. Somebody said it perfectly in the chat. Northern Italians are white.
I don't understand the difference here.
Oh, my God, April. Here, history lesson. Are you familiar with who the Moors were?
A section of Italy, right?
Who were the Moors?
Oh, then I don't know.
Okay. The Moors were the Muslim empire after Muhammad.
Okay.
And they ran roughshod. They took out all the former Roman, like North Africa and the Middle East and all that used to be Christian. And the Muslims came in after Muhammad, and they fucked shit up, and they conquered, and they went all the way through in the Middle East, all the way through North Africa, and then they got up into Italy and into Spain. And they started interbreeding with the people there. I
get it, yeah.
And so Southern Italians, you get everything south
they have a tan then.
Everything south of Rome is a little,
They have a tan.
Moored.com.
I got it. That doesn't sound so bad, but it does sound like a better time when everything was just Christian.
Doesn't sound very white. See, now I am, for all intents and purposes, if you had to classify me as something, I would be considered an atheist. But
I think
I always root
disgusting.
I always root for the Christians in stuff.
Yeah, as do I, as a fellow Christian.
Yeah,
but there has been lately times where you and I have both agreed if there is a sprinkle of that Muslim behavior for a certain few topics.
I do like
it would help out.
I do like the cut of some of Islam's jib. I just don't like when they act on it,
Right?
They get a little.
You like the idea of
they get a little overeager, Muslims need to learn to be like that parent that carries the soft stick but doesn't beat the living fuck out of the kid with it,
You do it just for the threat.
Right.
Scarface
with $4.99 says Aaron needs a Chesterfield for this conversation. April is walking in this scenario. Somebody, Ross Dog's Broken Spirit putting interbreeding in quotes. Yeah, it was more like R-worded their way.
See that? Yeah, I do remember that lower.
Yeah. Rory Hennessy says no Rumble today. Rumble was being a little fucky, so I just told him to piss off. And we're just YouTube today. And if statistically it goes really well, I think I might do YouTube every day and keep Rumble as the backup channel and all that stuff. Did you know when eggplant is considered a fruit, but the bullies won't admit they're gay? Although Chili is a fucking animal. Mr. Tony Soprano gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank
you guys have been quietly knocking things down today in the first 45 minutes of the show. 280 away from today's goal. There's all the Venmos, Streamlabs, PayPals, all that shit in the chat, pinned to the top of the page. 280 away. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. The subs took a nice little bump yesterday, closer and closer to 10,000. I'm very excited about that. Oh, happy Pride Day, everybody. Are you feeling gay? Are you feeling nice and gay?
I wore one color of the rainbow today. Where are you at? You're wearing black and white. You don't got shit.
I am. Yeah. I'm in mourning for Western civilization on the first day of Pride Day. That's what it is.
I keep forgetting to show you my Target Pride Corner pictures.
Oh, did you find it?
Oh, I have them. I just don't send them to you. I forget.
Yeah, it's the first day of Pride, you know. And to the gay community, look, don't do too much on the first day of Pride. Remember, it's a 30-day process.
Milk it out.
Milk it out. You got to save it. You don't want to go balls out on the first day and then have the rest of the month people asking you,
okay, faggot, what's next?
You don't want that. That's a bad thing. So take it easy, day by day, one day at a time. You don't need to go dancing with your dick out in front of kids on day one. You know, that's June 28th shit.
When do we start shoving money in G-strings? You know, the children.
I always say after lunch, you know?
Okay.
After lunch.
I did see, so Monday was Memorial Day, and I did see that the great Blair White put out a wonderful point. She said, I do find it interesting that people who literally died for this country and its freedoms get a singular day of celebration. But
if you butt fuck, you get a month.
LGBT gets an entire month.
That
is a trans lady, right?
Blair White, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And I don't know exactly where Blair White gets fucked, but I know it's not something I need to hear about.
Somewhere down below deck.
No, sometimes, sometimes all people need is a skull. And they're happy for the rest of their life.
You're an interesting person.
Look, I didn't say me.
Aaron likes a nice stoma.
Yeah, if they've smoked for 40 years and their throats rotted out, I've found a home for my cock. That's what I always say.
Is it warm?
I have a theory about Pride Month.
Okay.
My theory is this. There is coming soon a day, and it could be this year.
Yes.
Where gay people are going to have to start beating the shit out of trans people, because I feel like trans people are going to start trying to take the month.
Yeah, because I have no hang-ups with a gay person. Is that bad?
I mean, I got a couple, but go ahead.
You got hang-ups with their hang-downs?
Let's have the same age of consent that the rest of the world has.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I have one hang-up. Sure.
Okay.
I have one hang-up. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay.
And here's my other hang up with it. Look, the gay community gets off light because the trans community is so insane. But there are things we need to have some long overdue discussions with the gay community about. Like, for example, the age of consent thing, we need to lock that down. And
That's
also
fair.
The wantonness to talk to kids about gay shit. We gotta fucking chill on that stuff.
Also fair. Like I feel like while it's okay to be proud of whoever you are as a person, do we really need an entire Pride Month? Like, do we need a gay month?
Don't ask them that.
That to me, though, is the same with every type of month. It's like, do you need a whole month for that, or can you just be that thing?
That community, though, April, not known for its humility.
That's also true.
They're
you raise a good point.
They're peacocky. Let's just
I like a peacock.
Let's say that. Wasabista with 666 yen says it's Pride Month. Let's all do our part to reach around to the gay community. Out. He meant out. Reach out.
We have a few lovely gay listeners in our chat. Good people, been around a long time.
We have a few gay listeners.
Oh, so you don't consider them good?
You call them lovely, they start to get a big head and they start to think they're somebody. I always say, make them earn it.
That suave banana is crying now.
Well, they're an emotional people. What can I tell you?
Their husband's going to have to caress them.
All right. Well, happy Pride Month, everybody. We hope everything's all gay for you. We hope all your... Oh, you know what? Let's honor someone. Let's honor a day on Pride Month.
You should do that.
Here's our first one. Let's honor our first person for Pride Month. This is the Grand Marshal of the first day of Pride Month.
Why would I get involved with a steel toe?
There you go. There's our first guy.
Can you say that?
What? I didn't say he is gay. I said we're honoring him for Pride Month.
But Pride Month is a gay month.
It certainly is.
You're not making sense here.
You don't have to be gay for me to honor you on Pride Month. If Pride Month inspires me to honor you, take the compliment.
Why would I get involved with a steel toe?
Exactly. Hobo Chili Recipe says Nathan Lane. That's exactly who that was. It was the homosexual known as Nathan Lane. Perfect.
He sounds so angry when he says it.
Guys, speaking of homosexuals, let's talk about Hollywood for a moment.
God.
They are now. I was never a big fan. I thought the show was fine. I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it was the most amazing thing. But April's a big Office fan. April loves The Office. If it's ever on, she'll stop and watch it. She'll put it on when she needs something to kind of have on in the background. Big fan of The Office,
For a
right?
good chuckle, yeah. Rainn Wilson makes my day.
Well, you're going to be so happy. Now, you know that The Office is a remake,
Yeah, I do.
and now they're going to make a remake of the remake.
No,
They're going to
can.
They're going to reboot The Office. Why aren't you excited about this?
Because to me, doing a remake itself is risky. It almost never turns out okay.
Okay, but what if they tell you how they're going to do it and it sounds really good and they're going to do it right?
Well, that's one thing. But you've already done the remake thing once. You chanced it once and it did pay off that time.
Right. So why
What
not?
are the odds it happens twice?
Well, they have a good idea for the Office remake, and I think it's really going to impress people, and I think they're going to be happy because there's going to be a lot of people like you who are big Office fans who are going to say, "Oh, but don't remake it. It's going to suck. It's not going to be good." But they're going to tell you in advance how they want to do it, and I think the reason they want to do it is going to make it really good.
Well, I can't wait. I have thoughts already. Are you having me
How
guess
do you
this
think
remake
they're
is
going to remake The Office?
My initial knee-jerk here is going to be that the majority of the cast will, in fact, be black.
Black, okay. Let me give you a hint as to you're wrong. First of all,
It's going to be a different kind of Office.
Let me. It's going to be called The Office Yo. Let me give you a hint as to how they're going to remake The Office.
Okay, so I'm
I
wrong.
want to take you back to the year 2016. Ready? When there's something strange
No, I got it.
in the neighborhood,
All women.
who you gonna call?
Women? It's women.
Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters! And what did Ghostbusters do in 2016?
Made an all women's.
They made an all-women's
movie.
cast. And as you guys know, it went great. Nobody complained. The movie did wonderful. The critics and the fans alike thought it was amazing. As a matter of fact, here, Ghostbusters 2016 Rotten Tomatoes. Let's see how it went. Go to Rotten Tomatoes, see what our rating was. April, the critics gave it 73%.
No, they didn't. Okay, why?
The audience gave it 49%.
That's still a question of why.
I don't.
Really?
Yeah.
I never saw it. I actually did a thing back in 2016 where I couldn't bring myself to go watch that movie because it made me that angry. Just that I'm a real big anti-virtue signal
And you hate
person.
women.
Well, I have to in this household.
Yes.
But,
one of the
I
rules.
don't by choice.
She just loves me so much that she hates women.
It was in our marriage contract.
I kind of appreciate it. It's a sign of commitment. So yes, we'll jump in. I got to throw a quick thank you out here, and then we're gonna get to this Office remake thing, which you guys are gonna absolutely love. The Mood gifted 10 memberships. Zeke, Jack Zim, Mark Stevens, Willie, Matt Melt, The Fed Up Canadian, CMOX, Neat Drifts, John, Some Idiot, all
Nice.
getting memberships to this channel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
255 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. There's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links if you'd like to contribute. Oh my, before I literally just clicked on the story to leave the chat for a little bit, but somebody said something that brought me right back. The last statue says original Ghostbusters doesn't hold up either. I strongly disagree. That's one of my favorite movies to watch.
Now, I will not agree with Aaron. I don't think it's one of my favorite movies at all, but I do think it's a good movie.
I think it's maybe, gun to my head, I don't have time to think about it, it might be the best crafted comedy of all time.
Ooh. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with that at all. I do think it's good, though. I think that is very far-fetched to say best crafted
comedy movie. I'm going to have to press you and ask you to come up with a better one.
I'm not good at that shit under pressure. Like you just said, it's hard to just come up with that, but that's not what I think of immediately.
Triple N may have beaten me right away. In fact, and William Ramsey.
I was going to say Caddyshack's a great one.
William Ramsey, I was thinking of that one too. Major League might be the best crafted comedy of all time. That's a damn good one.
No thanks.
Caddyshack is another one.
Caddyshack is amazing. The Ace Ventura movies are amazing as well. I will watch them all the time, but they're not top-notch.
Movies.
Yeah,
no.
That's like kind of low-hanging fruit stuff.
And thank you, Tanner. Yeah, best comedy and best crafted comedy are two different categories to me. Best comedy is just the flat-out funniest movie. Best crafted comedy is they made the best movie out of a comedy.
But to me, like, if you're going to go best crafted comedy, it's just got to be the funniest one. Like,
I don't know.
That's not the one.
I think a lot of that Harold Ramis written shit, a lot of that like National Lampoon's written kind of shit were the best crafted comedies out there. And then maybe some Coen Brothers shit. Like if you consider Fargo a comedy, that might be one of the best crafted comedies of all time.
No.
They do. I mean, they do consider that a dark comedy.
I do not.
Hangover stunk. Yeah, Hangover is not a great crafted comedy. It's a really funny movie.
Yes.
I love Raising Arizona and Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber is not a bad one.
Dumb and Dumber is great. There is like a mental basket of movies that you could pull out and watch anytime, and to me, they're just always good.
Tropic Thunder for pure funniness. Yeah, Tropic Thunder might be the funniest movie of all time.
Tropic Thunder's great.
But it's so ridiculous you can't call it a well-crafted comedy because it's just so crazy.
See, but to me, if you're putting comedy on it, how isn't it?
I'm saying in terms of a well-crafted movie. If you just decide we're going to go fucking ridiculous like Tropic Thunder, that makes for a funnier movie, but not a better written, crafted storytelling movie. To me, that's what makes Ghostbusters so great is there's a story in there that almost the story of Ghostbusters holds up outside of the jokes.
But then if it's outside of the jokes, it's not regarding comedy anymore.
No. The jokes make it a comedy. But I'm saying the story is so good that you would watch that movie even if it was serious. Hulkamasha Baby says, Pulp Fiction, wasn't it great when they shot Marvin? That was a funny scene, right? Where they just blow his fucking head off and there's blood everywhere. I'm such a weirdo with movies, especially when it comes to guns. Like, scenes like that I have a hard time getting into because all I think of is, you know how fucking loud that would be, and you would crash your car immediately. Everybody's ears would be ringing, and you'd have concussions.
I think that
if a fucking 40 or 45 caliber handgun, whatever those two had, went off in a car and blew a guy's head off.
I think that, and I think that a lot when there's explosions, and nobody reacts the correct way.
Yeah, and then not only that, but like there would be, you know, if you're all that close, there would be pieces of skull lodged in your body and shit like that. Like you would have pieces in you.
Yummy.
That's what I thought was really good about Red State was the scene where, remember John Goodman gets the fragment of skull in his leg? Like, you know what? That's a pretty cool detail.
It's pretty intense.
I got a piece of Brooks's fucking skull in my leg. We're talking about big bad eggs.
I thought Dub had a great suggestion for best crafted comedy.
What was his? Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a well-crafted comedy. You are correct, sir. Oh, man.
Just a real kick in the dick. I also believe that Black Hawk Down was a good
great comedy, yeah. Especially when the little birds do those strafing runs on the roof and all those Somalis just go, bleh! It's like, oh, that one fell funny. Underrated crafted comedy in terms of being a good movie. Razor Tip, I like it. The Replacements, I like that.
I actually never saw The Replacements.
That's a pretty good one. All right, guys, let's move on. So The Office, we got a little hung up on movies there for a second. I told you that guy writing in the chat about Ghostbusters.
Yeah, he really did derail you.
Ghostbusters, he didn't derail me. I think he added to the program, to be honest with you. And by the way, I am so encouraged that so many of you are asking no Rumble. That means that a lot of you are coming over from Rumble. I love that. Stay here. Enjoy the show today. Rumble was being a little bucky, so I didn't do it. And the fact that I've had to clarify that 4 or 5 times in the first hour makes me very hopeful about today. So like button, subscribe, share, all that stuff. Great.
My favorite comedy, American History X.
Oh, God, that curb stomping scene is just so hilarious, isn't it?
I laughed real
wow,
hard.
that's wacky.
I laughed so hard I cried.
Oh, man. You ever shoot at a fireman? He thinks all black people shoot firemen. Oh, that's a funny one, Mr. Vineyard. That movie does have one of my favorite lines in it.
Which one?
Where he goes to confront
which one?
He goes to confront Cameron at the white supremacist party.
Yeah.
And there's 2 great Edward Norton lines in that. He goes, yeah, but that doesn't matter if I take Danny and if I leave because you've got the other, You got the other group just lined up, you fucking chicken hawk. I love that line. And then also, if you come near my family, I will feed you your fucking heart. Do you understand me? I'm like, holy shit. Because I think
2 of your favorite lines.
I think about that like in real life. If someone like had their finger in your face and they were angry and they told you they will feed you your fucking heart, that's a hardcore line. Like, you think about that. There are people like, oh, kick your fucking ass. And you're like, oh, shut up, you queeb. But, like, if they go, I will feed you your fucking heart. Do you understand me? You're like, holy shit, this guy's not fucking around.
I can think of several other lines from that movie that I like more than that one.
Oh, yeah? What?
I can't say any of them here.
We've witnessed all the glory of the trampling at the zoo. Is that your favorite line? The singing the song in the white man marches. Wow. Is that your favorite line?
Who do you think I am?
Yeah.
No.
Michael B.
I prefer some of them around the dinner table.
Michael B. Yeah, we're a very religious family here, and we pray with the kids before each meal, and we all hold hands, and we have the oldest. We've witnessed all the glory of the. We have the oldest quote Seth from American History X.
Why?
Yes. Eddie S. writes, clip it! Patrick Baye with $2 says, I'm surprised nobody suggested Schindler's List.
No, somebody did.
They did. I just didn't read it. I was trying to maintain some decorum.
Saving Private Ryan was a good one. Yeah. That was very funny, you know.
Yeah, you know, everybody's got their favorites. Everybody's got the movies that the comedies that they love so much.
I thought Hannibal was a good one.
Hannibal, very funny. Hey, Cordell, why don't you push him in? You can always say it was me. You're like, you could too, and they'd believe him.
Yeah.
I like Cordell. Cordell's an underrated character in Hannibal because that guy, he just knew where his bread was buttered. And he knew where all of Mason Verger's money was, so he could grab a little money, throw the fucker in. Hannibal Lecter leaves him alone forever. I also like that. I like that Hannibal had like a code. He would only eat the rude, and like if you helped him out and you didn't fuck him over, he wouldn't kill you. I love that not killing you was his kindness.
I guess.
Like his kindness was, oh, well, wonderful. You've helped me out immensely, and you've cost another human being their life. I won't be killing you and eating your body now. It's like, oh, that's a fair trade. That was pretty nice. God. I was in his sights, and now I'm out of them. It seems like a win. I'd push a good friend into a pit of killer hogs if it meant a serial killer wasn't going to eat me.
You would push your good friend into there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't ever get caught in a bad situation with Aaron. He will throw you at the thing.
If the alternative is that guy's going to die anyway, and then I'm going to get eaten too, at least one of us can live to tell the tale.
I'm very much like, I like to think I would be stuck in that like corny, of course you did movie situation where like, I'm like, nah, I'm going to keep us alive. We're going to find a way out of this together.
April, here, ready? You have a friend in a wheelchair. Ted Bundy is going to kill and fuck you both.
Well, he was kind of hot.
But no, you don't get the fucking before.
Oh.
He fucked after.
Oh, shit.
Now, Ted Bundy looks at you and says, if you push them into that pit of hogs, I will leave you alone. Or I'm going to kill and fuck both of you. What are you doing?
I guess I'd have to push them, but
right.
I do want you to realize that if you push your friend into a pit of hogs to their death, you will live with that forever. You can sit there as much as you want and say, oh, I'll get over it. No, you won't.
Okay, but
that is your existence.
I have the ability to rationalize and go, Yeah, but here was the alternative. Here's what I saved myself from.
I'm picturing a best friend of yours that is a good friend of mine too, and you know which one I'm talking about. If you pushed him into a pit of hogs, knowing what you do about him and everything, you're living the rest of your life based on that moment now.
Well, I'm not going to watch.
Yeah.
Just push him in. I'll push him in and assume he made it. There you go.
God bless.
Oh, man. If Ted Bundy pulls out before completion, then I find that very rude, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Yeah. How about the scene where Ray Liotta eats his own brain in Hannibal?
That is so ass. I've never seen something like that before, and I did watch it. It didn't trouble me to watch it. It was just so disgusting.
Hannibal was a creative cannibal. That's for sure. All right, finally, let's get into this Office thing.
People like movies.
People love talking about if I talk about movies or fast food on this show, the chat goes fucking ape shit for an hour.
I'm going to watch a movie.
Let's go to this Office thing, because this is going to piss off a lot of people. The Office was, I'll say it. I'm a bigger fan of David Brent than Michael Scott, but I don't want to be one of those cunts who's like, I don't think the British version of The Office is better than the American version. I think Ricky Gervais is better than Steve Carell. I don't think that's a hot
I'd agree
take.
to that, but I do not agree that show is better.
And also the douche level. Like Michael Scott was more of a cartoon character, whereas David Brent was more of just a really, he made you uncomfortable with what a douche he was.
They clearly made Michael Scott to be that. He was supposed to be.
Well, Michael Scott, they needed to make him that way because in America, you got to remember, The Big Bang Theory was popular in America. Americans don't.
Still is.
Yeah, Americans don't get subtlety as much as British people do. Sure. Americans kind of need to be hammered over the head with something to laugh at it. I mean, we're the country of Chris Farley. They're the country of Monty Python. I mean, they're a little more absurdist. We're a little more, hey, here's a fucking sledgehammer of funny. Laugh, you cunt. Boom. That's America. Whereas Britain is more like, joke, and joke. And they go, That's the difference between British humor and American humor. So the David Brent character was very subtle. It didn't need to be loud. People were like, oh, God, this is so funny because he's such a cringe dick. Whereas in America, it was, okay, we have to have Steve Carell yell at least 3 times an episode.
Yeah.
And we have to really have him hammer the punchline into your stupid assholes.
Yeah, I kind of just feel like the UK is full of a bunch of stiffs, though. You know what I mean? They just seem like a lot harder to crack with a laugh.
Well, it doesn't matter because we're now going to get a third version of The Office. You're going to get to throw that in the mix with David Brent and Michael Scott and Gareth and Dwight and all these other people. You're going to get to, compare the 3 of them, and that's way better than 2, isn't it? And now this time
Seems like a crowd.
But this time you're getting ladies.
Do we need them, though? If they fucking put that Leslie Jones lady in here again.
Oh, shit. You know what? I was trying to think positive and go, maybe they'll pick a really funny one for the boss, but you're right.
What are you going to do? Cecily Strong? You're going to just pull the old cast of SNL in there?
I don't want Cecily Strong as the boss. You know what?
I hate her. Even in those Verizon commercials, I can't stand her.
Do you know who I thought wouldn't be a bad female? Because they're going to remake The Office, and they're going to do it with a female-led cast. I want to see if a female-led remake of The Office is officially happening. This is from Comic Book Resources on Twitter. Per Deadline, Prime Video Australia is developing a new series based on the ever-popular show that originated in the UK before making it to the United States. Stand-up comic Felicity Ward will star as the boss of the remake, taking over the role created by Ricky Gervais as David Brent, then popularized by Stephen Carell's Michael Scott. Ward, as Hannah Howard, will be awkwardly leading her branch of packaging company Flinley Craddock. Her position is compromised after head office shuts down the branch and orders all employees to work from home, a move that sends Hannah into panic mode. Oh, great. So we're going to get to have conversations about mental illness. That'll be nice.
Yes, I love it when women panic.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is. What's her name?
Haley.
Something. Get
Flanick?
God, all these places with their fucking ads. Jesus.
Where'd it go?
Felicity Ward.
Oh, wow. Where did I?
I don't know.
I don't know where I got mine
don't
from.
know who Felicity Ward is. Australian comedian. Oh, no. She's not the fucking...
She looks the part, doesn't she?
No.
Yeah, she does.
That is not the... what's that terrible Australian comedy bit?
I don't know which
my
one.
dad's Instagram or Facebook page or whatever. That's not her, is it? Because that would be no, I don't think so. That chick was blonde.
That shit can be done overnight.
I hope
You
that's
can be
not
blonde
her.
or not blonde tomorrow.
Well, they're going to... Okay, so Michael B says, is the writer's strike still going on? Clearly with that concept, right? It's another one of those things where they're making it. There's nothing we can do about it, but it's like it's kind of like the newest Star Wars movies. Is this really a story that needs to be told?
No, that Ray chick or whatever, like I don't think that was important, but they clearly only did that because she's a heroine, you know?
But like
and
with The Office, there's no reason to tell this story of like a new office with a new boss. And then in my opinion, anytime you go and you know what we're going to do, we're going to girl power the shit out of it, or we're going to black the shit out of it, or Latino, or this, or
Trans.
white, or trans, or anything. You've immediately sacrificed comedy.
yeah,
Because,
for the sake of that group.
right, because you're doing a thing where you're like, okay, before we consider being funny, we're going to consider, the right percentages of the race and the gender and the sexuality and all this. It's like, okay, but now you have to get through all of those things you just listed before you get to, okay, now how do we make it funny? And to me, that's, as Jerry Seinfeld once said, that's anti-comedy. Honestly, could you make a female head of the office work? Yes, absolutely. But you can't, it has to be incidental. Like Roseanne was a funny show with a funny main character because Roseanne was funny, not because they made it like, hey, a woman. Boom, we got to make it a woman and it has to be about women. It was just, no, it was a funny person. She got a show. They crafted a whole premise around it and it worked.
Even in our version of The Office, there was a time where Michael Scott was not in charge of The Office and a woman was. And I mean, that didn't do much for a lot of people.
Nicholas Davidson calling, oh, yeah, you can call it The Box Office. Perfect.
It's brilliant.
I was thinking about, like, if they wanted to do The Office, if they wanted to continue the show, and they ended up with a female lead, like someone who could do The Office as a woman and make it a good comedy, you don't need, like, a stand-up. You don't necessarily need someone who's a stand-up comic. You just need a good actor who can do comedy. Like, I know this is too big of a name because they're a movie star, but like a Sandra Bullock could have made it work.
I like her.
Because she can do comedy. She's not my favorite actress out there, but like she could make a comedy work.
Melissa McCarthy.
I was just going to say Melissa McCarthy could have worked, but like if you're doing it...
Not Amy Schumer.
Not Amy Schumer. No, she can't make anything funny. But like if you're just doing it, there's a difference between having a woman do a funny thing and trying to make a funny thing that's based around just being a woman. Philip Sears says, a female office. So The Kitchen.
There you go. They could have ran a restaurant. It could have been a restaurant instead.
Yeah, but then you're copying Roseanne. Roseanne was based around it. Remember she was a waitress at the restaurant? I think she ended up buying it eventually.
Yeah.
All right, boys and girls. So there you go. The Office is they're going to make an Australian version. They're going to have a female comic. It's going to be so funny.
They just did this to Grease, though, too. Can we stop doing this with everything?
Oh, that's right. They made the Pink Ladies on, what was it, Amazon?
Or Peacock or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Did you watch it? Was it good?
No, I did not watch the Pink Ladies. And didn't they have like some trans shit in there and some gay shit in there and all that
one of the
stuff?
chicks was kind of butch and stuff and decided she wanted to be into the ladies.
Man, I really love that. I think that's really awesome. I think it's great when a thing says it's going to be a comedy, but they make sure that they get a lot of gender and political shit in there first, because that really gets me primed to laugh.
I like an agenda with my comedy.
Yeah, exactly. I like if there's a comedy out there and you don't tell me how to think about a topic I'm already sick to fucking death of, I really can't laugh before you do that.
I gotta say, I think it was fine leaving Grease back in my childhood.
Easy rule with Roseanne: when they add lyrics to the opening theme, stop watching. Oh, good point. Yeah, sometimes you just need some music. Paramount Plus is Pink Ladies. Okay, perfect. Killer Beehive says John Goodman's character died at the end of Roseanne. Yeah, Roseanne is one of those shows that, like, it got old, and then they tried to change too much shit, and people hated it.
Yeah.
Like, people don't talk about the last season of Roseanne.
I didn't watch it.
They don't discuss it because they did this whole thing where the Connors won the lottery and became millionaires. But it was actually just Roseanne, the reality she made in her own head to cope with the fact that Dan died of a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah. So the whole last season was a fantasy. They basically, they pulled a Dallas, where Dallas did Patrick Duffy's character's dead, but then at the end of the season, she wakes up and it was a dream and he's in the shower and what the fuck? It's just.
That does sound depressing.
But, it's hard. If you have a really successful show, it stops being a show and it becomes a business, and nobody wants to shut it down because they're making money hand over fist. So they're like, keep coming up with ideas for us. And even the writers are like, well, no, I mean, we got to wrap this shit up at some point. We have to stop telling the story. The story has to end somewhere. That's what ruined The Walking Dead. It was the most successful TV show in the history of TV shows. 20 million people watching every episode. That's fucking insanity. Nobody's come close. And so they went, well, let's make a spin-off, and let's do this spin-off, and let's do that, and let's bring in these characters, and let's expand the universe. And then people go, okay, guys, it's watered down. We can't write these many stories. It's fucking zombies.
Right.
How much story can we tell?
How many things can zombies do?
Exactly. And then they just kept dragging it out to the point where I think the last episode had like 3 million viewers or something like that.
Yeah,
Which, by the way,
not bad.
There are TV shows out there who would murder their family to get 3 million viewers. But for The Walking Dead, it was just such... Pickle Man says it perfectly. They just butt-fucked it to death.
I feel extra weird that I was not one of those 20 million people watching. I've not seen a full episode of The Walking Dead.
Ironically, the show kind of started to get bad when the coolest villain came in. Like when Negan came in.
Yeah, you have said that. Yep.
Yeah, people were like, oh, Negan, this is going to be fucking crazy. And then he gets in there and you're like, all right, guys, are we going to wrap this thing up? Like they dragged out the story so long. But don't worry. I'm sure they'll remake The Walking Dead with some trans people and they'll figure it all out. Great show ahead, guys. We got plenty of stuff to talk about today. We've got a little Dave Portnoy coming up next. So everybody... hit the thumbs up. Kevin Brennan hates that like button shit. He hates when I do that. I don't know why it bothers him so much. It's an algorithm. I'm sorry. I'm not doing Boomer Blood Sports. I'm doing a YouTube show. And when you do a YouTube show, you do what YouTube, what works on YouTube. Thumbs up like button helps the algorithm, helps put you in the recommended. I'm a whore. I do it.
Almost every YouTuber I watch does that.
You got to hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, share the show, all that happy horse shit. Support the show. We appreciate it. 2:55 away from today's overtime goal. Bam Margera is overtime today, so I think you guys are going to love that. 2:55 away. You guys are doing great. Thank you very much. There's all the links to help out the show.
Thank you.
In the chat. Dave Portnoy. Last time we checked on Dave Portnoy, he had shoved a giant fuck you sized dagger in his buddy's back.
Mintzy?
Poor Mintzy. Who is just like the cutest guy. Mintzy's just a fat kid
No guy.
who, he's one of these guys who his talent is not having talent.
Right, and he's like endearing for that reason.
And he's endearing for that reason. Now, there are people who are full-blown retarded and their talent is having no talent and it doesn't work and it's cringe. I think of Ray DeVito.
I can think of a couple.
In this instance. Ray DeVito is one of those guys where you just go, all right, enough. Mintzy's one of those guys where you look at him and you go, oh, it's Mintzy. He's harmless. He got fired from Barstool Sports because he said the N-word on his live stream. The funny part about this is it was the Barstool people that pressured him to start live streaming. He liked being recorded.
Maybe they knew he said that word kind of loosely.
Well, the audiences are changing now, and they want people to be live now. Live is the thing people watch. They don't like recorded shit as much as they used to.
Sure.
So they said, Mintzy, you got to go live. And his first episode, if we can, I'll find it for you here. His first episode he dropped the N-bomb. They had Mintzy read rap lyrics, and again, just the poor guy, because he's so likable. He does this.
Get some yayo, double up, nigga. What you need.
You can see immediately he panicked. He was like, oh, shit, what the fuck happened? And by the way, this was only a month ago. This feels like a long time ago.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
Get some yayo, double up, nigga. What you need.
And you're just
I
like,
look at his face, he's like, oh,
right.
shit.
And he's a likable guy, so your reaction to that is, oh, poor Mintzy,
Poor
give him
guy.
a break. Don't fire him. Not the worst offense you can commit.
It's like when a toddler does something bad, they just kind of stand there like, oh,
right.
don't hurt me.
Like you learn as a parent, like,
Yeah.
You don't need to harp on the kid
You just
if
chuckle, they know.
if they already see that they fucked up. You
Right.
got to teach them the lesson. You got to tell them not to do it or whatever. But if they're not being cunty about it, you don't need to fucking go bananas on them. Well, Dave Portnoy doesn't run Barstool Sports anymore.
Sellout.
He sold it off to Penn Gambling or whatever it's called, the Penn Corporation. They do a lot of internet gambling stuff. And he made a boatload of money on the deal. Good for Dave Portnoy.
We'd all do it.
But Dave Portnoy still likes to call himself El Presidente. I'm the man. I'm the hot shot, big swinging dick of Barstool. And then something like the Mintzy thing comes up, and Dave Portnoy lets Penn fire Mintzy. He's gone over one little slip up, over one little shitty, rap lyric that he read.
Right, he didn't even say it nefariously.
Yeah, nothing ill intent.
malicious.
You show that to any black person, they're like, come on.
What white guy hasn't done that?
Exactly. Exactly.
Have
Usually,
you been in a car ride with us?
yeah, usually white people say it and they mean it. Mintzy just fucked up on a live stream.
Right, there's intent.
Well, Dave let Penn fire him. And it's not so much that he let Penn fire him. It's that Dave didn't have any say in it whatsoever, and it was very revealing to a lot of Barstool fans. They're like, oh, this guy's just masquerading as El Presidente. Now he's just an employee. He's just a cog in the Penn machine now. And then he got cunty about it, and then he did the thing you're not supposed to do on the internet, and that's react to his trolls and try to address them. It's like, no, they're mad at you, and they're throwing a tantrum at you. Nothing you say is going to make this better. Let it blow over. He tried to combat it. He sounded like a fucking stooge.
Didn't he lose his mind on his dock in front of his very expensive home?
In front of his very multi-million-dollar home,
And
he stared yelling at people on the internet.
Look at what I have and you don't.
Yeah, it just got really weird.
Yeah.
So he made that video where he goes, oh, if it were me, I wouldn't let go of Mintzy, but Penn has all these gaming licenses for gambling in all these states, and the regulators might take away their gaming license if we don't fire Mintzy. And to me, it just came off as so fucking pathetic. It's like, first of all, no, they won't. Penn saw a chance to take a guy that they didn't think had any value to their company, cut him loose, and not pay his salary anymore. That's the real deal. And then Penn gave Dave, because Dave Portnoy, I don't think he wanted Mintzy fired, but he probably went to the Penn guys and he goes, can you give me some kind of fucking out here? Can you give me some kind of excuse I can take to my audience? Because they're going to crucify me over
Yes,
this.
they will.
So Dave Portnoy got to say, well, I wouldn't have fired Mintzy if it was up to me, but and then he goes, I sold my company, you idiots, so I don't get to make the call. It's like, the fans weren't the ones, saying that you were Mr. King shit, Mr. Barstool, Mr., HNIC, shit like that. You were the one saying that. So then when they look behind the curtain and they find out that you have absolutely no pull and Penn's completely castrated you and they can fire your friend right in front of you in what is kind of a sort of a cuck move, you don't get to be all bitchy and shitty about it. I will say Dave Portnoy has taken steps to make things right. He started a watch company recently that I believe is independent of
Penn. That's good, right?
Yes. And he hired Mintzy as the spokesperson.
That's good.
That is good.
I think that's making good and gives a little credit to what he did say about not wanting him fired.
I think Dave Portnoy deserves a lot of credit for reaching into his own pocket and paying Mintzy out of his own pocket to pitch these watches. Now,
I hope it's paid well, too.
Is Mintzy a good watch pitch man? No.
He could be.
He's a bumbling buffoon.
Give him a haircut, a few speech lessons.
He's a buffoon, and that's his charm. I mean that as a compliment. He's not a watch. This is such a transparent, guilty move from Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
He feels like shit. The reason I like this move by Portnoy, and the reason I give him a lot of credit for it, is because it's him showing you how guilty he feels. It's him showing how much he feels his friend got fucked over, and him actually doing something about it. There's a difference between being the corporate stooge and going, well, boss's orders, and they're making me do it. I don't like the idea. I mean, anybody can say that. But for a guy to actually reach into his pocket to the detriment of his own company, I mean, this is a detrimental move to his watch company, because when you have as much money as Dave Portnoy, you could hire just about anybody to be a spokesman for your watch.
Yeah.
You could get YG, motherfucker.
Is that the spokesman you want?
That's the spokesman I always want for everything. Fucking Foreman grills. I don't
It's
care.
the spokesman we need.
Yeah, I want YG for everything. And I only want him singing lyrics to his songs, which is what Mintzy got in trouble for in the first place. So he hires Mintzy to be the spokesperson for Brick watches. If you don't know what Brick watches are, they sell for like $23.99. They're very expensive watches.
Oh, it's the people that say I've got a brick on my wrist. That's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Like people,
yeah.
that's
There
a
you
thing.
go.
People say that.
Brick
like
watches.
in the rap world.
I don't pay attention to, Sharing a video on his 40th birthday, Mintzy announced the news on Twitter yesterday, saying, I am being rehired by Dave Portnoy as the first employee for Brick Watch, and I cannot be more happy about it. This month has been so hard on me. Obviously, I made an unforgivable but stupid and honest mistake at the beginning of the month. It cost me so dearly. It cost me my job at Barstool. I had to pay a hell of a price. Now, first of all, Mintzy, it is not an unforgivable mistake you made.
That is a misuse of that word.
People have this thing about, cancel culture and people getting fired for words. If people would stop being so dickless about the things they do, it wouldn't be so easy for that pervasive cancel culture to take root. If a guy like Mintzy would go, oh, calm the fuck down, I flubbed. You had me reading rap lyrics. You trying to navigate the minefield that is hip-hop without saying the N-word. Please, I'd love to watch you try.
Precisely why I will not quote a rap song on this program.
And precisely the reason I do quote rap songs.
I don't trust myself.
Yeah.
What would you do if Johnny or I slipped up and said the N-word?
I would move on and I would go to the next thing.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
For future reference.
So this is Mintzy as the spokesperson for Brick Watches. Let's see if Dave Portnoy made this move because it's what's best for his company, or let's see if Dave Portnoy made this move because he feels really guilty about not being able to save his buddy's job.
Okay.
Let's check out Mintzy as the new spokesperson of Brick Watches.
Sup, fellas? Sure has been a hell of a month, but we're going to close it on my 40th birthday after a horrible start at the beginning. Great news.
It's weird to watch. This is like watching a person with Down syndrome get older.
Yeah, it
you,
is strange.
You always think of them as like 16, 14, 12.
Yeah.
And then you see a person with Down syndrome be 40 and you're like, this is weird. Mintzy.
I didn't think they lived that long.
Mintzy has the spirit of like an 11-year-old kid. But he's starting to look all old and fat and shitty and worn out in the face and 40. So it's
like, I don't like thinking about Frankie McDonald being old.
Yeah.
Like, see, that seems weird to me.
Like, to watch a guy like Mintzy get old is really strange because the visual you're seeing doesn't compute with the character. This is why, to me, Chris Farley getting old would have been weird.
I agree with that.
You would have been like, well, what the fuck? That's not the wacky,
it's not the guy,
350-pound guy doing cartwheels and shit. That's an old man.
I feel like even Weird Al getting old.
Oh, no, Weird Al's timeless. How dare you? Looks wonderful.
But you don't picture him as an old man.
Whack don't crack. Weird don't get...
Try again.
Seared.
Yeah.
And I am being rehired by Dave Portnoy as the first employee for Brick Watch.
Again,
there's so many things wrong with this video.
Is this a guilt move by Dave Portnoy rehiring Mintzy?
Yes. If this was not his friend, he would not have done this.
The fucking watch doesn't fit.
Oh, that's
he
horrendous.
didn't even bother to get the watch size.
He can't even wear a shirt that fits nice. He can't even do a nice, sit-down audio.
The guy could have gotten a football player. He could have gotten a basketball player. He could have gotten a baseball player.
Gronk would have been cool.
He could have gotten an actor. He could have gotten a musician. Anybody. This is, honestly, this commercial or this announcement should have, a caption on it that says, "I'm really sorry, Mintzy. We cool now, bro," written on it, because that's what this move is.
This was a Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Brick watch. And I cannot be more happy about it. This month has been so hard on me, obviously.
I can tell you look like you've been drinking since May 1st.
Nothing about him looks good.
No.
From his hair to his ill-fitting shirt.
Mintzy has aged horribly in the last month.
He's wearing 2 watches that don't fit.
I made an unforgivable but stupid and honest mistake at the beginning of the month. It cost me so dearly. It cost me my job at Barstool Sports. I had to pay a hell of a price. The support I got from Dave.
This is like when rappers take their crack addict friend and give him a job in their security detail. It's like...
And then they still fuck it up.
Oh, and then he's got the watches are hanging off his...
And Big Cat and Erica Nardini and everyone at Barstool meant the world to me. But guys, I'm going to admit something. It's been really hard on me. I've kept an upbeat face, but anyone...
No, you haven't. I'm looking at your face right now.
Is his voice always that raspy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at your face right now, Mintzy. You have not kept an upbeat face. You've kept a beat-up face, but not an upbeat face.
that knows my character knows that me having to look online and see nothing but my name with the racial slur everywhere I go, that's not easy on me. 'Cause that's not what...
Me neither. I've been trying to do it for years, and they will not put my name next to the racial slurs. Mintzy, you
Jealous.
lucky bastard. Yeah. Mintzy sits here and gets it just like that, and he's like, "Oh, I feel so bad about it." It's like, well, some of us work our whole lives, asshole.
Karen's like, I want that in quotes on my gravestone.
How about you and I switch, Mintzy? I know how to wear a watch. You know how to say racial slurs into a microphone. We can swap.
what I'm about, and all y'all know it. However, the support I've gotten from my family, my friends, and the Stoolies has gotten me through it. The overwhelming love I have gotten has blown my mind. It honestly makes me emotional. And today,
see, like, he's such a likable guy that you're willing to overlook that this is totally a pity hire. He belongs. He belongs being a goof for a sports website. He doesn't belong pitching watches. This is all because Dave Portnoy sold his company, doesn't have any control, got exposed by this move and by his audience, and now he's got to try and make it right. And again, he deserves credit for rescuing his friend the way he did.
That I agree with.
But this is fucking odd.
But if I'm in the market for a $20,000 watch.
No, $2,300. $2,400.
Oh, $2,400.
Yeah.
Even so, if I'm in the market for a watch and I go see this guy who looks like a schlub in a watch ad, I'm not buying that watch. That doesn't make me feel good. I want someone who looks sexy, man or female.
Yeah.
Portnoy. Dave called me to ask me about this job, and here's what Dave Portnoy said to me. He said, "Mintzy, I got an idea. I want to hire you to be the first employee for Brick Watch." He said, "You're not the smartest guy I've ever had, that's for sure.
That's nice.
But you have a great heart, and you're the man of the people." Well, Dave Portnoy.
Yeah, you know what you need to sell a $2,400 watch?
What's that?
A man of the people.
Oh, yeah, I want to feel like just everybody else.
My $2,400 watches are the people. Not really, no.
Don't you want to feel like you're set apart from the people wearing your $2,400 watch?
Exactly.
Like you're a step above.
If I've got $2,400 to drop on a watch and I look at this guy, I go, I want to wear the watch that makes me like this.
No.
You found me 2.5 years ago. You made me who I am with your job at Barstool. And I'm a man that values loyalty. And for you to stick your neck out after what happened and how upset you were after having to fire me, we all saw that on that video, how upset you were. And for you to basically just create a new position for me, it honestly means the world to me. And
that watch company is fucking doomed.
And it is. The guy can't talk. I will say, like, that is like a real high-class move of Dave Portnoy to help a buddy out.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the place for it. He should be, like, hawking pizzas or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hobo Chili Recipe says, "Wow, nothing says hire me like an insult." Yeah. Like, hey, you're not the smartest guy for pitching watches. Yeah. Ugh.
You're not the guy, but
Yeah.
I'll make it so.
If I got an extra $2,400, I'm buying night vision before a watch, says Hobo Flexible.
That'd be sweet.
So, Dave Portnoy hired back Mintzy, and I think that's great. I think it kind of, it helps kind of make up for the fuck up that Dave Portnoy had. But at the same time, it's just... Now watch, Brick Watches goes under in like 6 months. Poor Mintzy's unemployed again.
You're not going to hear about him.
Dave Portnoy has to create another new product just so Mintzy can keep having a job. Like, if Dave Portnoy would have made flavored milks.
No, I'm not
that would
wrong
have been
here.
great
Pizzas.
for Mintzy.
Pizzas.
Well, yeah.
It's right on brand.
He has the pizza.
Right. It's right on brand. Hire him in that business.
You know what? The pizza, though, I think is a Penn thing. He can't hire him for the pizza.
God damn it.
I think that's Barstool.
Can we keep... or can we keep Penn out of just some of our shit?
Nope.
Not any of it?
Nope. You got to have it involved.
It's a pizza company.
In all of it. Oh, man. I tell you what. That Mintzy thing.
Okay.
It's such a bad move to hire him for a watch company.
The still shot of Mintzy wearing these watches that are just hanging from him. Yeah. That alone turns me off. I'm like, okay, I'm not shopping there.
Mr. Saint Caesar says, is this Dave the retard that got destroyed by MGF on an interview? MJF made him look like a retard. Uh-oh. MJF Dave Portnoy. If you guys don't know who MJF is, MJF roast Barstool employees. Yeah, he's an AEW wrestler, and his whole thing is he's a heel who, like, just shits on people all the time, and he never drops the character when he's in public. So, it's probably the same guy. Danny Rebel says his pizza is the worst frozen pizza I've ever tried. No joke.
I don't even think you can buy it around here.
I guess swing and a miss. Mark Stevens says if you don't realize, he wears the watches on those tits. Oh.
Fuck.
So there's the gimmick.
Yeah, that's me too. Like, now you're selling expensive watches. Can we at least put a button up on, or at minimum a t-shirt that fits you? Can we do our hair?
There is part of me that appreciates that Mintzy knows that this is a pity fuck. And he doesn't. And he's dressing the part. Yeah, he does. He said openly, I'm not the best guy to pitch watches. Dave Portnoy's doing this to make good with me.
You could put effort in. You could try.
He doesn't want to trick himself again. Like he...
I mean, people at the mall we go to where you got your watch and stuff, or where I go to look at watches I wish I could afford look better at a mall.
Upset Duck says, Aaron, have you ever called a white guy the N-word? Seriously? I have, and it felt right. Dude, I only call white people the N-word. The other one has too much risk involved. So yeah, keep that one under your hat.
Did you ever call our not friend that before he decided to not be our friend? Have you ever called him that jokingly?
He did give me the pass to call him that one time.
And you did it?
Oh, fuck yeah. I think I probably did it twice. $255 away from today's goal. Guys, let's see if we can't knock that under 200 by the end of the hour here. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Let's knock it out today. It is a girl with boobs edition of the show, so I'm sure it'll be a lot easier. I am noticing that by Johnny's second day, that goal is really an uphill climb. I think people get tired of the Midland fat guy show.
Look, guys,
by the end of the second day. But thank you guys very much for being as cool as you are, keeping this show on the air. 255 away from today's goal. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that stuff, because we need to give Kevin Brennan content. So make sure you hit the like button and hit subscribe and drive him nuts. Air New Zealand is, I love this move. New Zealand and Australia are two of the weirdest countries in the world to me because they're so like politically correct, and they were like some of the worst countries with COVID. But then they'll also do some really based shit that makes you go, oh, maybe there's hope for New Zealand and Australia. But then they'll be like, all right, if you get the sniffles, we're locking you in a concentration camp. And you're like, whoa, what happened to the thing you said the other day?
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, just really weird. Well, Air New Zealand is coming up with a rule that I think should be adopted immediately at not American Airlines, the company, but airlines in America and airports in America, because it would make the planes a lot emptier, which would be nice. And it would get rid of a certain group of undesirables from the plane.
Now that could be many things.
Easy, I'll get there.
I've got my top 3 ready to go.
Oh, boy. Air New Zealand is weighing passengers before they board international flights as part of a survey to determine average passenger weight.
Your Sun Country flight, home from Vegas could have been so much nicer.
I could have had an extra seat.
Yeah,
they
instead of
had
her
gotten
sharing one with you, huh?
Yeah,
Ooh,
if they
she
would
just
have
wanted
gotten
to get
us
all close to you. She thought you were sexy.
She had that fucking neck pillow. God, just
Why is it the neck pillow? For me, it would be the leg spillage over
it's
into
all
my
the whole
seat.
package just makes me. Ugh. Air New Zealand said knowing average passenger weight would improve fuel efficiency in the future. Participation in the survey is voluntary, the airline added. They previously weighed domestic passengers in New Zealand in 2021. And now that international travel is back up and running, it's time for international flyers to weigh in, the airline said in a press statement. I love it. If you tried to do it in America, there would be riots in the airport and people would go fucking insane.
So what was the limit? Is there a limit? What's the
No.
weight limit?
It's just they're gathering data for what the average passenger weighs. That's all they're doing. It's a voluntary thing.
You know how like when you go to carnivals and stuff like that though, where it's like, okay, if you weigh this much, you cannot go on this ride or something like that. I kind of get that.
Right. It's business.
It's a risk.
D Gulag says, LOL, that's so demeaning. I love it. I like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with an airline saying, look, we have a certain amount of weight that we can take on this plane.
That seems logical to me.
And I like Guy Sartell. If to get them to volunteer to be weighed, offer them a free donut.
Right.
They're not going to be able to say no.
Well, consider this. Like, if you have an airplane full of, like, people who are, okay, the whole thing's packed, right? All the seats are sold, and they all weigh, like, let's say a me. Like, you weigh a solid $120. I'm sure that plane's going to have a hard time. Now, if you fill all the seats and everyone weighs $3, isn't that going to throw the plane off?
You're going to make more money, too, on the smaller people in the plane because you use less fuel. It's a good idea. I mean, it's smart. I think it's the right move, and I hope we can do it. But I feel like in America, the way we are, there would be so many lawsuits right away, and then the airport would be inundated with complaints, and then the airlines, there'll be all kinds of protests.
Oh, it'd be so ugly.
I think we're too far gone on the fat thing here for us to do it.
What?
Yeah. Well, too many of us are fat. That's the problem. Like they'll stand up for it because people don't want to seem weird or they don't want to seem like other. So they'll stand up for the fat people because they're like, fuck, I'm kind of fat too.
The airport's kind of a tough day to be weighed too, because I don't know how you people behave at airports, but like we like to stop for breakfast or some drinks, and so you're already you're kind of puffed up going into that weighing.
Yeah. I watched two people cover this on the news, and they were so uncomfortable talking about it. Like you could tell because they wanted to do the news banter after the story where they're like, oh, what do you think of that? Blah, 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 blah. It literally, the news segment ended with the female of the male-female dynamic going, moving on. And like you could tell they just did not want to, because the guy would start, you'd be like, oh yeah, I think that's good. I think, I think it's good to, know what's going on the flight. She's like, oh yeah, that's totally fine. And you could just tell they were looking at each other and like, no, you say the wrong thing. No, you say the wrong thing.
Your turn.
Your turn to say the wrong thing. It really is like talking about fat issues on the American news is a Russian roulette game where the first anchor goes, spins the chamber, click, hands it to the other one, spins the chamber, click. And then like by the third or fourth time, they're like, no, let's fucking talk about something else before we blow one of our heads off.
You're going to be the one to say that if you surpass the weight limit that you have to take a barge to the nearby country.
Right. We have to float you down the river like a farm animal. Yeah.
That's so sad. I don't like it.
I mean, I love the idea. Well, you know me. I love the idea of obesity discrimination in all forms.
Oh, I see it now. I just thought you'd end it at obesity.
But look, obesity discrimination on an airplane is one of my favorite forms of obesity discrimination.
That to me, aside from like just being mean like to somebody who's overweight, I'm not really for that. It's an airplane though. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's safety.
Your weight
related.
does matter. That's why I laugh so hard at the people who are like, I have a card that tells my doctor not to weigh me at my doctor's appointment. It's like, well, you're fat. You're probably going to have like a blood pressure issue or a hypertension issue or some kind of issue. They're going to need to prescribe drugs to you for it.
And they need to know your weight.
They need to know how much you weigh.
Not only that, like if you're somebody who refuses to be weighed at a doctor's office, you're just in denial at that point of reality.
Because you know what the problem is.
You absolutely do. And sometimes, no matter how hard it is, if you're faced with said problem, that's the point where you get to decide to fix it. Okay? You know, that just that little bit of shame of like, hey, a doctor saying, hey, this is not good for your, outlook here.
That takes the willpower.
That could have.
That takes the willpower you didn't have to not get fat in the first place, though. So we'll see.
I guess.
Koenig says, I laughed in a woman doctor's face when she told me about the healthy at every size shit. And yes, she was a blimp. How can you be a doctor and say that?
That is confusing, but I've also heard that.
There are people who are heavier, who are like, good athletes.
Sure.
But that's what we call the exception and not the rule. You could line up 10 other fat fucks next to that guy, and they can't run a very good 40. And they don't have very good cardio. That guy is a freak. He's different. But I just, weighing the plane makes sense to me. And I'm not going to be happy until we're weighing people before they get on the plane and barring some people from getting on the plane. That's going to make me happy.
Well, check it out. If they have to weigh our luggage, and do you know why they weigh our luggage besides taking our money for extra weight?
So they don't overload the plane.
So they don't overload the plane.
Mark Stevens says, good news, it wasn't a ruptured diaphragm. Okay. For every Warren Sapp, there's like 19 just, fat fucks who can't even, who if they bent over to pick up a football, they'd be out of breath.
Walking up a couple stairs.
Okay, boys and girls, 255 away from today's goal. We got 2 shows left this week, so we got 2 goals left before we have another successful week here at Steel Toe. If you feel like contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, also Super Chats and memberships. We are a listener-supported show, meaning it is your donations that keep us on the air and keep us in business.
Thanks, guys.
We talked about cruise ships yesterday. We talked about that cruise ship that went through a storm and took on a bunch of water, and people got scared. There was now an 18-year-old kid who just jumped off a cruise ship this week. He did not want to be. This was like his grad present. He had just graduated high school, Louisiana kid, went on a Bahamas cruise and just jumped in. Like, I don't know if he was like a fucked up teenager and like he was hammered and he it would be funny if I went swimming in the ocean. Here's a quick spoiler alert for you. I don't care if there's sunfish or sharks in the water. If you jump off a cruise ship, you're dead.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to
catch me on one.
They're not going to be able to circle back. And, I don't know if you've seen a cruise ship, but they're about 100 times bigger than the Titanic was.
I was going to say, imagine what the movie Titanic made that jump look like and then expand that by many.
Yeah, Titanic versus cruise ship. They've got pictures of this, to scale. This is the modern cruise ship versus the largest ship ever built at one point. There. I mean, it looks like a tugboat.
It's insane.
Yeah. So you jump off one of those, they ain't turning around and like, a guy's going to hold his hand off the deck and you're going to reach up and grab him and they pull you up.
Yeah, you're not whipping around like your jet ski real quick.
Right. You jump off of a cruise ship, you're a dead man. You can tread water as long as you want and then you're going to sink and the sharks are going to eat you.
The impending heart attack I'm facing looking over the railing of a cruise ship is enough for me.
Somebody saying in the chat that it was apparently a dare. Wonderful. That
was the new TikTok challenge.
Guess what? It's a kid who's not going to grow up to have kids.
Yeah, don't turn around and look for that person. They made their choice.
The Louisiana high school graduate who disappeared after leaping off a cruise ship into dark waters off the Bahamas last week may have met a grisly fate in the shark-infested area, a local official said.
It's fun.
The waters off Athol Island, where 18-year-old Cameron Robbins was last seen swimming after jumping off the Blackbeard's Revenge Sunset Cruise on May 24th, are really shark-infested. A chaotic video was taken moments after the jump. It also shows the Baton Rouge native ignoring onlookers' pleas for him to grab a buoy and swimming in the opposite direction, prompting social media sleuths to suggest that a silvery reflection near the boat's hull may have actually been a shark that scared him off. Oh. So he jumped off, he saw a shark, and he got the fuck out of there.
Yeah, only to more sharks, I'm sure.
I'm having a serious problem feeling any kind of sympathy or bad for this idiot.
I don't have any sympathy for somebody because it's not like somebody threw him off. I would feel terrible if somebody pushed him or threw him off. I'm like, that's my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
But he jumped.
Haunting, but you can see the exact moment the shark gets him, one Twitter user wrote, alongside a screenshot of Robbins and the shadow just inches apart. Oh, shit. We'll check out this video in a second.
I can't wait.
There's the kid.
Good-looking kid. Seems fine, right?
Seems like a decent enough kid. He does look like a fucking idiot, though. A fucking idiot.
Can you imagine if that girl had known that that's the kind of guy he was?
Yeah. Gone on a cruise and thrown him over myself. Another viewer argued that Robbins could be seen abandoning the life ring as he notices the shape nearby. So this dipshit jumped into the water off the cruise ship. And I don't know, maybe thought he was going to make it or something. Maybe thought, oh, I'll get back on the ship. Ha ha, funny dare. But he saw a shark in the fucking water and he went, ah, shit, what do I do now?
All right. I'm not going to jump off a dinghy and assume I can get back on it in the ocean. No, thank you.
He initially goes for the buoy, but then turns around and sees the shark, ultimately disappearing into the water, likely dragged down, very sad.
I honestly, I'm having that, like, the fight or flight, like,
do you see? I don't see anything
response.
in this picture.
He's looking back, so you got to assume it's back.
Yeah. Oh, that would be scary.
I don't
as
see
shit.
it. I know.
I'm never going on a cruise ship.
No, me either. I'm so glad you're not a cruise person.
Oh, my God.
The last baby shower I was at, there was 2 women at it trying to convince me of how good cruises are. I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't care how many countries I get to visit on said cruise. I'm not going.
And look, you guys can love cruises and you can think they're great and that we're giant pussies. That's totally fine. I get that.
I'm a total puss.
But like, I don't even want to go into. I don't even want to swim in a deep part of the ocean.
Can I tell you how terrified I am of going into the ocean? I get frightful thinking about taking a flight over the ocean.
Really? See,
Yeah,
I don't have that. But like swimming in the ocean.
I've done swimming in the ocean once, and I consider it done.
I've gone in
done
the ocean, like off of a beach.
Yes, I have too. I've gone 100 yards into said ocean, and I touched a crab, and it was it. It was over
100 yards? That's kind of far.
When you go in the Gulf of Mexico, you can go out a long ways, and the water will be up to here.
Oh, okay.
It was about right here at 100 yards. I got myself that deep in the ocean, and a fucking little fish swam by my...
You didn't wear the shoes?
Oh, no. I was barefoot and...
Gotta wear the shoes in the ocean.
Bikini laden and a fucking... It was the same time the wave came up when it was a little shallower and took the whole top off, and I didn't know. But
you really are kind of one of those...
fickle. I'm fickle in the ocean.
Yeah, you're kind of one of those girls who's... you're kind of the dumb blonde chick whose tits come out, and it's not intentional or like slutty. You're just like...
Right.
Oh my titties are out.
I'd never been in the ocean before, and there's waves in the ocean. Get this.
What?
You know? And I was down there with some other classmates of mine, and my guy friend's laughing at me. I'm like, what the fuck are you laughing at? Because he was laughing incessantly. I'm like, what did I do? He pointed at something, and it was over there. He's like, look at that. What is that? It was my bikini top floating away.
And so you didn't even have your boobs covered. You just had your tits out for everybody to see.
Well, there was water. Like, so I had water over them, but I'm like, what are you doing? And my fucking swimsuit's floating away.
Easy Money's wife with $9.99 says, listening to you while camping. Love it. Thank you, buddy.
Well, that's cool.
$2.50 away from knocking her out today if you want to contribute. Egg Picker says, April, stop. You're going to end up on WikiFeed again.
Oh, no.
I don't think that story can get you on WikiFeed. She'd have to put her feet up on the
Yeah, I
table.
would have had to put my feet in there. But I did use my feet to step on a crab. You know, so 2 things happened to me. The bikini thing, I don't really care. It's embarrassing, whatever.
Fuck my ass.
Stop. You're making me anxious as shit. You know this.
Do you see that?
Yeah,
Oh, there's the point where you fucking moron.
That's big, too. Because he's a full-grown, like, high school student.
Yeah,
that's a big kid.
That's an 18-year-old kid, and that's a shark behind it. Oh, my God. I mean,
that makes me not feel
That's
well.
making my heart race right now and making me nervous, but I'll tell you this. It's making me... I'm having a hard time feeling bad for the kid.
I don't. You get what you asked for.
Such a stupid move.
That's the whole play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Now you're dead.
He still hasn't been found, and the search has been suspended. Yeah, no shit. I think we can declare him dead.
Yeah, once they harpoon that fucking mammoth shark that ate him, they'll find him in his stomach.
I'm not going to cut that shark open and watch that Robbins boy spill out all over the dock.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man. I thought... So, wait, if we go back to the picture in the story, now that we know where the shark is, will we be able to see it this time?
It's a video.
Well, we're going to play the video, too. You're going to drag it up. Oh, so is that the shark right there? Or is
That's
that
probably
his
the
foot?
tip of it. Oh, it could be a foot.
That is so.
But
that's,
so you
that's
have to imagine
anxiety
it's coming
producing.
up behind. Yeah, I'm having. I don't like.
You ready
saying
to?
that. I'm
Are
having
you ready
straight
to watch
anxiety
this?
right now. I'm not, but we're going to. So. Here we go.
Oh God.
This kid jumped off.
There it is.
Oh!
Yeah, that thing was laying in wait.
That thing
He's
right
like-
there.
Yeah. And
Thi-
he's looking right at it.
This went from ha funny prank to oh shit, what did I do in a heartbeat.
He's sitting down there, mommy. Yeah, I
you
can't.
Dumb fucker. I mean, you earned it.
My heart's in my throat right now.
Oh my God. Oh, bye-bye.
Oh, that was the fucking shark right there. Why don't these people, I'm getting really tired of amateur filmers. Keep the phone on the guy who's about to get eaten by the shark. There's nothing over there. I don't know why your phone always goes up and to the right. There's nothing up and to the right. Unless the Lusitania is being sunk by German U-boats, we don't need to go look at what's over there.
Now, that's just a fun throwback.
I don't like it. Like, not to bring it back to this again, but when black people are filming fights, they always want to jerk the phone around everywhere. Keep it on the weave pulling.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Go, oh, shit with this hand. This is your oh, shit hand. This is your filming the fight
I like
hand.
that. Here, I'm shitting
Yeah.
over here.
Look, here. Ready? Look. Watch what I can do. Look what I can do. Oh, shit. But look, I'm still filming the
What
fight.
does that do for
Oh,
you?
shit. Oh.
No, we don't
Sorry.
do that here.
I had an itch. My bad. On my tip. But look,
I don't think you should be hitting your father that way.
I can film the fight that the black people are
you're
having.
doing it wrong.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
In this case,
No,
you
I
do
was-
in fact.
no, I was being black.
You have to hold it sideways.
But I was being black. They film it in the portrait.
Carry on.
So you go, look, there's a fight. They're pulling weaves. They're beating up a white girl at the high school. And then with the other hand, oh, shit, world star. Oh, shit, you're fucking crazy, yo. See? But if I do it with this hand, oh, shit, this shit bananas, yo. Now I'm fucking
I
up the
can't even
video.
hear you right now. I'm having serious panic. Picture.
Yes,
Oh, he's gone. Did you see that? He was not. Oh, that wasn't he swam away so fast. That was he disappeared under the water. That wasn't the current, homeboy.
Where the fuck? That is terrible filming though, because we didn't get to see it happen.
I know. They all suck shit at filming this stuff. Either know if you're a spectator or if you're a filmer. If you're a spectator and you get nervous and you move around and you panic, then don't film it.
And I don't want people making videos like, oh, I feel so bad for him. Don't feel bad for him. This needs to be a cautionary tale.
Right. This man's death will serve more of a purpose than his life ever could have.
That is a massive shark.
Yeah.
And you did that. You chose that life.
Holy shit. I don't think it's I don't think I'm going out on a limb here where I say that is a terrifying way to die.
Oh, I'm having serious panic. Like, picture yourself like you're being drugged underwater in pain by that creature.
As I get older
You're being
and I
crushed by the ocean and Jaws.
if I'm ever bedridden and have like a couple days left, like I'm in my 80s and it's over and my fucking all my essence is shutting down, I want you to do me a favor and show me nothing but videos like this on a loop. So I can go, oh, my last days are going to be so happy knowing that I'm dying this way rather than being ripped apart by a wild ocean animal.
Do you understand how that's like my greatest fear now?
Oh, man.
I can't picture it. I can't.
Well, it's not my fear like it's your fear. I'll tell you why it's not my fear. I ain't going in the fucking ocean like that.
I feel like swearing off aquariums now too.
Oh, no. See, that's nice and
See,
safe.
for me, I can't. Because when you're inside a big aquarium like that and you got these fucking things swimming at you, like it feels no different to me.
Oh, see, that
It's a serious fear I have.
that glass makes me so calm and
it's-
gives me so much safety.
glass.
Right. It's going to be
It's
fine.
glass.
I know that the hardworking Italian people who built that aquarium mixed with the hardworking Jewish lawyers and accountants that funded and protected that aquarium, are not going to let an accident happen lest they face a lawsuit.
How many accidents have happened at SeaWorld, I ask you?
Okay,
how many
trainers got eaten by orcas. Don't be an orca trainer.
I bet there's insurance for that, too.
Right, but there's never been an accident where a fucking whale jumped over the barrier and ate 3 people.
Never?
Never. I can promise you that's never happened. His family better not sue the cruise line either. That would piss me off. Your son's...
If I'm that cruise line and you sued me, you're banned from all cruises for forever.
Your son is stupid. Got what he had coming. The viral footage shows the 18-year-old after he jumped off a cruise ship celebrating his graduation in the Bahamas. The search was called off for the missing teen last Friday. Oh, April, there you go. Something popped up and he swam away from the buoy. Was it a shark? Yeah, it was a fucking shark. Definitely a tiger shark popping up at the 3-second mark. R.I.P. Yeah. That, as they say in The Godfather, not going to see him no more. That kid is D.I.D. dead.
You just threw your entire life away for what?
To look cool for a second,
cool?
yo.
Was that cool? Was there some girl on that ship you're trying to impress?
Yeah, you square millennials wouldn't jump off the edge of the boat, would you, into the ocean? No, we
sure
wouldn't.
As shit would not.
I certainly wouldn't, sir.
You won't get me. Check this out. You're not going to get me on any boat in the ocean.
Yeah, maybe like I've been deep sea fishing. That's fun.
I won't. You know what? And I love fishing. I will not go deep sea fishing. I draw a line.
You like to be able to see the bottom of the water.
Fuck yeah, I do. I will go fishing in a fucking 3-foot pond. How's that sound?
Fauci's Pangolin says tiger shark will generally pull you under more than hit you out of the water like the great whites. Ugh. No, thank you. Salsa shark. Our shark's a sad boy. I'd much rather face salsa shark. Coach Kevin says not really that big of a shark, 9-footer probably. Enough to make you shit your pants, because if I'm standing in something and I see a shark, I feel dominant. I feel like, give me a harpoon, I'll shoot the thing through the fucking mouth. But when you're in the water, it's over. Like that is such a competitive advantage to that shark.
Oh yeah. Like humans aren't meant to be in water. And even if you want to say, oh, it's probably small, like a 9-footer. I'm looking at Aaron here. Aaron is a whole 6'3".
April would be scared if I was a shark.
Yeah. 3 feet to him. No fucking thank you. Okay.
JJ says being it's at dark makes my anxiety even worse for some reason.
Oh yeah.
So much unknown around and under you.
Yeah. That guy wanted to die, in my opinion. You're jumping into that dark water. You can't see shit.
You certainly got a death wish.
Absolutely.
Hobo Chili Recipe says someone never saw the documentary Sharknado. That's, you know what? Good point.
A documentary.
Oh, Red Fox mad with a video. Fish tank glass breaks.
I can't watch this.
All right, let's see.
With more than 1
this
million
is fish,
liters
April.
of
You're gonna
water,
be fine.
Berlin's Aquadome boasts
it's no
of
sharks,
being the
just
biggest
bunch of
Can you
little
just
fishies.
leave me alone?
Just a bunch of little fishies.
But just before 6 a.m. local time, the tank burst without warning, unleashing chaos.
Oh, all those fish are fucking dead.
Inside. It was a boom in the night, and we don't know what it is.
They haven't heard a boom like that since the Russian Katyusha rockets would rain down on the Berlin in 1945.
Never thought something like this could happen. You know, it's a huge aquarium.
Around 100 emergency responders rushed to the site.
Oh my God.
Evacuating hotel guests.
A veritable tsunami has poured over the hotel premises and adjacent restaurants. But despite all the destruction, we're still very
Holy
lucky because
shit.
only 2 people were slightly injured.
Nearly all
Oh,
of
that's no good.
That looks like you after a couple of days of drinking.
1,500 fish that were inside at the time of the rupture died.
Oh.
Just 30 were saved.
Oh.
When it was built...
I'll never go in the aquarium again.
That's too bad.
First light, Chief. Aquarium starts cracking. Of course, we didn't know. Our malfunction had been so secret. No distress signal had been sent. They didn't list the aquarium broken until morning. By then, you had 10,000 fish go into the street. 30 come out. The street took the rest.
19 years ago, the Aquadome's architect was confident it would never burst.
It is huge.
Yeah, and that's what the fucking architects of the Titanic said, too. Unsinkable.
Guys, that thing is really heavy. You guys don't understand how much water weighs.
A small hole, at most a little water might come out, but not burst the whole cylinder. That scenario could not take place here.
There's speculation that overnight temperatures of minus 10 degrees may have caused a crack in the tank. So far, Berlin police have found no evidence of a malicious act. Jenny Lavelle.
Yeah, it's not like animal rights activists would sabotage the thing. They'd kill a shitload of fish. So I don't think that would be their doing.
I mean, well, that's kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, you can say you feel safe behind an aquarium glass.
Well,
but to like people like myself, like I would never shit on somebody that approached me and said, I just kind of don't feel good going in there for any reason.
Look, man, Pickle Man says it best. Who the fuck didn't read the don't tap on the glass sign?
Right.
So what happens? You go tink, 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 tink. Everyone thinks nothing's going to happen until one day.
That's my thing. Dude, I've been in an aquarium before. Like, there's a big ass aquarium in the Omaha Zoo with a lot of big sharks in it, and people just sit there fucking touching it. No. You're the worst person in the world.
Camel Toe with $10 over on PayPal says, Mintzy is gay. Mintzy doesn't sell watches.
Thanks.
It's actually very true, KB.
I'd like to knock this goal out by 9.
Would you really? Well, we're 240 away, and we started at 295, so you might have to be patient today.
I think we'd like to get it by 9.
All right, 240 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, if you want to throw in super chats and memberships and gifted memberships count as well. Thank you guys very much for your generosity in advance. April wants to, what did you say?
By 9 would be cool.
You want to knock it out by 9? You guys are going to have to go on a hell of a run to knock it out by 9. May not hit it today. Today we've got Bam Margera coverage for overtime. We got a lot of it. We got Bam stories. His ex-wife wants $15,000 a month from him in child support. She's done. She's hung in there like a trooper.
Right. She almost kind of like, I hate how child support's ran in this country, but she's somebody who's almost done her time.
Oh boy, has she
kind of deserves it.
If anyone's ever earned it.
Right.
It's Bam's wife.
I agree.
Holy shit. Also, guys, make sure you pound the like button.
I want it fingered.
Pound the thumbs up, fist it, whatever you got to do. Subscribe to the channel and share the show. Thank you guys very much. Today's going to be the episode where we determine whether or not we simulcast to Rumble every day or if we just use Rumble as a re-upload and backup channel.
Interesting.
We're going to do. I don't know how many of you have heard of this Arby's story, but this is wild. Thank you, Flex, for the $2. He says dance, question mark. We'll see.
Well, he's Australian with all those big great whites down there. Stay out of that water.
I just call them white people, but you can call them great whites. I mean, look, everybody has their...
Don't you put me in that camp.
Their thing. I have to now play Medieval 2 Total War after all our talk about Moors and maps and all of this shit.
I'll tell you this much, and I don't do this to you often. It is going to be a fucking scorcher outside. You might as well sit in here and play that game.
I am not going outside today. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I will sit my ass indoors.
If you were ever to say, you know what? I'm having an indoorsy day today.
Yeah.
Today's it.
Well, I said I was going to have an indoorsy day yesterday, and then we ended up going to the gym, and, we go to an old boxing gym. So
with
there's
the doors wide open?
Yeah, there's no AC, and the doors are wide open. It was 95 yesterday when we left the gym.
Sticking to all the machines.
Oh, it was pouring out of you yesterday. So, and then I got boxing tonight. I got to go spar tonight. So, yeah, I'm going to keep my ass right in the air conditioning. I told one of my fighters.
Yeah, I would if I were you.
One of my fighters was in yesterday doing bag work at the same time I was. Andre.
Yeah, Andre.
And I told him, I told him after he was done, because he was, you're sucking wind. I think I did 12 3-minute rounds on the bag. He did 10 or 12 3-minute rounds on the bag, and he was just dying. And I go, these are the days where you win fights.
Dude,
these are the days that win you fights, is the days where it's 95 fucking degrees, you're dying, there's no AC, you're still doing your work. This is where and we're going to spar tonight in 90-degree weather, and you're going to die, and it's going to be fucking terrible. But then when you get in the ring and you're in air conditioning and you got the 12-ounce gloves on instead of the 18s, and the other guy's sucking wind, you're going to be good to go.
Yeah, good for him. I couldn't tell if that was Andre or not for sure. I thought it was. But obviously I don't really talk to people while I'm working out. And he was finishing up his bag work while I was stretching down there. And he was between rounds leaning up against the wall with his head between his knees and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Ken of the North with $4.99 says, sharks abused my mom and killed my father. Oh, wait, that was drugs. Yeah, people get confused.
They're one and the same, really.
From time to time. And Red Fox Mad with $9.99 via the Super Chats.
Thank you.
Sends us a zoo fish tank glass breaks.
You know video. I'm not watching that one.
Well, 2:30 away from knocking it out. Let's see.
Tell us a little bit about
why
you
man.
suppose this happened. Does this have anything to do with temperature, or how do people explain this?
Some little fucker
never
tapping
look
on
at
the
an
glass.
aquarium the same again, right? After seeing that big wall of water, this was
See, April, you don't have to be worried about fish or sharks at that point. You need to be worried about pieces of glass cutting your face off.
I will take glass in my skin instead of a shark tooth. Thank you very much.
10-inch piece of plate
See,
glass.
once that breaks and the shark gets out, you're at a competitive advantage. You can kick the fuck out of that shark.
What the fuck ever?
You beat the shit out of that shark. He's flopping
What
around.
are you
on
gonna
the
do?
ground.
Put your foot in his mouth?
You're stomp the. You're
gonna curb stomp the shark.
Yeah, I'm gonna Seth Rollins him. I'm gonna jump up, curb stomp him. Boom.
Do you know what Shark Tank I'm cool standing in and swimming in?
The one with Mark Cuban in it. Shark Tank.
No, I got it. Thank you. No, the sand. You know, like when you get
Oh,
done
easy. They're called Arabs.
No, you know the shallow little pool of like the big little sand shark guys that you can like touch.
The big little sand shark guys. Yes, the big little.
You can touch them. I'd go in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That exploded literally. People that were there said there was just a crack. All of a sudden, after the crack, the water rushed out and it sounded like an explosion. What they believe, what investigators now believe happened here is that the tank had very warm water in it. The outside temperature, and although this is in a mall, this was the outside facing glass. You can see there are trees there.
Can we stop putting aquariums outside in cold weather areas? That would be good.
That does seem retarded.
It's really dumb.
Do they not understand what happens between a hot and a cold item?
You know, you should go to China and explain it to them.
Like, even me, like my womanly kitchen instincts, like if I'm taking a casserole dish out of the fucking fridge, I can't go put that cold dish in a hot oven.
No, it'll crack to shit.
Thank you.
Schweitz says, again, do you want sewer sharks? Because that's how you get sewer sharks.
I'm out.
Nope. Somebody says, question, April, when the water disperses, how is the shark going to get you? Exactly.
Depending on the space you're in, like if you're in a tiny, this is how I picture it because I only have like the aquariums locally here to go off of. You're in a narrow hallway in there. So to me, if that glass breaks, there's only so much room for the water to go. So there's going to be enough like water depth for that fish to swim in still.
You know, we're safe here in Minnesota because if the aquarium at the Mall of America ever breaks and there's sharks, we just get a Somali to bring it up to the 3rd floor and throw it off the balcony. They've done that before. Only they did it with a small child. So
that kid lived miraculously.
Not only lived, I think made a full recovery.
He did. It took him a long time, but he did make it.
They chucked that kid. And by they, I mean the crazy mentally ill Somali guy had like some kind of fucking Black Hawk Down flashback and chucked a little kid off a 3rd floor thing.
Yeah.
Which again, if there's no physical consequence, if it's like Cartoon World, that's hilarious to see someone fly off a 3rd floor thing.
He makes the yelling noise, the sound. Yeah. You used to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, Dub says mud sharks are suffering from pylons and oil can pollution. That's true. Try to keep the atmosphere clean for your local mud shark.
I hear that BP Oil loves sharks.
The Pickle Man says April is afraid of that random shark hiding behind the bush while she's walking at night. I keep trying to tell her that's black kids in the inner city, but she doesn't believe me. She keeps calling them sharks.
Which one is more scary, I ask you?
The one you're more likely to encounter, I guess I would say. 2:30 away from knocking it out today. There's all the links. CNFTs says, Aaron, you look ridiculous. Shave that shit off. You look like a gay Tom Selleck. April, get your man's face in order. She likes it.
I have no control over him, by the way.
She says she likes. The only reason I'm keeping it is because she says she likes it.
Yeah, I'm trying to portray more so that we don't live in a household where we control how the other person looks.
I mean, look, if she said tomorrow, get rid of that shit.
What do you think? He lays my clothes out for me every day too?
I do. And it's always
that'd be so funny if you actually.
It's always just a 2-piece swimsuit.
It's the thong one.
And she goes, I can't just wear this out in public. I go, oh, okay, well, my fault. Don't ask me to lay your clothes out then. This Arby story is to me more terrifying than the shark story. Have you heard of the Arby's story yet? What happened to that manager?
No.
There was a general manager at an Arby's in, I don't even remember where it was. Louisiana. An Arby's in Louisiana, the general manager goes into the freezer to grab some stuff.
As you do.
It locks from the outside. The general manager, nobody else was in the store at the time.
Those things need like a panic button or something. Because you've worked in a restaurant, much as I have, right?
Yes.
And in the restaurant I was in, you've got a very large walk-in cooler, which then you can walk through to the walk-in freezer.
Yeah.
And you have a panic attack if somebody's even up against that door and you can't open it. Right
Look,
away.
man, if the walk-in cooler, if you get locked in there, you just kind of have to do this for a while, and you're like, fucking
somebody
annoying.
will come in eventually.
This is really fucking obnoxious. Even if you get stuck there overnight, you're still going to be like,
you'll be sick maybe. You'll have a cold.
Fucking cold in here. I hate this shit. But the freezer, you're fucking dead.
Oh, God.
You're just dead.
That freezer's scary.
So they found this general manager frozen to death inside the freezer at an Arby's. They said hands bloodied from pounding on the door. It's amazing, like the human instinct to survive and what it'll cause you to do. And like this woman probably pounded on that door because she thought if there's a 1 in 9 trillion chance that I somehow like knock the lock loose or push this door
or
open,
somebody can hear me,
I will continue to hammer on this door.
Jesus
you got to think that she
Christ.
probably pounded on that door past the point of her hands and wrists breaking and just kept throwing broken meat at the door rather than just die. There's something, as weird as this story is, there's something oddly romantic to me.
You're
about
romanticizing
the human will to survive.
The human will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The human will to survive and just go bam, 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 and then crack, break, snap, and then you're still just throwing
You don't
frozen,
even notice it probably.
Yeah, you're just still throwing your frozen meat fists at that door hoping somebody opens it before you die.
God, I'm trying to think of everything I would do because you got like metal shelving in those walk-in freezers where all the boxes of shit are laying on too. Like,
I mean, not literal boxes of shit. That's a health code violation. But I don't know what restaurant you worked at.
No, you do. That might have been on.
It might have been. Okay.
Like I'm trying to think. Like, what do you do? Try to break off one of those metal pieces of the legs of the shelving and try to pry the door open or something. I don't know.
There's so many of us who would be in that situation and just go, "Well, I'm fucked."
Here's my the thing I'm scared of though. Like nobody went looking for her. Nobody noticed. Hey, our manager's missing.
It depends on what time of night. You know the general manager, if the owner's not present, the general manager is the one that's there past close, locking everything up. And if you're frozen in there overnight, you're dead.
But that's my point is, don't you notice if you're one of the other workers that your manager's not around?
Well, they're claiming that it was a broken door, that they're not supposed to lock from the outside. The 63-year-old was found frozen to death inside the freezer of an Arby's in New Iberia, Louisiana on May 11th by her oldest son, who also worked at the store.
Oh, God.
Find a momsicle.
Oh, no.
A wrongful death lawsuit was filed last Friday. That's going to be the Arby's going, okay, what size does this check need to be?
The biggest one you've written, how about?
They're only suing for a little more than $1 million.
That's not okay. Because here's my big question. Why have any freezer door that locks? Why do you need it to lock?
Yeah, why does the freezer need to lock?
I'd say of all places, that one doesn't need to lock, guys.
Yeah, the freezer can
It doesn't
stay
need
open.
to be locked from the inside or the outside.
Yeah. More than $1 million. Well, she was 63 years old, so I mean anything more than $1 million does seem a little greedy. I mean, how much time did she have
She's past
left?
her prime.
Yeah. Don Lemon is going to argue for the defense. The 8-page lawsuit alleges that the store's freezer door had been broken since August of last year, and employees used a screwdriver to help open and close the door, and a box of oil to help keep the freezer door open.
So you knew of this problem.
The only thing, boy, you know who it would be nice if they would address the problem? The general manager.
Sure would have been good. Now, wow, I've flipped completely now. Now you got what you deserved. Because you didn't get your door fixed.
I'm starting to think this woman's part of the reason she's dead.
You and I damn well know what it feels like to be inside a walk-in freezer. It's fucking cold. You get that shit fixed immediately.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're
not risking that.
Yeah, if you're and propping a freezer open with a box full of like those oil jugs.
An oil can.
That's bad for the freezer. Now cold, like
Well, yeah,
cold
you could
is
trip
leaking
over
out.
and it could assault you.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Give me tips with $5 says it was in the morning and she was opening. Oh, so it didn't take long for her to freeze to death. Shit.
Okay, well,
she's
still.
she's not in her prime. 225 away. Thank you for that. Give me tips.
Thank you.
According to the suit, Lee, who had been temporarily assigned to work at that particular store, became trapped in the freezer and beat her hands bloody trying to escape. The widowed mother of 4 usually worked in a Houston Arby's, but relocated to Louisiana for a month at the fast food chain's request. Probably said, hey, you should go over there and manage this one for a while. It's a real shithole. The freezer's even locked.
Is that not your first item of business, though?
Yeah. Well, guys, I can identify one of our first problems. Our freezer door doesn't fucking work. We're taking it off and putting on a new one. How much does like a commercial freezer door,
Probably a couple grand.
Freezer door, here, commercial food service.
Service
freezer.
No,
Okay, so
you got to do walk-in.
to buy a whole new, that's just a freezer.
Yeah, that's a freezer.
Walk-in. Yeah. Hi, you're gonna put a freezer in there anyway. That was a terrible walk-in. Anywhere from 10 to 20,000. Oh, here's one for 35,000.
But that's for the entire freezer.
Yeah.
That's the entire enclosed box, okay? The
all right, let's see if we can find just a door.
Door replacement.
Door replacement, $933.
Not even a couple grand. You guys, you can afford that. I don't care who you are. Take out a loan if you must, but it's important.
$900 to fix it.
I feel as if if they would have had an inspector come in, as you do with a restaurant in kitchens, and done like a safety inspection, that's one of the first things to, you're getting violated, probably shut down.
Leigh's autopsy report confirmed she died from hypothermia. Temperatures inside the freezer likely ranged from 5 to negative 20 degrees.
That'll do it.
And then even if you survive and you stay warm enough, you're hungry and you can't eat any of the food because it's all rock hard.
Yeah, you got a like a cheesecake or something.
You got to sit there and shove like a burger patty up your ass so it can thaw out and you can eat your ass patty. How'd you stay?
You have weird survival skills.
How'd you stay alive in there? You don't want to know.
I mean, for me, I remember the one thing I used to want to eat while I was in the walk-in freezer on occasion
was dick. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I love a good popsicle.
Yeah.
No, there's these cheesecake bites that we used to have, and they came in the freezer because obviously we didn't make them ourselves.
Right.
And if you just gnawed on it for a little bit, it was pretty good.
Killer Beehive says, talk about ass burgers. Am I right?
Right.
You see ass burgers because you're putting the burger in your ass.
And can you explain to us why the Asperger's line is
Well,
funny?
because Asperger's is also a social disorder where you have problems, interacting with people.
And you're saying that if you're found locked in a freezer and trying to unthaw patty in your ass cheeks, that probably aligns with Asperger's.
Duncan Murdoch calling you a fucking thief for what you did in that freezer
That is
and
just
walk-in.
the tip of the iceberg.
Let's say you've got a coat on and you've got jeans on. Let's say you're going to stay warm
I've
in
got
that.
my blue jeans on.
Yeah, let's say you're going to stay warm in that freezer overnight. You're not going to die.
But you're not.
Okay, but let's just say you are, and you got to eat. How are you thawing out the meat? Are you using armpit? Are you using ass?
No.
How are you thawing out your food?
Well, first off, if I have any hope of surviving, I've got my Sitka gear on, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to try to probably hold it against my core and hope that it unthaws that way, or I'd probably just suck on something for long enough that it's malleable enough to chew.
That is a blonde woman's answer.
I'm not putting anything in my ass. It might be,
Oh, you're no fun.
You got sweat from working. I don't know. Kitchens are never cool.
Wildcard says, guys in the work truck are listening to the best morning show, the Johnny Rock Show. Well, here's what you need to do.
Ew.
You need to play this for those guys so they can stop listening to retarded horse shit.
That is an atrocity.
Never mind. I was about to say something that could be actionable on YouTube. I don't know.
I'd like to hear it.
It was going to be a joke. I was going to say, but that's,
you would come on him.
No, I didn't say come on. That's not. CNFT says April's ass is exit only. There
yes, we have made that determination.
April is.
Aaron's upset that part of my life is over, but I'm not.
Yeah. April said to me the other day, like she said about butt sex. She said to me, quote, "That part of my life is over," and like it was a very.
I said that part of our life is over because didn't you do that too?
I've done. Oh, no, I haven't been fucked in the ass.
Oh,
no.
okay.
I have not. I don't think anything's even been up my ass. Not even a finger.
Well, you've got about 4 years until it is. So
I'm not doing that.
Aaron's got that prostate exam.
I'll die. I'll rot of ass cancer before I let somebody stick their finger up my ass.
No, I will not be married to a person that would rather rot of ass cancer than have a finger in their butt.
I may have ass cancer, but I ain't a queer.
That just sounds like giving up. You wouldn't risk a finger in your butt? What, because you're afraid you're going to like it?
I ain't going to have no doctor stick his finger in my asshole. I'd rather die of cancer.
Oh, God.
Balls Deep says, got to teach him before 25 that anal is not only fun and normal, but expected. I don't know, man. I subscribe to Louis C.K.'s idea of ass sex. Like, you've got the greatest place. You've got the greatest place in the world sitting right there, and you're going to put your dick in a weird butthole.
You're literally maybe half an inch away.
Well, let's see what Marquise. Okay, it's Pride Month. Marquise is calling in, and we're talking about butt fucking. So, of course, Marquise has an opinion. Are we going to fight?
No, I was going to ask you something. Calm your ass cheeks down. I was just going to ask you a simple question.
Okay, go ahead.
You ever,
3/5 is the answer.
This motherfucker.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You ever made love to a man?
I've never made love to a man.
Oh, he looks so uncomfortable.
You want to?
No, I don't want to for the last time and for the first time publicly.
But if you were going to, it'd be Marquise, right?
No.
Oh.
I'm making reservations to be at the steel toe party. We can experiment if you want.
No, I'm not going to. I'm certainly not going to fuck someone who looks like a feature rapper in an East Siders video.
Marquise can give you an N-word pass, and you can give him the backdoor pass.
Nobody's fucking anybody in the asshole.
Not even a finger?
No, I don't. There's a reason I've gone 36 years without anything going up my butthole.
Not even an enema?
When I say nothing, it doesn't mean not even this. It means, yes, not even that. Everything is off.
Not even a railroad spike?
No. Not even a small dog.
By the way, nice mustache. All you're missing is your mullet, you fucking hillbilly loaf pig fuck.
Thank you, Marquise. Good to talk to you again.
I love him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, bye.
I like him. I miss his calls. He's going to be there, man.
Well, that's great.
Up top. We need some diversity. Great.
That's the first time this company has ever said that in a meeting. We need some diversity. I've always been pleased with the amount of diversity we have.
We
have a cripple and a bitch. Diversity is stacked to the ceiling.
I think there was like 1.5 or 2 black people at our last
1.5. Wow.
At our last anniversary party, and now there's going to at least be 2.5 because Gino will be there.
Then there's 4. Because you see the Moors. It's, now you have a bunch of black people listening going, wait, not a bunch. You have 5 black people listening, and they're going, wait, am I the half of one? And why am I a half?
You don't know.
Hobo Chili Recipes with $4.99 says, April, come on, you had kids. Let's be honest. It looks like Mickey Mouse hands reaching out to Aaron. Weaponized hemorrhoidal flare-up.
Did I have kids?
Not out of your asshole, I don't think.
Did I have butt babies?
You had ass babies.
Oh, no.
Wood Chippy says, this hole is for survival only. Attaboy.
What would you do with your asshole to survive? What would you be willing to do?
Very little. I would roll over
and scale a cliff to get back up to safety, but the only thing you could use was your hole to like grasp onto weeds and ledges. Would you do it?
I'll just lay there and yeah, my asshole ain't grabbing shit.
Just lay there.
MN Cocaine says 36 years without something in your ass. That Key West butt tickler mustache says otherwise.
That he does have a point.
You guys are trying to bully me out of this mustache, and I am not. As the mustache insults continue, that guarantees the longer it's going to stick around, because I will be only shaving this off for my own purposes because I want to. And if you guys make fun of it, I can't shave it off that day because then it'll look like I shaved it off because of you.
What does trouble me a little is you believe your anus to be exit only, but like you've been willing to defile somebody else's.
And?
Seems a bit hypocritical and like you might be open to the idea.
No. Well, how does that mean I'm open to the idea?
Because you were willing to do it to somebody else.
Yeah, I'm also willing to, punch someone in the face. It doesn't mean that I like getting punched in the face.
But you've thought of it. I bet there's been a day where you thought, yeah, but what if that happened to me?
No.
No?
Never.
Not once?
Never about my butthole. My butthole has always been...
I will... If you keep me around long enough, you technically told me I had 2 more years because I'll be 30.
You'll be 30, right.
But in 4 years, you will be 40.
Yeah. And
would you like me to come with and hold your hand?
When I say
exam?
I'm willing to rot to death of ass cancer before I let a man stick his finger in my shitter, I mean it.
Get a woman.
Good point.
You got smaller fingers.
You want to check my butthole?
Fake nails, maybe, though.
Would you check me for polyps?
What would you rather have? A meaty man sausage man finger?
Oh, a nice, dainty lady finger.
Or a lady finger with one of them pointy fake nails? A Cardi B nail.
Oh, no.
You got Wolverine in your butt.
I guess I have to take the big sausage man finger.
Well, just feel better, right?
Oh, no. And men's fingernails, under their fingernails, are dirtier.
Yeah, and you chew yours. Yours are jagged. Like,
yeah, you don't want my fingers in your butthole.
I have to yelp sometimes when Aaron tries to touch my nether regions because it hurts.
Because I got jagged ass nails.
He fucking chews his nails and they're like raw and rigid and ouch.
Freddy Krueger the shit out of a pussy. All right, let's go back to the phones here, and then we've got an update on an old Steel Toe fan. Apparently, he's losing his mind, and he's become the topic of Muttering Jay coverage.
Really?
But first, let's go to the phones.
Whoa.
Hello, Granny.
Hey, we still talking buttholes?
Always for you, sir. We can always circle back to the butthole topic for you.
Okay, well, listen, I come from the old school where real men took a finger up the ass, but they don't even do that anymore, dude.
No, we don't.
Really?
No, you don't even have to get a finger up your ass anymore. It's
what do you do?
pretty simple. I mean, you go in there, you get in happy baby position, and they kind of just scope it out, They just kind of get in there with the little telescope deal.
Is that true?
It doesn't penetrate you.
Nice.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so excited.
You're just essentially bent over bearing everything with somebody telescoping into your anus.
Right. I mean, I still prefer, the old school method. It's been 3 times. I'm only 35, so it's kind of been a lot, but yeah.
Whoa.
I got some
You're not supposed to have that done yet.
He does it for fun, right?
No, it wasn't fun. I was pooping blood, dude. But when I was in jail, I got plugged up. So the female nurses, they both had to get in there with both fingers. You know what I mean? That was kind of awkward. But at least I got some play in jail. That was like straight play,
Just what, to loosen it up or something so it comes out?
Yeah, loosen up, shake loose the poison tree. All right, well,
no,
Granny,
they slapped some lube on there, and then you got a greasy butthole for the rest of the day. Like, it don't wash off.
Granny, did you have to go to jail so you could establish cover as a federal law enforcement officer?
I did, and I'm not a Fed, and I went to jail for putting a sticker on a light pole.
Oh, okay. Was
that
when you were part of the Patriot Front and we're monitoring them?
No, I'm not involved with any. It's every time with the Fed.
There he goes. Thank you, Granny. I don't know who started the Fed thing. I just picked up on it. Like somebody else started
Granny's a Fed.
saying the Granny is a Fed shit. So I piled on.
Well, he's a good sport.
Oh, man. C'est La Vie says, can we watch the shark kill the guy again over talking about this? Oh, over butthole play? Yeah, I'm ready to be done with the
well, to wrap up the butthole thing, though, and to wrap up that call, Now, are you willing to more so get into the happy baby position and have somebody widening your anus to look into it?
Yeah, you can look into my butthole.
But isn't that gross too?
You make my butthole look like the 007
At
opening?
least if they're fingering you, they're probably not looking at it.
Yeah, but nothing.
They're just touching, not
nothing
looking.
goes in. You can inspect my butthole. I have nothing to hide.
You don't let me look at your butthole.
You can if you want. If you're looking for polyps. That's fine. All right, guys, 2:20 away from knocking out today's goal and doing a half hour of overtime. It's going to be Bam Margera for overtime today. Before we open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, if you want to chip in, there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. All that stuff counts. It's all pinned to the top of the page. Now, I want to show you guys something. Muttering Jay over on Twitter, he has his little... He started investigating Stuttering John, but now he's really on Shuli's producer, Joe, who's a total piece of shit, like a complete failure.
Yeah.
But he also has his little side pieces he likes to look up on. One of them is piss enthusiast Kevin Dumbfuck from Why Do I Podcast. Now, Kevin Dumbfuck is one of these guys who... he's one of these guys who helps you learn the lesson that you don't become friends with people on the internet. You don't become friends with your fans or anything like that. You don't get too close, because just because a person seems normal on the internet doesn't mean they aren't a stark raving psychopath in reality.
Admire from afar.
Admire from afar. So Kevin Dumbfuck wanted to get in the game for a while, the podcasting game, if you will. And it turned out he was way too sensitive. It turns out he was way too defensive. He took himself far too seriously, couldn't take a goofing on, couldn't take being made fun of, everything else.
Sure.
So he withdrew a little bit. Well, now apparently he has completely said bye-bye to the internet, and Muttering Jay, not a gracious winner. He likes to ice down the victory.
Yeah, right. We're hammering.
Made a point today that said, Pissgate Predator leaves Twitter and all social media with immediate effect. Best known for a nocturnal and erratic pissing spree on Obnoxious John's belongings, Why Do I Pod leaves with no farewell. We wish him well in future endeavors. Now, here's my theory on a guy like Kevin, who, he did some stuff for us. He made the opening video thing that we have here.
Our intro.
And he was a good fan for a while. Then I was told by somebody that, and by the way, he left this show the right way. He didn't say anything. He just stopped listening. But I guess he told somebody somewhere, and it got back to me that this is how sensitive this guy was. And this is how you knew that this getting off of Twitter and getting off the internet's a good thing for him. It was probably starting to affect his real job. They started, you leave enough internet breadcrumbs, your job finds it, and they're like, hey, will you cut out this stupid horse shit? You represent this company. I can't be having you known as the fucking piss guy for a podcast you do for no money.
Not only that, but he was so sensitive that he probably wore that on his face and his attitude when he went to work, because he's so pissy thinking about what he's going to do on the internet later.
He was pissy, yeah. He's very pissy. So I think this is the right move, but apparently his whole objection to Steel Toe was that we read a comment of his in the wrong tone. He thought he sensed an attitude or a tone when we read one of his chats, and then he felt we didn't read enough of his chats. He was one of these guys who started to think that they were like a cast member on the show and that all their stuff should be read. And I've never understood people like this.
Right.
I've never understood these people who start to feel entitled on a show that they're just a fan of.
Right.
And
like they're adding to it.
Right.
Or providing content.
You need to read my shit over everyone else's, and you need to treat me with a level of respect. And as Familiar Human says here in the chat, wrong tone, who gives a shit? Exactly.
Probably better for him to get off the internet, because I never have had a problem with him, but he did seem...
He was high-strung.
Sensitive and very high-strung.
Yeah, he was a really sensitive guy.
And that doesn't necessarily alone make you a bad person. It just says, hey, maybe you shouldn't go some places. Yeah. Right?
Balls Deep gifting a membership to Mike G. Thank you very much, Balls Deep. 220 away from knocking it out today. Suave Banana says, fingers in the butt is gay. Take a cock like a real man, says Suave Banana. Oh, boy. Patrick says, thought we were pals, Aaron. My B. Union Jack says, you seem to favor certain people over others. in the chat. I'll say this. I see a funny thing in the chat. I pick it out. We have literally 500-600 people, writing stuff at a time. I can't pick it all out. It moves way too fast. So I kind of, I have to pick the ones that catch my eye first and then move on. If we did our show and all we did was read the chat, we'd never be able to get to any topics or any, videos or stories or anything.
Yeah, I'll say this. I mean, there's 2, maybe 3 morning shows a week where I'm not doing the show, and I'll comment in chat too, and Aaron doesn't always read my chats. And I feel like I'm pretty important to the show.
Not only don't read them, don't even see them.
Exactly.
Tyler says you will respect me and my comments, Aaron. God damn. Well, if it comes in the form of a super chat or donation and I don't read it, then I'm a super duper asshole.
What an ass.
Yeah, I mean, this is a show that lives on begging and listener donations. I mean, it's that or the car lot for me. So
can you solve something for me quick? I didn't really get to read it, but speaking of Muttering Jay, I saw that he had posted some tweet with my picture and that producer Joe. Like, we're in the same tweet with our pictures next to each other.
Oh,
I was too afraid to deep dive into it. What happened?
He was talking about what a piece of shit Joe was about you on that Ray DeVito thing.
Oh.
He was shitting on producer Joe. And he was also shitting on everybody, like every show that's like commented on your looks and stuff, he basically talked about how good looking you are and how incel-y these guys seem.
Yeah, I just kind of have to figure, like, if some guys out there talking shit about how I look, like, they've just got nothing better.
Yeah. And then he also pointed out that, some other people that he's seen on their social media with don't really measure up. And it seems like jealousy and a little incel-y behavior.
So he nailed it.
Yeah. Muttering Jay's been pretty right on.
All right.
With that stuff. Yeah, people get mad at Muttering Jay because like, you're looking into this guy, but didn't you shit on Aaron a while back? He's like, yeah. He
shit on me too.
And Muttering Jay openly admits, he goes, look, I looked into Aaron. He goes, everything with Aaron is like surface. It's on the surface. Like there's nothing.
It is out there.
You can dig deep and there's nothing there. Like he goes, I fully vetted the guy like I did Joe and everyone else. He just doesn't have scummy shit about him.
Your closet's open.
Yeah, like these other guys have all this scummy shit about him. You go and you look back, you can't find any dirt on me. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a loudmouth. I'm a cocky asshole, but
Aaron's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't have skeletons. That's all. So when Muttering Jay goes and looks into Steel Toe, he goes, oh, he begs for money on his show. Yep. That's about it. There's Aaron. Oh, yeah, he got fired from the radio for fat shaming a woman.
Oh, Aaron hates women.
Yeah.
Oh, that is news to me.
There you go. Wood Chippy says 195 likes, 505 watching, hit like. We've been over 500 all day, which is awesome. I might phase out Rumble as a live stream option.
Are you back to watching numbers while you stream?
No, he just wrote that, so I read it. But somebody else told me we're at like 230 likes, so we'll see. Everybody just hit the like button.
And subscribe.
Yes, and subscribe to the channel. Nice little, oh no, there's Wood Chippy says 550 plus. Oh, well then okay. Whatever the fucking number is, everybody just hit like and we'll be good.
Very
there
cool.
You go. And 220 away from knocking out today's goal and doing a half hour of overtime. If you'd like to contribute, please do. So farewell, Kevin Dumbfuck. Hopefully, and I mean this, hopefully that guy can chill the fuck out now and live a more complete life. That was a guy who his internet habits were holding him back in life.
Yeah, I don't think he was headed anywhere good.
Yeah, so him being off Twitter and off YouTube is good because I watch, we got a show like this where 500-600 people are watching at any given time and 35,000-40,000 people a month check out our stuff, and it's and you take everything in stride. Then you get these guys who have like 30 or 40 people watching at a time, and they're losing their fucking minds on the internet.
And we were kind of around for the beginning of Why Do I Podcast, right? Kevin's whole
his whole
existence,
arc,
because you were his first get as an interview.
Right.
So, I mean, that arc didn't go very far.
Yeah, he was like, oh, you're going to be my first live interview. I'm so excited. And I'm like, don't worry about it, dude. Like, we're both nobodies. Relax. Like, it's okay. And he was just so wrapped up and nervous about it and shit like that. I'm like, I am nothing. All of us, everybody in this podcast sphere is a nobody where if you went and mentioned them to someone on the street, they would have no idea who the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Name them all. Name them all. Nobody knows who the fuck they are. Even someone with a pretty decent name in the podcast world, like Red Bar. You go and tell someone else about Red Bar. They have no idea who the fuck you're talking about. No idea. Right. I'm going to, like, even Ethan Klein, if you go to the average person, and Ethan Klein does 1 million people every time he does a show. If you go tell people Ethan Klein, they don't know who the fuck that is.
Right, you walk up to a random person, you're like, hey, do you know who Ethan Klein is? Your lawyer, your banker?
Yeah, they'll be like, does he work for Goldman Sachs?
Bail bonds?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something. An investor.
Jamie Dimon is far more famous than your average than the average podcaster that you like. Like, if you go to most people like Jamie Dimon, they go, oh, yeah, the banking guy. He's Chase, right?
No fucking idea.
I think Jamie Dimon is Chase.
I don't know him.
But more people will know who that guy is. Michael B says 8 billion people on the planet, maybe 100,000 people watch this shit. Oh, you flatter me, sir. 40,000 a month. 40,000 people a month check out this channel. So different human beings. Anywhere between 170 and 200,000 views in a month. That is, again, nobody level. David Denominici says, I wonder what the line is. Like, do you think the average person has heard of Taylor Swift? Yeah, of course. Yeah, she's that's a household name. But, like,
yeah.
As far as podcasting goes, Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, everybody's heard of.
God, I mean, I would even say the average person hasn't heard of, maybe Barstool.
No. If it weren't for
think
this
so?
show, I didn't know about Barstool.
The average person doesn't know who Barstool is.
Nope.
We're trying to think of sports podcasts. Pat McAfee, maybe, because of the sports thing. No?
Think of all the people out there that don't care about sports.
Kyle W. says Bill Burr. Yeah, but people wouldn't know Bill Burr from podcasting. They would say, oh, the stand-up comedian.
Yeah, I guess Howard Stern doesn't count because he's still radio.
Yeah, people know who Howard Stern is. Like, it's very few people actually know who any of these human beings are. All right, let's get into it. Mark Maron says if they remember the early 2000s, or Carlos says Mark Maron if they remember the early 2000s. Yeah. Maybe Adam Carolla. Yeah, there's another one. But they might even say Man Show. Kyle says Wrestling Otaku is huge. We have Wrestling Otaku today if we get to overtime. I got Bam Margera and I've got Wrestling Otaku for overtime. And today, I've got Wrestling Otaku taking a shower.
Dude, I've had a preview of this one, and you all need to see this.
Wrestling Otaku did a shower video, and
like, he's wet, like he is inside the shower.
And I must say, tastefully done.
Yeah, very much so.
Tastefully done. So 2:20 away from knocking it out today, and we are about an hour away from firing up the music. So let's see if we can get that thing knocked down a little bit. Thank you, guys. 2 more. That's it. 2 more goals, and we're done for the week. So thank you guys very much for your help and support. North Korea's Kim Jong Un is apparently now a 308-pound insomniac in a vicious cycle of smoking and boozing, according to spies. Kumia retweeted this story yesterday and wrote, so he's Chad Zumach.
Oh, did he really? Yeah. I wasn't on Twitter yesterday.
It's Chad Zumach.
That's fun.
Chubby North Korean tyrant Kim Jong Un's weight has ballooned to more than 300 pounds. Am I the only one who saw that story and went, wait, he wasn't pushing 3 bills before? Because he's always been kind of a chubby baby.
I saw him as chubby, but isn't he short?
That's true.
So short to me doesn't equate 300 pounds.
He pulls all-nighters in a vicious cycle of heavy boozing and smoking, according to spies from the South. Seoul's National Intelligence Service gave an update Wednesday on intensely monitoring the health of the secretive leader. Despite reports in 2021 that he lost nearly 50 pounds on a health kick, Kim appears to have gained back all of it and more, the spies estimated. Un is an estimated 308 pounds. That's not really an estimate. That's a specific.
That's very specific.
The missile-loving tyrant, thought to be about 5'8", also appears to be engaging in excessive alcohol and tobacco consumption. He likes Marlboro cigarettes. There you go. He's a Marlboro
look at him.
man.
Oh, what a cutie.
Yeah. Oh, if that's not an advertising
that's
poster
an
right
endorsement.
there.
Okay.
I tell you what. Looks like more for a lady cigarette, but
yeah, does any man sit like that and smoke?
Not really. In fact, Kim appears to be falling into a vicious cycle of relying on booze and smoking, fueling significant sleep disorders. Yeah, you know what's really good for not being able to sleep? Nicotine.
Yeah, nicotine will give you that nice buzz.
He appeared tired with clear dark circles around his eyes during his public appearance May 16th. They claim Kim is also hoarding medications like Zolpidem for the treatment of insomnia. Although North Korea is tightly controlled. You know what I really like? I like a guy who's drinking and smoking himself to an early grave, ballooning up to 308 pounds and having insomnia, having the sole control of whether or not he launches nuclear weapons. I think that's really good and healthy for the world. Yeah, I think the world's going to be in a great place knowing that a guy who's in charge of a significant nuclear arsenal is chain smoking and taking medication for not being able to go Betty by.
And gaining crazy amounts of weight.
Yes.
So yeah, he's only 2 inches taller than me. And I weigh a whole $120 something.
Yeah.
And he's over 300. Can you imagine me at 300 pounds?
Be alarming. I can't imagine you because I'd never see you again.
You couldn't find my face in the skin folds.
No, I mean like you wouldn't be in this fucking house. The Happy Plague Doctor with $10 says for the otaku. See, otaku is a selling point. 210 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, buddy. Let's see if everybody else jumps in and we can knock this thing out today. Although North Korea's tightly controlled state media rarely mentions the leader's health, he was quoted in March as saying he always pulls all-nighters to work, staying up until at least 5 a.m. Shit.
He does not look good.
No. And this is in the stuff they're letting you see. This is him on May 16th. Yeah, man, that looks like it's pushing 300 pounds. That's a puffed out face.
So you're saying if I looked like that, you wouldn't love me anymore? Your love is conditional?
Yeah, I couldn't love something.
What if I got my hair cut like that?
Yeah, no, I think I'm going to have to pass on that too. Not only that, look at him. He sits there like he does. He looks like a chain smoking junkie because he's got his pack of cigarettes right under his hand and his matches right next to him. And it's just sitting there, ready for him to pick it up as soon as that one's done and fire up another. And that guy has control of the nukes. That's good.
I don't like it. Yeah, let's have somebody in control of nukes that's usually unstable as is get drunk all the time.
Get shit-faced, smoke cigarettes, and not get any sleep. Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm going to go out on a limb and say so. Yeah, some are saying that that's a recipe for disaster. Southern California is really starting to get a hold on this homelessness thing.
It's good news. They need that.
Yeah. Los Angeles, San Francisco, they're having all kinds of problems with homeless people. But don't worry, they're making improvements. The latest improvement?
Yes.
The living conditions that these homeless people are in are getting just top notch. I mean, we're talking about TVs, gaming systems, decorations. I mean, these tents that these homeless people are living in LA are looking great nowadays. I'm sorry, did you think that I was going to tell you that they were cutting down on the number of homeless people and maybe taking down the tents?
I mean, part of me was hoping.
No. They're just improving the ability of these people to be homeless. It's really something to see.
No. I think we can stop. That is no different than just like you're enabling now.
Oh, man.
That's like a drug addict in your family, the one black sheep in your family. And they always come to you, Mom, Dad, oh God, I need to buy groceries. And all right, here's some cash. I hope you buy some good food with that. And then just go stick it in their arm again.
Well, I mean, crack is groceries in a way. It's a supply that you need to buy. Well,
Which crack?
I'll play the video for you, and you can tell me how you feel about it. Let's see how the homeless people are doing in Southern California. You can always count on California when things get really bad to go in the right direction after a while. They're really good at it.
And he's got the whole PS4 set up.
Look at that.
Outside.
Wow.
With Wi-Fi?
Nah, unfortunately. Wi-Fi coming soon, though.
Wi-Fi coming soon.
Oh, so, okay.
No.
I gotta say, I'm really upset that these homeless people don't have any kind of Wi-Fi set up. How are they supposed to play online?
I'm upset that he has to play his PS4 exposed to the elements.
Yeah, that PS5 is going to get all dirty.
Somebody could steal it. I think somebody should donate it home to him.
Dude, I don't even have a PS5.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, he's got a nicer setup than you do.
This fucking bum in a wheelchair.
I think you should go buy one.
I thought he was in a wheelchair. He's just a homeless drug addict.
He's just got
goofy.
a nice gamer chair.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have that nice of a gamer chair.
No, you have a sack. Aaron prefers a sack.
I don't have a PS5. I don't have a sweet gamer chair. I don't have crack. I don't have fentanyl.
You've got sack, but no crack.
I don't have fentanyl. I don't have meth. I mean, this guy's beating me in a lot of different categories.
What do you have?
I don't have bed bugs or fleas. Getting my ass kicked over here. I have you.
Ew.
Right? No bed bugs, no fleas, no fent. But I got a bitch.
Sir, we outside. I walk past.
Well, look at that. So the homeless people in LA are, getting their PS5, getting to be outside in this nice, beautiful summer weather.
Question.
Yeah.
In your professional opinion.
And I am a professional.
Where did he get all that? Where is it from?
The store.
Yeah, I can imagine like a desk and shit. He probably found it somewhere. What about the TV and the PS4 and where's this Wi-Fi coming from?
The store he stole it from.
Okay, where's he stealing the Wi-Fi from next?
He doesn't have Wi-Fi. He said Wi-Fi
it's
coming soon.
next.
April, he's a homeless drug addict. You have to assume that he could be lying.
No, actually, I'm going to argue you. They always find a way. The homeless find a way.
Find a way.
He's getting it from somebody.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that tent. Look at that homeless person's tent has a projection screen TV.
I don't have one of those for when I go tenting.
Oh man, you need to become homeless.
No, this is teaching me that I'm not doing enough for myself.
No, you really aren't.
No more self-care.
You don't have
in the
hustle.
future.
You don't have the hustle and grind that these homeless people
I
do.
need to start a side gig so I can afford a projector in my tent.
Grinding like Tony Hawk.
They have projectors in.
Look at that. You almost want to come in there and, split a crack rock with him and watch some TV with the guy.
Yeah, but do you know how bad it smells in there?
It probably smells pretty bad. And you would have to probably do crack.
I'm picturing like the smell of like when people lay asphalt mixed with, that chemically smell, mixed with ass. And it's just sour.
It's
really.
Probably not the best smelling place you've ever gone in. D. Gulag says he claims the fleas and bed bugs as dependents. Oh, see, the IRS.
That is fucking great.
The IRS not checking in on you but those
the
bed bugs.
The roaches wear slippers.
And you've got to get them a social security number too. That's the real tricky part of claiming them as dependents.
That's fucking great. You got names for them.
Tommy for 2X says the fucking city provided free Wi-Fi hotspots and charging stations.
Okay, I fucking told you.
I told us so. Professional horny boy says it probably smells like Corey's mustache. Oh, that's...
Nobody wants to know what that smells like.
You ever thought about what that bad boy might be cooking?
You men are gross, and I just picture you don't wash that thing. I know where that thing's been.
I wash mine nicely.
So, that accumulates over time. You got the food in there. You got mayonnaise and all that. Pussy.
Yeah, all that pussy that's in your mustache. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says for April's projector. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
2:05 away from hitting today, and we got an hour before we go to the music and rattle the cans. The offering plate is coming soon?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that guy, I sent off last weekend. I sent off a sticker. He's going to put one in the bottom of it.
Okay.
I know most offering plates usually have a felt bottom, but he's putting a cool steel toe sticker in there anyways. It's going to be cool.
Clown Baby with $19.99 says, thanks for covering the Bam stuff. You say what needs to be said. Be prepared. The girl BJ is a monster, and her listeners in the comments think she's a saint. It's quite astonishing. I've watched about 30 seconds of this BJ's surprise podcast with Bam Margera. I've already got her figured out. She is one of these girls who's attractive, and she giggles and laughs a lot, so people think she's nice, but she is in my opinion, a sociopath. In my amateur opinion, one of these people, we're having fun, and it's all content, and as long as we get the views, here, let's exploit this fuck. And then when you say, quit exploiting that drug addict who's going through terrible family problems right now, she goes, what? What are you talking about? He's my friend. She gives me serious Elisa Jordana vibes.
Yes, that is a good example.
Serious Elisa Jordana vibes.
She's a female that goes by the name BJ. I'm sure she doesn't use that to her advantage.
No,
either.
she doesn't mention that
Like
at all.
I get it, BJ. Women, BJs.
Thank you very much, Clown Baby. We are now 190.
Thank you.
Away from hitting it today. There's all the links in the chat, pinned to the top of the page, the whole deal. Thanks for that little run, Fauci's Pangolin and Clown Baby. We appreciate that very, very much. And the only way we're getting to the Bam and Otaku stuff today is if we knock that out. Actually, I'm thinking if we hit the goal anytime around by 9:30 or later, I'm just going to start the Bam stuff then, because this podcast could take a while to get through. Okay. And we've got a couple of Bam stories as well. We haven't covered Bam in a long time, and he's been making a lot of news in the last week or so.
He popped up again. He's kind of reliable that way.
There was a rumor going around this week that the Island Boys, when they were kids, had met Jeffrey Epstein. And that there were photos. And there was a photo circulating that people pointed at and go, oh, look, this is the Island Boys when they were kids meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, meaning like maybe they're the Epstein Island Boys. Uh-oh.
Epstein Island Boys, and that's where Island Boy came from.
That's where Island Boys came from.
Holy
They were Epstein Island Boys.
I'd buy that story.
They dropped the Epstein part eventually to get famous. It was the only time someone's dropped anything Jewish and been more successful in show business.
Can you call them successful?
More successful than us. I mean, I know it's a low bar, but, right? Am I more talented than the Island Boys? Of course, I just have more shame.
God bless them. Go to jail and get back out and get that bag and get some puss.
The thing is about the Island Boys, like, they should have leaned into the Jeffrey Epstein thing, because if it's not true anyway and you just go ahead and say it is, it adds like an extra layer to your lore, and you can maybe catch a little more fame off of it.
Somebody might feel bad for you.
Right. He's dead. He can't call you a liar.
I would never argue that you should lean into Jeffrey Epstein, though. Shouldn't be doing that.
That's what gets you in trouble in the first place.
Yeah.
The Island Boys are setting the record straight on a rumor swirling around the internet. They say they are not the kids who took a photo with Jeffrey Epstein back in the day. Do you know what a piece of shit you have to be for the Island Boys to make sure that nobody thinks they're associated with you?
Nobody wants association.
No, but Jeffrey Epstein was such a monster that even the Island Boys are going, yo, it could be bad for our reputation as we're seen if we're seen as connected with this guy. An old photo showing Epstein posing on a tropical beach with 4 young kids recently surfaced online.
Oh.
Which lots of folks claiming the kids flanking Epstein were the Island Boys. Now, they don't really look like the Island Boys at all.
That guy looks like the twins, the Sprouse twins.
Oh, the Sprouse kids. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is one of those things where I don't think this was ever serious. I think some asshole on the internet just wanted to start a thing, so he just pulled it out of his ass and he went, oh, yeah, that's the Island Boys. And then people wanted it to be true, so they go, oh, yeah, you can totally see it in the where? Where can you see that that's the Island Boys?
If you want to believe something, anything can happen.
Right. I could tell you that that's Ralph Macchio and fucking Zach Morris. You know,
It's Dylan and Cole Sprouse in one.
I could tell you that. Did you know that that's Zac Efron? And that's
Fez next to Zac Efron.
Yeah, this is Wilder Valderrama and Zac Efron, and then that there is Sean William Scott. You guys didn't know that, did you?
God, look at how unhappy those kids are, though.
Well, their assholes are probably killing them.
I know, that's the whole point. Like most kids, you take them to a beach, they're thrilled. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
until you do,
try getting molested and then taking to the beach. Not good.
Yeah, sand in a molested butt doesn't feel good, I would guess.
Feels a lot better than cum, though. Fly Soldier tells TMZ that he and his twin brother, Kodiak Red, have seen the viral photo, but the kids in the image are not them. There's speculation that the photo was snapped on one of Epstein's private islands in the Caribbean, and Fly Soldier says he and his brother never left Florida until they were 18, and the photo doesn't look like it's from their home state. Well, thank God. We found out that the Island Boys' buttholes are safe.
Right.
Marked safe from Jeffrey Epstein. So, okay, here's the Island Boys as kids. The little Chody Coke cans. Remember the Chody Coke cans?
Don't you miss those sometimes? Because I never want a full can.
Yeah, a little Chody Coke.
I like the Chode Cokes.
So there's the Island Boys. There's the picture. And not even close. Come on.
It's not even close.
Here, the Island Boys, molested boys.
These two boys.
Island Boys, molested boys.
Yeah, the two molested boys look very different from each other too, whereas the twins there look identical.
Right.
Your hair doesn't just change that quickly that old as a kid.
That's why they got all the tattoos later in life, so you could tell them apart. What's more, Fly Soldier says he looked exactly like his fraternal twin when they were growing up, meaning they didn't have different colored hair like the boys in the Epstein photo. Yeah, this is disappointing to me because this would have made the Island Boys so much more interesting. Yeah, you would have been like, oh, I see how they became such retards. Like that. Obviously, they were peddled by Epstein. But now you find out that they got that way all on their own. I could have blamed Epstein. Now I just have to blame their single mom.
Oh, the only people going in the Island Boys' booty holes are the prison guards.
That's it. Yeah, the only ones checking their buttholes are
cavity search.
Corrections officers.
Spread them.
That's it. Grank Nutterbutter says molested boys have a better channel, to be honest. Yeah, we're the molested boys. We went to Epstein Isle. We saw the Bill Clinton, and he fucked us for a while.
No. Save the buttholes.
We're the molested boys, and that life we choose. We were sexually trafficked by Israeli Jews. Sorry. I'm remixing. I'm making a better song.
You're just quoting them, right?
We're the Island Boys. We became famous fast because we let presidents butt fuck us in the ass. See, it's a better song. I'm improving the quality of the song.
It's making me feel things.
Well, that's what good art is supposed to do. We're the Island Boys, and we're
okay.
And we're on a boat. We got butt fucked by Bill Gates, but we're not trying to gloat.
Your stupid smug smile with that mustache is killing me.
It's a comedy.
It is killing me.
We went to Epstein Isle and we got passing grades. We took a doctor's test, negative for the AIDS.
Now I feel like we need to be buying their music.
Well, the Island Boys make big. They could have look the hits they could have made if they just would have embraced the Epstein Island thing.
I have a request now for all the Epstein victims out there. Can you just put out some hot tracks for us? That'd be good, right? That's a good outing.
All kinds of possibilities. Like I said, if you lean in and you embrace it, there's lots of possibilities.
It's an interesting way to come out and say the things you need to say.
We're the Island Boys from the Caribbean. We went to Epstein Isle and we're not anal virgins. Again, the lyrics, I'm just ghostwriting for these motherfuckers. They're throwing away gold.
If there's no butt hymens, can you be a virgin?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is a tricky one, because isn't that the whole Catholic thing is if you do butt stuff, you're still a virgin? I don't know.
I went to Epstein Island and they called me a dud because I didn't have a lot of anal blood.
You could have gone with pud.
It's getting dark.
Yeah, the anal blood really kind of
anal blood really kind of brings it down.
See, now my butt hurts. I don't like it.
Gina Bobina says he will be coming up with lyrics all day. Yeah, and I could have sold them to the Island Boys. See, now they're costing me money with their horse shit.
You're going to be singing that shit all day, I guarantee it.
Oh, man. We're the Island Boys and we were not alone when Bill Clinton wanted young boys to bone. Could have told us all the stories about Epstein Island in song form. We would have listened to it all day.
I'm going to puke.
Oh, really? What are you trying to say? That
He's gonna puke.
Yeah.
You freak, you homosexual, you man lover.
No more talking about kid stuff.
All right, fine.
That's off-putting.
We're the Island Boys and Epstein Isle was cool. We got to see Chris Rock and suck on his big tool.
I thought Chris Rock never made it. He just had an appointment.
No, wait, we don't really know what's going on with Chris Rock and Jeffrey Epstein.
Chris Rock had just made an appointment to go see Epstein and to make it there?
Look, I'm sure a lot of people told Epstein, look, if you're going to put me in your day planner, always put me down as a maybe.
We got to read that black book, don't we? Somebody has read that black book.
Damn
it.
Where the island boys are butts they like to hump. When we were on Epstein Isle, we met Donald Trump. There is no proof that he ever went to the island.
Trump apparently.
He just met Epstein at an event and he took pictures
Yeah,
with
but
him.
Trump also denounced him, didn't he?
He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Perfect.
Because he was a pervert. Yeah.
No butthole stuff.
Steve's guitar. We are the island boys. We like to sing and jump. We take Bill Clinton's kielbasa in our tiny rump. Again, the second lease on fame they could have if they just leaned into the Jeffrey Epstein
Yeah,
thing.
but now I'm starting to think that, like, with these visuals you're giving me, like, nobody's buying that. I don't want to think about that.
Oh, man.
No kid butts. Kid butts are safe. That's like a no-touch zone.
Poor island boys. They either have to say that they were molested by Epstein or they have to fade into obscurity. There's no good choice here.
And hold on, I thought it was mostly girls. When did it start with the boy lore?
Well, that's why it's so unlikely that the island boys were there. They did, I mean, say what you want about all these billionaire and powerful pedophiles, they did seem to prefer pussy.
No gay shit.
No gay shit over here.
We got morals.
Again, I will say this. I do believe that a lot of these rich and powerful people at Epstein Island thought they were fucking of-age girls, and then Epstein would get the pictures and video and go, hey, great, now you have to pass and do everything we tell you to.
Yeah, I actually don't think you're wrong. Especially if you look at girls today. They are growing up so goddamn fast, and with everything, like, girls are super into makeup and certain clothes and shit. You can make them look older quickly.
Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron, you're uncovering a lot of evidence today. Look, man, I'm an investigative reporter.
It is weird.
Gina Bobina says, I even listen when driving my kids to school. You're a horrible person.
You better have an earbud in.
She says he was giggling during Aaron's ass finger protests. How old are these children? I need to know how bad of a mother you are, Gina Bobina. All right, you're letting them listen to an e-beggar like this, $190 away from today's goal. We got Bam Margera and Wrestling Otaku for overtime. $190 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats if you'd like to contribute to our program. There's all the links in our chat. We're keeping score on Target and their LGBT tuck-friendly swimsuit debacle that they had recently.
I've seen it. I've touched it.
And how did it feel? Good fabric?
Bulgy.
You got to have room for a tucked dick.
Yeah, they actually put it on the mannequin with a fake bulge just so they can show you.
It's odd, right? Well, the tuck-friendly swimwear and the LGBTQ pride shit that Target, kind of got Bud Lighted for, has now cost them over $12 billion.
I'm for it.
Target shares fell another 3.66% Tuesday, marking the 8th straight decline and lopping off another $2.4 billion in market cap.
Choice of words.
What?
Lopping off.
Lopping off. Yeah, it's a fun little trans wordplay thing.
Wow, not to be.
They're transitioning into an unprofitable company.
Oh.
Since the backlash, Target market value has fallen over $12 billion to $61.77 billion as of Tuesday's closing price. Mid-month, the market value was over $74 billion. Well, here, let's see Target. How'd they do yesterday? Target stock, it's down another 189 today.
I hope this keeps happening to companies until they learn their lesson.
Let's see. It started at 128. It's at 129. Well, it says they're down 185 today. What was yesterday? Today's June 1st. Yesterday,
yes.
Wow, yesterday they closed at 130. So they stayed flat yesterday. They went down about 3 cents. And now today they're down another couple of bucks. Yikes.
Well, they can't be going down. Today's the first day of Pride Month. That shit's got to be going up, guys.
That's true. They're officially actually down to $18 million. Wait, no. What was the market cap before? 177?
Yes.
So, yeah, they're at 59.6 now. So they've lost $18 billion.
But it serves you right. Stop with this shit. I mean, The only thing that gives me hope, like, is when I go to our local Target here, nobody's fucking in that corner. Nobody's shopping it.
Again, you're celebrating what you like to fuck. Like, that doesn't need to be a section at a store unless it's Spencer's, which is fine. Ian Hawk, thank you for becoming a Baby Boot member, buddy. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
$1.85 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Well, got some news for you before we open up the 8 o'clock hour stories. Mike Pence is officially running for president because they hadn't quite determined who was the most boring candidate yet.
That's him, right?
We officially have him.
We have the bar for boringest.
Yes. And boringest.
Boringest.
Yes. The boringest.
Yeah.
You can catch April on the Mud Shark stream today with her grasp on the English language.
You fuck right off.
Yeah.
He would never have me on. He thinks I'm terrible.
What would it take for you to do a stream with Chad Zumock?
It is interesting because I've considered that.
Have you really?
Not like I've considered going on, but like, what would it take me? I can't come up with that answer.
I've considered reaching out to Chad and doing a one-on-one.
No, I'm not reaching out to him. He's going to have to grovel and kiss my ass first.
Well, that was going to be part of it, but you have to reach out first, and then you determine the terms.
You want them to fucking come crawling to you. Why would you reach out to him? That is terrible business.
No, it's not terrible business.
I disagree with you.
You don't come from
I will politely disagree with you.
You don't come from the Vince McMahon school of, hey, man, business is business. I mean, imagine just yelling and screaming at Chad for a good half hour.
I'm not reaching out to Chad. He's reaching out to me if he wants me on his show.
He does love you.
Anyone who claims they hate somebody that much does, in fact, love you.
He doesn't know how to express love.
Yeah.
D. Gulag says it would be a huge stream. How long would you promote that for? Like, how long would you tease it? Like, how long would you...
I could probably only stomach a week.
So a week you'd promo. So like today you would go, hey, guys, remember, after today's show, we're doing a special stream at noon with Chad Zumock.
Yeah, I think any longer than that, it'd be really hard for me to keep the bid up.
All right, question. The Anthony Cumia interview is at about 50 or 60,000 views on our channel.
Yes, as it should be.
Does the Zumock interview break that?
No.
I don't think so either.
Nothing should break Cumia.
And what you do is you tell a guy like Zumock, you go, look, we'll give you 25% of the super chats and donations that come in, but you have to stay for at least a half hour. Or you don't get
I think he would. I think he could fill that half hour with enough screaming at me and projecting at me. Okay. Like, even if it... And the thing is those people are being disingenuous. Like, Chad doesn't really, think I'm the devil or anything like that, or that I'm a bad parent, or that I'm not a parent. Like, he knows.
Chad just lashes out.
He lashes out because he doesn't have those things, and on some level, you have to feel bad for somebody like that.
And Guy Sartell with a great point. The Cumia interview is going to do way better because normal people have no clue who these people are.
I agree.
It's
like, to me, that's another reason why I'm saying it's bad for business for you to reach out to Chad and be like, God, you should consider having me on your show. Like, you don't do that because, again, that's lower than you. That's beneath you. Like Guy said, nobody knows who that is.
What if it was my Michael Frost? What if it was my Frost-Nixon moment where I finally get him to admit all of his crimes?
Well, then,
just like Frost did with Nixon.
Go for it, man. That's what you'll be known for.
NF Cap says that shark story made me so anxious I had to skip most of it.
Yeah.
Fucking retard and a terrifying way to die.
I agree. I felt the same way.
Gina Bobina says his rage is from hurt.
Yeah, it is.
You're probably right.
There was a fleeting moment in my life over this winter where he was being so shitty, and I'm like, dude, I've not done these things. Where is this coming from? Why is he being so mean to me? And I wallowed for a little bit. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. But then, you do kind of just be like, he's hurt.
He's just an injured boy.
And take pity on somebody like that.
You do. D. Gulag says Nixon did nothing wrong. I will say this to defend Richard Nixon. If he just would have turned in those the Watergate break-in guys, he would have been fine. If he would have said, take him, throw him in jail, slap the cuffs on him. And then if the guys in his administration who raised money for those guys, if he would have canned those guys as well, and he wouldn't have covered up and tried to protect these people, he would have been fine. Richard Nixon actually had nothing to do with the Watergate break-in, but what he did have something to do with was the cover-up of the Watergate break-in. That's where he fucked up. Larry Schulte says, Nixon, Kissinger set up the China trade deals to send our manufacturing there. Well, imagine that. Kissinger.
Yeah,
manipulated.
I feel like if I don't know enough about a situation, I'm not going to say they didn't do anything wrong.
Well, Mike Pence is going to run for president. He's scheduled a June 7th kickoff event in Iowa. Everyone goes to Iowa to announce they're running for president because it's the first caucus for the primaries. And then we also got news yesterday that Chris Christie is planning to enter the GOP presidential primary next week in New Hampshire. Does anyone remember Chris Christie?
In name only.
He was the big fat governor of New Jersey. That was it. He was like prehistoric Trump. You know, any politician who said things that politicians weren't supposed to say, you were like, oh my God, that guy's insane. And then Trump came around and you were like, yeah, all those guys are normie.
So now we're kind of having an interesting, semi-colorful corral of Republican candidates, right?
Some of these guys will be gone before the start of the year.
But I mean, I feel like you could look at any of these people and be like, oh, some people will vote for that one.
According to an Emerson College poll last week, 62% of Iowa Republican caucus goers currently support Trump. 5% support Pence. I'll be honest with you. I don't think with Trump and DeSantis in there, I don't think there's going to be enough oxygen for anybody else.
I don't think so either, especially when you're that boring.
Yeah.
Like, Pence would really have to come out and say some wild shit.
Yeah, Pence could be the most intelligent guy in that race. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But it's not going to matter because there's no oxygen left for him.
Well, and another problem that I'll have again with Pence is how fucking old is he?
63. He's not that old.
Fuck, something aged him. He's
old. He's always had the white hair.
He looks the part, I guess.
Yeah, he's always had the white hair.
Many apologies, Mr. Pence.
Hugh G. Rection says, Pence running for president. Somebody has some money to launder. You know, I've wondered that. Like, there's so many guys who say that they're running for president and they're like at 1%. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like, oh, they're taking dirty cash that they've got, funneling it through their campaign, and then making it clean again. I see. Okay.
Make my finances clean again.
Yeah, I get that. If you got money to launder, running for president's a good way to do it. Ask our current president. Sometimes it works out way more than you thought it would.
Yeah, your finances can be out in the open and nobody will question it.
Yeah.
Question it.
Yeah, or they'll question it. They'll question it. They'll question it. All of it at the same time. Fauci's Pangolin says, was VP for Trump. That will age you. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Howie DeWitt says Christie isn't running. He's wheezing and waddling. That's fair enough.
Somebody said Christie has a front butt, and I can't unsee it now.
It's actually true, though. The Pence thing, the thing that's going to hurt him is a lot of Republicans don't like him because they feel like he threw Trump under the bus for January 6th. So
okay,
they're going to kind of hate him for that.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I like. I like that guy. Whoever said Pence has money to launder. I kind of see that.
Hugh G. Rection?
Yeah, Hugh G. Rection. I can always go to Hugh G. Rection for my political takes.
I go to that for everything.
Exactly. NF Cap says, Dear Lord, Aaron, Somalis and sharks off the third floor. Wow, amazing carryover from a real story. You're welcome. I know, I know my crossovers, my friend.
A shark on the third floor would be scary.
Yes. $185 away from today's goal and about 30 minutes away from rattling the cans, playing the super chat music, and seeing if we can knock today's goal out. It is the second to the last day of the week, so we've only got 2 more goals to hit.
We can do it.
185 away from today. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats count as well if you'd like to contribute to our program. And if you're just joining us, Bam Margera and Wrestling Otaku.
In the shower.
In the shower. For
not
overtime
together.
Today. Not together, no. And Bam will not be in the shower, but Otaku certainly will be.
Who would you rather see in a shower, Otaku or Bam?
Wow. The Island Boys, honestly.
Oh.
That shark from the cruise ship story. I think is who I'd rather see.
No, again.
Oh, so you know how people are very critical of how like Gen Z is being raised, like how they are. Yeah, Grank Nutterbutter says not together. Skip this BS. Oh, sorry.
The greatest collab of all time.
I didn't know you guys wanted Bam and Wrestling Otaku in the shower together. My bad.
Ugh, getting steamy.
Someone asking when we're going to do our Steel Toe coffee promo. I don't know. I asked April to get me like a quartering backdrop. We need to work on that. And then I need to work on how I'm going to present a quartering style coffee promo. We'll see. Steel Toe Coffee, by the way, is available. There's the link in the chat. CrescentMountCoffees.myshopify.com. Promo code JITTERS. If you'd like your Steel Toe Coffee, pick it up there. The whole bean option hopefully coming later this month. Hopefully that's the addition we can make to the Steel Toe Coffee family here in June. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com for all your firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, parts, and so much more. Go ahead and order from MidlandArmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get great deals on your Second Amendment stuff. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care Towing will pick you up faster than anyone else in the area. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, the home of the 9th anniversary Steel Toe Party, Saturday, August 12th. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They also have their 13th anniversary celebration going on all weekend long, starting today. Bike night tonight, huge celebrations. Eric the Midget's going to be, or not Eric the Midget, Brian the Midget. Excuse me, different midget. You can, I get my midgets confused. That's my fault.
How can you? They're all so special.
That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Get your tickets on that Eventbrite link that Zen Rhino has in the chat to get your tickets for the Steel Toe anniversary party. Okay. American kids, people are saying they're being raised soft. They're being brainwashed. You know, they're indoctrinated. They're being pussified is the big word you hear from people.
Ow.
Well, I don't think we can really know how, brainwashed or pussified or how soft our country's children are unless we compare them with another country, like, say, China.
Don't say China.
Let's see what China is doing, how they're raising their children versus maybe what we're doing with ours. The day when all the Japanese invaders are eradicated. Okay, so they're doing war games with their children to use bayonets and bazookas against the Japanese invaders.
Yes, but here in America, we're telling kids not to engage in violence in their video games.
Well, we're also telling them that, it's okay to tuck your dick in a swimsuit and feel like you're the opposite gender. So I think we're doing great. I think so far, in fairness, China's probably a little more hardened because they have been invaded by Japan multiple times throughout their history. The last time being only 80 years ago.
That's recent enough.
It's pretty recent, and it was pretty brutal. So, maybe China has a reason to be a little skeptical of Japan's intentions. See, in America, we've always done the invading. We haven't been invaded since 1812. So we've always done the invasions.
See, but now the fact that you say shit like that out loud makes me feel like we're going to be invaded.
By who?
I don't know. Okay.
Who's going to get here?
Ourselves. We fucking suck.
Yeah. There's only one thing that can bring down a conglomerate as big as the United States. And that's us.
The finger of God.
Ain't nobody killing the United States but the United States. But, we're playing with machine guns. We're firing off mortar rounds. I'd say American children and Chinese children, 1A and 1B.
I'd say we can't hold a candle.
Neck and neck. Oh, and by the way, that was their Girl Scout troop.
They were all girls. They had pink jackets on.
That's
because they still consider them girls and boys there.
Yeah, that's
by the way.
That's just the Girl Scout. They ain't even to the selling cookies part yet. You talk about a hard sell. Ooh, those girls will scare the shit out of you to buy some Thin Mints. Still 185 away from today's goal, and we are getting close. About 25 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock that out. If you feel like chipping in, there's all the links in the chat. Hopefully we can rally it up today, knock that out, and do some extras today. Otherwise, maybe in April and I take a nap at 10 o'clock.
I guess. I really didn't want to, though.
Not really against it, though, at the same time. Ron DeSantis is firing back at Donald Trump. See, this is why I don't see the Mike Pence thing or Chris Christie thing being successful, because everybody's going to sit there like a tennis match and be watching Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
What is Trump saying about DeSantis? What's DeSantis saying back to Trump? One issue that I've always thought DeSantis kind of had Trump checkmated in is the COVID topic. Because while Trump was kowtowing to Fauci and going, everybody should take the vaccine, we'll have the military come put the vaccine in your arm, all this shit. Ron DeSantis was going, hey, everybody, Florida's a party. Do whatever the fuck you want. We don't give a shit. And people kind of liked that message.
Absolutely. I'd never wanted to go there more.
Yeah.
I never made it. But
they liked that more than Trump's message. The only problem that DeSantis is going to have is, I'm telling you, man, you talk to these MAGA people, you cannot convince them that Trump ever said that stuff. MAGA people have this weird thing where if they're against it and Trump said it or did it, Trump never said it or did it.
Right.
Because Trump can't say anything that they're against. It doesn't compute with them. So DeSantis is going to have this tough job ahead of him where he has to not only point out that Trump did this weird, stupid shit that DeSantis never did, but he has to get Trump followers to believe that it ever happened in the first place.
It is like Trump followers, like the really involved ones, all have their blinders on.
Yeah.
They only see the, oh my God, make America great again. That's it.
Yeah.
Economy, that's it.
and I don't like the vaccine. Well, did you know Trump tried to make people take it through military intervention? He never did that. He would never do that to us. I don't know. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for DeSantis because, again, I don't think that Trump followers want to believe he did anything that they don't like.
Of course not.
Thank you very much to Michael. He says, thanks for the gifted sub, Balls Deep, paying it forward a bit, and throws $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. $180 away from nailing it today. You guys can go on a little run, and we can knock that out. Oh, you know what? Freedom's Lunch is right. Japan did invade Alaska in World War II and took the Aleutian Islands.
Okay.
But I don't think Alaska was a state then. It was a U.S. territory, like Guam or...
Well, it is a bit off the beaten path. Okay.
When did Alaska become a state? 1959. Okay. So, I don't know if that technically counts. So, Trump apparently took some shots at DeSantis. Then he praised Andrew Cuomo, saying he handled COVID better than DeSantis did. Now, Trump is biting off more than he can chew, in my opinion, but I've said that before, and he's ended up being fine. To take DeSantis' strength and try to make it a weakness, bold strategy, Cotton. But to say that Andrew Cuomo handled it better, let's compare the two. Ron DeSantis opened up his state before anyone else did and let people live their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Cuomo invented putting COVID-positive people in nursing homes.
That's, to me, all he's known for, except for the harassment shit.
Right, the finger popping bitches.
The finger popping.
The old finger pop hello from Andrew Cuomo. I couldn't decide if it was one finger or two. I went with that one.
Well, I mean, two would be nice.
Yeah, all right. A whole fist.
You only need one.
A whole fist would be great. A whole face.
I'd take a face.
Yeah, face would be even better. But yeah, I think I don't know if that's where you want to attack DeSantis, though.
Don't choose Cuomo. If you're going to try that strategy,
maybe Greg Abbott.
Yeah, go for Abbott. Don't go
Kristi
for Cuomo.
Noem.
Anybody but Cuomo.
Yeah. Bane Koof with $5 says, many of us view MAGA not as a cult, but a pirate ship. You don't give us what we want, you walk the plank. Yeah, but you'll never put your captain to the plank, is my point. With the Operation Warp Speed
you need a captain.
And the COVID stuff. Like, could you imagine? Like, I feel like DeSantis, we would have had an outside shot at Fauci being fired if Rand Paul or Ron DeSantis had been president. They would have canned him. Trump never did. And Fauci clearly, if you would have looked at the emails, Fauci clearly knew what they were doing in Wuhan. he was okaying the funds for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Courtney says Simpcast has a fire lineup Sunday. Christy just posted it. Do you want to see who you're on Simpcast
I do.
with?
I'd love to see. I'm always excited.
All right. Chrissy Mayer.
Right
there we go. Simpcast lineup for this week. Let's see. Pride Month. I'm not seeing it. Where did you see it posted?
She probably posted it on YouTube, on her channel. Upcoming.
Oh,
She scheduled the Simpcast.
I sure am a dummy. All right. And I have fat fingers.
Yahoo Tube.
Bane Coof with another $5 says any good pirate would make the captain dive off. Atta boy. 170 away from knocking it out today. Thank you, Bane Coof, for the little shot in the arm there.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, who's April
I'm antsy in my pantsy. Come on.
Who's April on Simpcast with? Zia.
Okay.
Leanne Starr.
I like her.
Chrissy Mayer.
Obvious. Really?
Melanie Mack.
Okay.
Brittany Venti and the Star Wars girl.
Damn. That should be fun.
Yeah, I mean...
what are you hesitating about?
Well, maybe Brittany Venti wants to catch up on the Steel Toe, Brittany Venti, Alex Stein coverage that we did.
I've got nothing to hide. I was on that episode, though, where we did cover how we thought that she was railroaded Alex Stein.
She was being shitty to Alex, and she was doing that passive-aggressive girl thing where they go, what? I'm just asking. It's like, no. Yeah, and we talked to Alex about it on the Compound episode. Go to compoundmedia.com. Watch episode 4 of Steel Toe. Came out last Friday. But we talked to Alex about it, and he was like, look, it's past both of us, but she was being shitty. Like, she was purposely
therefore,
trying to
too,
get
if
things
she
going.
were to bring it up on this new Simpcast episode, clearly you're not past it then.
She doesn't seem like someone who watches other people's shit.
No.
She doesn't really strike me as that type
I don't
of
think
person.
so.
All right, let's see what DeSantis said back. So Trump tried to make it look like Andrew Cuomo handled COVID better than Ron DeSantis did. I can't imagine that Ron took that sitting down. Let's take a listen.
So you talked about changing your tone a little bit with former President Trump. I don't believe you mentioned him here by name tonight, but does this mean you're going to be a bit more aggressive with campaigning against him?
So look, I'm going to respond to attacks. I mean, if you say Cuomo did a better job with COVID than Florida did, first of all, that's not what he used to say. This is like new. Like 6 months ago, he would have never said that, right? He used to say how great Florida was. Hell, his whole family moved to Florida under my governorship. Are you kidding me? So
I mean, that is kind of the dagger you can throw at Trump when he says, you did a terrible job with COVID. Then why did all of you move here?
Yeah, I do feel like that's an own.
Right.
On the DeSantis side.
Well, and saying that Cuomo did a better job than DeSantis, that's even going to piss off Republicans because Republicans did love the job that he did with COVID. Even if they're a Trump person over a DeSantis person, if you try to shit on his handling of COVID, you're kind of, look, he handled it better than, if Cuomo handled it better than DeSantis did, and DeSantis handled it better than Trump did, then Trump's the low man on that totem.
I mean, it rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
So some of this stuff, I think, is look. If someone is saying that, I am gonna counterpunch. I'm gonna fight back on it. I'm gonna focus my fire on Biden, and I think he should do the same. He gives Biden a free pass. I'm focusing on Biden. That's my focus.
Yeah. So
don't we need to focus on getting the old man out of office?
I'll say this though, and this may come off as a compliment to Donald Trump, but DeSantis doesn't sound like a fighter. DeSantis doesn't sound like a guy who's going to fight. I mean, nobody fights as dirty as Trump, but he just doesn't strike me as a guy who's really kind of a lenient, because in order to beat Trump, you got to get dirty with him. You got to get shitty with him. You can't try to take the high road. Hillary tried to take the high road. Biden, say what you want, but at least when in those debates, he was telling Trump he was like, oh, would you shut the hell up? And I think he called him an ass at one point. Like it got really, what do you call it? It was not the decorum that you're used to in a presidential debate, but in order to beat Donald Trump, you kind of have to do that stuff.
Maybe that's why only older men run, because they've been through everything and have no problem being shitty to someone. Think about all the things Donald Trump has done in his entire life. That guy has no problem being shitty to somebody.
Yeah. Labglass says the problem with bringing up COVID is that it's old hat. That's a good point. Like, maybe people just don't even want to hear. They don't care. It's a dick swinging contest, and you don't even want to fucking hear about COVID anymore.
Yeah, I would rather not.
Yeah.
When's the last time you heard about COVID in our little community here?
Oh, well, just a week or two ago when the federal emergency ran out, and we were officially done with COVID forever. It was no longer a thing.
Oh, that's right. They had to remind us that, hey, guys,
the emergency's
you can go
over.
outside now.
Yeah.
What?
COVID only ended to me 2 weeks ago.
I've got tan lines on my ass already. I've been out there a while.
RS says Trump will sniffle his way through a debate and struggle to lift a glass of water due to nerves. He's toast if DeSantis runs. Well, DeSantis has declared that he's running. He announced it on a Twitter space.
Yeah, we now have Pence, Trump, and DeSantis.
Pence, Trump, DeSantis, Haley, and... Nikki Haley, and I can't remember the Indian guy's name, Rameshah Prankatel or something like that.
And Chris Christie is about to.
And Chris Christie's about to jump in, yeah. So basically Trump and DeSantis.
Any news on the Hillary front?
Not since she shit on Joe Biden for his age, but I'm watching that little monster. I think she's going to try and jump in there somewhere.
I don't know about you, but I don't see how Biden can make it through another campaign. I don't know.
They still got a year to get him out of there. A year and a half.
He doesn't seem like just even there enough to make it through.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you, Tyler Barton. I appreciate that. Ryobi says Tulsi needs to run. I think Tulsi Gabbard would be a great vice presidential pick.
I
don't
agree.
think she'd be a good presidential pick. $170 away from today's goal and 15 minutes until we play the music and see if we can knock out that hefty goal still today. We got a Florida story here. We got a Little Mermaid story, and we've got a duck hunt pistol bank robbery.
Oh, whoa.
Story still to go before we get to Bam Margera and Wrestling Otaku if we get overtime today. If not, you can always push those stories back to tomorrow.
Let's do it, guys.
Violence broke out right before the start of the long Memorial Day weekend at a park on the Space Coast of Florida. According to the arrest affidavit from the Melbourne Police Department, a Palm Bay man is accused of attacking two women with a knife and shovel at Brothers Park.
Which one would you rather?
Yeah, you get a choice, knife or shovel. You get the knife or the shovel.
Now, is it a scoop shovel? Because they're not very aerodynamic.
I'm going to say I'll take the shovel because you'll knock me out. The knife, I got to watch myself bleed and everything else.
I'll take the shovel, too.
I'll take the shovel death. Thank you very much. The police report says officers responded to a disturbance at the park at about 5 p.m. when they saw a man wearing only a T-shirt carrying a shovel in his hands as though it were a weapon. I mean, look, anytime I see a guy with his dick out and he's running with a shovel, I assume he's got bad intentions.
Kind of.
I never
run the other direction.
Yeah,
right?
I never see a guy Donald Ducking it with his cock swinging in the Florida heat, holding a shovel. I never go, oh, that guy's just here to dig a hole or build something.
I want a picture that he's, in fact, naked. His whole wiener's out.
Whole wiener.
The whole thing. And he's got, like, a spade shovel like this, and he's running crazy. And he has, like, a little belt on with his, like, knife in a sheath.
Yeah, his cock is swinging back and forth, to and fro. He's got his shovel.
Is it a big cock?
Ma'am, you dropped your book. When asked what was happening, the man told cops he came to the park to smoke a joint.
As you do.
With his dick out and a shovel. And saw two women whom he accused of beating him up. I got my ass beat last week by those girls, the defendant said.
Oh, no. Don't tell the world that.
What I love about this guy is he expects the cops to then go, oh, well, then by all means, go ahead. I'm sorry we interrupted.
Right. Stupid bitches.
One of the women had a different story, telling officers that the suspect had become irate for an unknown reason, retrieved a small pocket knife, and threatened to cut her with it. That's not true. That's a confusing story. He brought out a small Swiss Army knife, and he said, hey, I've got a Phillips head screwdriver here if you need some vents removed.
Have you ever looked at one of those things and, like, half the attachments are like, I'd never use one of those?
I have used the Phillips head screwdriver attachment on a Swiss Army knife before.
I have, too.
I've never used the can opener.
I've used the corkscrew and the can opener.
Corkscrew, knife part.
Obviously the knife. I've used the scissors.
Scissors, Phillips head screwdriver.
Scissors is great in a pinch.
Never the can opener, though. The woman said as she began to run away, she saw Espinoza retrieve a wooden shovel. Does she mean a shovel with a wooden handle, this dummy?
God, I hope so. A wooden shovel?
There hasn't been a wooden shovel since 800 AD. And come after her and swing it at her head. She ducked to avoid being struck in the face, but the shovel made contact with the top of her head. Oh, that's going to leave a nice little goose egg.
Aye.
The other woman told police that Espinoza had also come at her, lucky girl, kicking her in the chest, causing her to fall backwards on the wet grass. The complaint says that her clothing was noticeably damp. Espinoza then threatened with the knife, yelling, quote, "I'm going to fuck you up."
Her biggest complaint, though, is that her clothing was damp.
No, the cops said they noticed that.
Oh.
That was part of the...
Maybe she was just wet.
Yeah, maybe it was that cock out, and then the threat with the knife made her all leak.
I know. Like, there is that thing about impending danger in a cock that just makes you all horny.
Just gets you all horned up. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm moister than an oyster. This guy's got his big rock hard cock, and he's coming at me with a Swiss Army knife. Oh, shit.
Am I on a mountain because I'm dewy?
Am I running against Harry Truman because I'm dewy?
I liked mine better.
No, I like a good
well, that's
1948 election joke.
That's where we still can have our individuality.
I understand it. Am I walking hard because I'm dewy thanks to Cox? The Dewey Cox, the Walk Hard story.
Okay. There's also a book about a cat named Dewey, but I don't care to make a joke about it.
Who am I, Mick Foley's son? Because I'm Dewey.
Was I driving drunk because I got a Dewey? Oh, man.
There's all kinds of puns you can do for a wet pussy. Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says, I could cut a heart out with my metal detecting shovel. Attaboy. Oh, man. Stevie J says, no, Aaron, this is wrong. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. It's totally fine. The other woman told police that Espinoza said he was going to fuck her up. Officers detained Espinoza, putting him in their patrol car. While taking him to a hospital for medical clearance, he reportedly told them, quote, "Why didn't you let me hit her?"
That is a valid question.
Yeah, I mean, come
like,
on.
if you're going to take me in, you could have at least let me hit her first.
Yeah, why didn't I get to crack this bitch in the head with a shovel first? You guys are no fun at all.
I feel like cops sometimes don't get enough credit. Like, they just had to take a naked man with his wiener out
to
the hospital. What do you do?
Got his dick out, threatening to hit people with a shovel. Yeah, how do you de-escalate that situation?
Technically, he had 3 weapons then.
Yeah, depending on what that cock do.
Ugh.
Chernobog says, what are you, using a decimal system? Because you're Dewey. You like that? You like a Dewey decimal system?
Oh, God. I liked it more than some of yours, but,
What are you, one of Scrooge McDuck's nephews that's not Huey or Louie? Because you're Dewey.
I am thirsty. I sure could use a Mountain Dewy.
Yeah, see?
You don't feel good about this.
I don't feel bad. I mean, we got 10 minutes left in the show, and what are we, 170 away?
Well, fuck,
Or no,
guys.
I'm sorry, 165. So we're 165. We're close to striking distance.
I need to see Otaku in the shower.
April wants to see Otaku in the shower. I want to watch the Bam interview. We'll see. We'll see if today's show's been good enough to knock out the goal here on a Thursday morning.
Don't let me down.
Disney's live-action remake of The Little Mermaid came out this weekend. It got mixed reviews. I guess it didn't do great at the box office.
Okay.
You know what bombed at the box office? Burt Kreischer's movie.
I didn't know he had one, so I guess that's on par.
This week, box office. Yeah, I don't think it made much money.
You and I found out Dean Erdahl has a movie.
Yeah, Representative Dean Erdahl
pretty cool.
has a movie. Here we go. Box Office Mojo. I don't want the dailies. Here's the weekend. Oh, never mind. Little Mermaid did really, really well. $95.6 million.
That sounds great.
That's really
compared to The Machine's $5 million.
How long has Fast X been out? Because that only did $23 million.
Hey.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3, that's been out a while, $20.8 million.
They made a third one?
Yeah. Super Mario Brothers, 6.4. Wow, that's still hanging in there. That's been out a long time. They're doing pretty well. The Machine, in its opening weekend, made $5 million.
I feel like I should go see a movie. It's been a while.
I want to see the George Foreman movie. What was the budget for? It doesn't say. They've only made $6.4 million so far.
Oh, God.
In The Machine. What was the... God, I need to know the budget.
What is it about?
Bert Kreischer's drunken escapades.
So any footage that you've ever seen of him?
It's just about his shitty Russian mafia train machine story. That's all it is. The Machine movie budget. Ooh, they better get going. Because it costs $20 million to make, and they say you always have to double the budget for advertising and whatnot. So that's $40 million, and they've made 6 so far. And your opening weekend is always your best weekend.
And they made $5 million last weekend.
So it's probably going to go down to 2 this weekend. And that would be, so then they'd be at 8.
Out of 40.
To get to 40, you'd have to then hold that $2 million for 20 more weeks.
See, this is my favorite part about the market is maybe that'll teach him to not put a movie out there.
Right.
Like, we didn't need a Bert Kreischer movie.
Can this be the thing that shames us out of Bert Kreischer, please? I would like it if The Machine's dismal performance of losing tens of millions. One thing is it's guaranteeing is Bert Kreischer will never get a movie again. We'll never have to watch Bert Kreischer movies. I'm telling you, if this movie would have made $30-40 million its opening weekend, we would have Bert Kreischer would have been in as many movies as like Farley in his prime.
Yeah.
It would have been terrible.
I agree with that take.
Thank you very much to Semper Reloaded for the $5. Says, do you have a bunch of little water drops all over you? Because you're dewy. Bane Koof with $5 says, Bert ripped off the Machine story from someone else. Did he really? I've never heard that.
Great.
I mean,
I knew I'd seen enough of Bert when I found out he did a coffee enema on a Netflix special for all of us to see.
They're saying it has a 22% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Man, that's 22% too much.
Yeah, right.
Like, do you ever hear that and somebody be like, oh, that's really low? And I'm like, fuck that, it's too high.
It's not low enough. What are you talking about? God, this is
our president's approval rating, too.
Really makes me disappointed in America to find out that The Machine got 22%. Oh, what? You thought it was better than that? No, it shouldn't be anywhere above 10.
22% too much.
What are you talking about? Well, thank you, guys. 160 away from the goal this morning. Hank Danger with $2 says Paul Blart 2. Yeah, they would have done franchises with Bert. They would have done all kinds of shit if that movie
franchise the damn thing.
Franchise it. Franchise the damn thing. It's too good to just have one movie. So the New York Times writer and film critic Wesley Morris, I think we should probably put him on some kind of a watch list.
Oh.
Because in his review of The Little Mermaid, one of his complaints about the movie is that it didn't have enough kink in it. When has The Little Mermaid ever been about kink?
This is a children's movie.
Yeah. Can we start taking some of these New York Times writers and these Hollywood people who talk this way about children's movies and just going, we're locking you up?
Anyone about children. Stop relating children with sex. It's not okay.
I'm starting a new crime that we can just lock people up for without a trial. And that new crime is called ugh. I'm gonna charge you with ugh.
If you do the ugh,
yeah,
you're done.
So if for example, if you write a review about The Little Mermaid and you go, it's missing elements from the original such as joy, fun, mystery, risk, flavor, and kink.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
Kink in the first one was Flounder being naughty one day. Didn't wear a short skirt.
That's this guy watching the old Little Mermaid and putting the fucking a fish person thing in his own head and going, yeah, that's what the movie's telling me. It's about mermaid kink. No, it's not, you fucking psycho.
He's like semi into like the kid stuff and bestiality all at once.
Yeah.
He really just needs a porn made specifically for him.
So a guy like that, you just got to go, all right, you're going in the cell. And you're like, what am I going in the cell for? What am I charged with? And you go, you're being charged with you're just
if my spine cracks from cringing so hard,
right, then I got to throw you in
jail.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says America has bad taste in movies. Yeah, but like the Machine doing poorly makes me believe again a little bit. Just a little.
Yeah, but somehow that guy keeps going in general, so there's somebody out there that supports him. I don't know.
Yeah. Red Fox Mad gifting a membership, gifting 2 memberships. One of them to Joe the Toe and one of them to Vanilla Sky. So, guys, we are 145 away from this morning's goal. Just chipping away slowly but surely. And in 2 minutes, we'll fire up the music. We'll do our e-begging, and we'll see if we can knock out that goal. Oh, look at that. Otaku's bath mat with $75 over on PayPal. Thank you, Otaku's bath mat.
Damn.
That's going to get us to
Thank you.
75, I believe. 70. Oh, now we're only 75 away. Oh, guys, wrap it up. We'll fire up that music in 2 minutes, and we'll wrap that thing up. Thank you, Otaku's bath mat, for the save.
Can you imagine what that mat has seen?
The biggest cock you've ever seen, Dingleberry.
It's hard to see anything else after that.
Just a rock-solid cock. See, I'd never put Otaku in jail for
No, he's fine.
No, Otaku.
He's a man's man.
Otaku's very confident, and in fact, in the video we're going to watch today after the Bam Margera thing, and we may go late today. If we do overtime, you guys are definitely getting your money's worth because we're going to have to go late with a lot of this Bam Margera stuff. Jesse James says, dance, monkey, dance. Give me a second. We'll get there. One thing you can count on in this show is honesty, e-begging, and dancing. It is, it's like the tide. It comes in, it comes out. Where was the, oh, damn it, I was looking for a thing and I lost it now. Son of a bitch.
Your ween? It's right here.
I was looking for my dick. Yeah, one of you guys had something really good and I lost it. Red Fox Mad gifting a membership to Helgi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What do you say? You know what? Let's fire it up. Wait a minute. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, so he wants Ariel to spread eagles so I can see her fish tonsils. If she doesn't have seaweed on the field play ball, he needs to be on a state watch list. Yeah.
Yeah, stop trying to put kink in kids' shit. Okay?
Right.
I know it's the oldest trick in the book since the dawn of time, but can we stop anytime
Or
soon?
you're going to jail for ugh.
Ugh. Is there an L in the beginning of that? Like, ugh.
Ugh. Yeah, we got.
It's not ugh. It's
I
ugh.
suppose if we're going to put it in the law books, we got to get.
How would you spell it?
Ugh. Ugh.
Your tongue does a thing.
E-E-C-H. Ugh.
No, there's an L in the beginning. Ugh.
Ugh. The Mood with 10 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much, buddy. And now we're 45 away from today's goal. Guys, you know what that means? We're inside of 50. No music today.
Wow.
That
went fast suddenly.
Yeah, let's just see if you guys want to finish it off on your own. $45 away from today's goal.
Lucky goal.
There you go. So now we got a guy like Unoriginal who's here for the first time. He doesn't want to see music and e-begging and dancing around. Now he doesn't have to see it today. That's wonderful. He says, Steel Toe, new to your program. I came for the Chad bashing, but stayed because you're entertaining. Well, thank you, bud.
Unoriginal.
I like people like Unoriginal because they see like a Chad clip and they go, oh, guys, this guy just shits on other people. But no, a guy like Unoriginal comes and watches the whole show and they go, oh, wow, they do like none of that shit on their show. They like cover it once in a great while and put it up as a clip, but they like never do any of those things.
We do topics here.
Scott Richard Staska watches our channel all the time still. Caught you, bitch. Your gifted memberships go to people who watch the channel the most. It goes in order of how often you watch the channel.
Yeah.
The Mood gifting one to CNFTs, Scott Richard Staska, Jay Santos, Mr. Massachusetts, Michael White, Mr. Boot, John Lassman. Oh, and David Skywalker, who claims he doesn't like this show. Him getting a membership, too. I like watching you guys get outed. That's one of my favorite things about gifted memberships is you get to see the fucking rats. You get to see who the rats are. I like that. It feels gifted memberships always feel like more of a personal victory.
I'm calling a meeting later.
Are you really? Oh, yeah. Scott Richard Staska was done with Steel Toe.
What?
Yeah, he was going off onto troll channels and stuff and all that shit. Oh, yeah. Just
Are you shitting me?
Oh, just being a real retard. And then David Skywalker was kind of playing both sides a little bit.
Fuck that. I don't know him. I know Staska personally, and I thought he was a friend.
How do you like that, Staska? We got you, bitch. We got you.
You know, like that's the first time I'm hearing of that, and I've drank with that man and his father. Like I consider him a friend.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I really actually don't appreciate that one bit.
Little birds all over the place.
That's too bad.
Yeah. All right. So you know what? Let's do the Bam Margera stuff. Now, guys, we are $45 away from nailing it today. So if you do want to throw in a little bit and knock out the rest, sounds good to us. But when we're inside of 50, we do not do the invasive music can rattling bit, as it were. All right. I got okay. So I got Bam set up here. And I got my otaku video set up here.
I don't know which one I'm more excited for.
We're going to start with Bam Margera because there's a lot to get to. This could end up being a very, very long overtime. Kyle W. gifting a membership to Nicholas Davidson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That coupled with a couple of those Red Fox Mad ones gets us down to $40 today. Yeah, I agree with Ryobi. April, they're not your friends.
Okay,
None
well,
of these people are your
you can say that with most people. You know what I'm getting at with this guy. We've hung out with him many times.
I don't care if I've hung out with people or not. If you're a listener, you're a listener.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, not to me. It's I put them all in the same category. There's different levels of loyalty, and there's different levels of people who, have supported the show and promoted the show and this and that. But I never. It's to me as a pro wrestling fan, I always go, hey, any of these people at any time could think it's fun to just turn on you. So I never take it personally. It's all part of the business as far as I'm concerned. $35 away. From knocking it out, as Red Fox Mad says, let's go. Take card of the $50. I don't know what the take card means, but we're at 35, my friend.
Take care.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Bam Margera updates. Here we go. I've got a lot. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. I'm feeling like this is daunting. I got to give you guys all this information, and there's so much going on with the guy. We haven't, that's kind of the thing with Bam. We've always said that is like you get this big rush of crazy horse shit for like a week, and then he disappears for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, maybe, is he possibly getting a little better? Nope. It's just the tip of the iceberg. He's just ramping up, building up his energy so he can go apeshit again. Bam Margera's estranged wife now says she wants $15,000 a month in child support plus more. Now, usually when women come up with these insane numbers of like, what does your kid eat? King crab every night? What do you need the $15,000 for? What would you buy him a new Ferrari?
No, it's for the emotional damage.
To me, nobody has earned their free money from the ex-spouse quite as much as Nikki Margera. I mean,
she has been around for some pretty bad stuff.
Oh my God. And she has stuck around far longer than she ever needed to. Far longer than she ever needed to. And now she's long after people thought she should have gotten the hell out of there. She finally decided she's leaving. And even in that, I don't think she ever filed for divorce. I think she's filing for a legal separation where in some states that's allowed and you can get child support and things like that. She doesn't even want to give up on the marriage yet. She still wants this guy to get better.
Well, that to me, that could go two directions. She either wants him to get better or she just doesn't want to sever ties with Bam Margera.
She also wants Bam to cover her attorney fees of at least $50,000.
Fuck.
She says she's bringing in very little income, less than $4,000 a month between family support and public assistance. He's a multi-millionaire and the mother of his child is on public assistance while he stays fucking loaded and shit-faced every single day. That is something else, man.
I get it, but does that also not look like she was just with him because he had all the money?
No, I don't think you stay with a guy. No, if you're with him just for the money, then you divorce him the minute there's trouble. She's stuck it out and hung in there. She's a ride or die bitch.
I've never disagreed with that. I just mean that I don't think she wants to sever ties with him because of that.
Yes,
He's
100%.
got the money.
No, I 100% believe she wants to sever ties because she can't live like that anymore. She gives a shit about her son.
Well, then get a divorce, not a separation.
Look,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Women are dumb, and they won't give up on a fucking loser like this. They just won't give up. All she wants is a little money to take care of their kid. That's it. She just wants some money to take care of the kid. And he should be covering her legal bills. She wouldn't have to incur these fucking legal bills if this loser wasn't doped up all the fucking time.
I completely believe she's a victim in all this. I do. Her and the kid.
So now, after she gets the $15,000 a month, that should be the end of it because that's enough to, get you by at the very least. So she wants the $15,000. Meanwhile, Bam is allegedly desperate to see his son. The problem is you can't let a guy see his kid if he's fucking loaded all the time.
No, because that kid, that's the thing about kids. They don't stay little for forever. They develop memories. They're going to remember you that way. They're going to start asking questions. Why is dad so weird? Why is dad sick?
Yeah.
What's wrong with dad?
why can't dad play with me and all, you know.
Why is dad always yelling?
Yeah. So the not being, he's desperate to develop a relationship with his son, Phoenix. Bullshit. If he was desperate to develop a relationship with his son, he'd get off the fucking, what is he on? The coke, meth, whatever the fuck he's on. He would get the hell off it if he was that desperate to develop a relationship. Point blank. You guys can tell me, and when we put these up as clips, Bam Margera defenders come out. And again, I will say, the last one was the same as the other ones. There's less and less of them each time because I think more people are getting mad at him. But it's too late. I mean, you should have been mad at him a long time ago. Don't give me this shit that, oh, well, the addiction is so strong that this. If you can't quit the drugs so that you can see your kid more, you love the drugs more than your son.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a win-win. The kid doesn't have to be around a fuck-up all the time and learn masculinity from Bam fucking Margera. You know, have the kid spend some time with Steve-O if you want a good role model who shows you how to overcome hard times. Let the kid be raised by Steve-O. Let Steve-O adopt Bam's kid. But if you have a Bam Margera, he loves the drugs more than he loves his kid. If he can't get off of them, then fuck him. You don't want the kid around that shit. Nikki is not allowing Bam to talk to his son through FaceTime or phone calls, and she's completely cut off all contact. We're told the last communication between Bam and Phoenix was over 2 months ago on March 29th when Bam came to California to visit his son. That was the day that he went into that restaurant in Burbank and started screaming at Nikki when she was having lunch with his kid.
I mean, there's a reason people don't want to talk to you. Like, you're insane. Like, and poor innocent kids, like, don't have any way to rationalize any of that. Like, you can't just talk to your child and be like, oh, dad's got some serious drug issues that he needs to fix until you can talk to him.
Yeah.
Kids can't rationalize that.
Jesse James says, yeah, why is dad in the woods again?
Why is everybody talking to me about dad being in trouble?
Yeah. Why is it when I go on the computer, you know, and I Google my dad, it's just all about drugs and addiction and all that shit?
Oh, and this poor kid, as he gets older through school, nobody's going to remember how his dad was the funny guy in the Jackass movies or the skateboarder.
The Pickle Man says, who the fuck names their kid Phoenix? I'll tell you who. If you see someone with a kid named Phoenix, you're going to see way more tattoos on the parents' bodies than normal people. That's who names their kids Phoenix. People with shitloads of arm tattoos. Yeah. Not like April's tasteful little piece there. I'm talking like it's you got maybe a chest plate, you got sleeves.
You got the underboob.
Oh, you got all kinds of tattoos, and you got a kid named Phoenix. You know, stereotypes exist for a reason.
Got a tramp stamp that says Boner Garage.
Absolutely. Well, those are just fun. So then Bam Margera went on this podcast called the Surprise Podcast with this BJ Investigates woman. Now, I've seen about a minute of this Bam Margera BJ Investigates interview, and it's about 30 minutes long, and we're going to watch probably a good 10, 15 minutes of it here. This woman, to me, from the limited amount I've seen of her, strikes me as very much an Elisa Jordana type, where she's a little puppet master. She brings on these fucking lunatics. And then when they go crazy and they do shit that makes them look bad, she goes, what? What did I do? What do you want me to do? Stop him? Yeah, I want you to stop him.
Why are you so mad? I don't have any responsibility over this.
Right. It's not a live streamed podcast either. She cut it, she recorded it.
She edited.
And then she edited it. So, yeah, fuck that noise. I hate people like this. Somebody told me, Aaron, as you watch more of this, you're going to hate this woman more. But, like, I hold Bam Margera responsible for what he's done. I was never a big Bam Margera guy. Even when I was a teenager and I was supposed to like him, like Viva La Bam, I always thought he was a fucking loser.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. I like Jackass. I think those are good fun.
I like Jackass, but I always thought Bam was just a dumb fuck up.
But that's what that was about, you know?
Yeah. So now we go to this BJ Investigates. And her show, The Surprise Podcast, episode 3 with Bam Margera. This one's called Bam Exposes Everyone. So this is Bam fucked up, in my opinion, talking shit about people, saying stuff that's going to cause him long-term damage to these relationships. including his own mother in this episode.
Yeah, which we've seen a snippet of where she's like, no, we don't do that here, but then lets him do it.
And then she just thinks it's fun and it's interesting and it'll get me views and woo. And then I care about you, Bam. You're my friend. This manipulative shit. At least if Bam Margera came on this show, A, I'd never let him do that. And B, I'd be confrontational towards the guy.
I hope he'd never let me call my mom and have it out
on the air.
On the
exactly.
air.
Thank you to Wildcard for the 199. Says that's hard times, baby.
Thank you.
Steve-O knows how to recover from the hard times and put down the crack pipe and pick up the notebook and write his funny jokes in his diary, baby, and sell T-shirts like a mug. But Bam Margera, he's going to stay on the wacky crack and he's going to ruin all his relationships, baby. He's going to get funky like a monkey.
This motion.
Yeah,
you do.
baby. Go watch
gets me.
Go watch an old Dusty promo. You would, yeah. And my gorilla may even be a little bit human. If you go watch the Dusty Rhodes Dusty Rhodes Gorilla promo, you're gonna see it. Here you go.
Oh, well, I have seen this 300 times on this show.
You're gonna watch it again. It's one of my favorite wrestling promos.
Well, my gorilla's a little bit more than just a ordinary gorilla. He's a bad gorilla, and there's some inside him that might be a little bit human. So it's going to be a big surprise in the Omni. The Koloff, Nikita and Ivan Koloff world titles against Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, and a full-blooded
maybe he doesn't do it.
American gorilla, brother. And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni. I got that so fucked up.
Nope, maybe I Bernstein Bears the fucking Dusty Rhodes motion into that promo.
That shit.
Holy shit. I am not above proving myself wrong on my own program. He didn't do the...
Whenever I do this motion, I'm talking about a butt.
Oh.
Like I'm just...
You're just talking about an ass.
The butt.
All right, I'm wasting time because I really want to see this Bam Margera thing. Let's check it out. I'm ready to hate this woman.
I know, I'm nervous.
More than I hate Bam Margera.
I'm nervous about this.
The original video included a phone call amongst Bam and his parents. We really want y'all to see it. Due to various reasons and circumstances, we will not be airing the phone call at this time. So this fucking broad wanted to put the phone call on her show, but Bam's family probably threatened to sue her, so she had to take it out. So this makes you look worse than if you had just taken the phone call out.
Hey, just edit it. Just take it out.
You're sitting here going, oh, I really wanted y'all to see the phone call. Amongst what? A guy who's high on drugs and addicted to smack and him shitting on his parents? You wanted to show that on your show? You piece of shit.
You don't need that to continue to make Bam look like a bad dude.
Right.
Okay? He's doing it himself.
Let's watch this. Remember, she has Bam's best interest at heart.
I'm sure.
Now let's get to part 3. To the revolution.
Yo, do you want to know something?
I do.
I have been to hell and back, and I met both.
You're still in hell, buddy.
Yeah, if this is back, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, if this is back, I want to see what hell was like.
Ugh.
Jesus. I mean, we're all in agreement. 10 seconds in, he's fucked up, right?
He has to be.
Yeah.
I think he always is.
To hell and back, and I met both. And he's fun, but he's an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I with now? Jesus tap dancing Christ.
Were they playing any music in hell when you went? I heard that they play Umbrella. It's good music.
It's what you just listened to.
The fuck?
Oh, well, that's subjective.
Cradle of Filth.
That's what I was talking about. I said I don't think
Dark
you could survive
Funeral.
in here.
Behemoth.
You ever want to make like a folk album?
He had multiple seasons of a hit show on MTV, and now he's talking to this fucking idiot. And I hate her because she's sitting there with this guy in front of her, and she's just, what was it like in hell, Bam? Isn't this great? She's using him for views. She's using him for clout. She's totally okay with it. This is a deep, dark, sinister person. I watch people like this, and I just gain more and more respect for Steve-O. Steve-O, every time he had Bam on, let's get to it. Let's get to it, man. What's wrong? Are you going to figure
Let's
this
talk
out?
About reality right
Yeah.
now.
Are you going to stop getting loaded? Are you going to stop getting fucked up? Are you going to, hey, I'm going to put you on my comedy shows so you can travel with me so I can be next to you. And we're going to bring your son. And we're going to, Steve-O gave a fuck.
Buddy, I care about you. I don't want to see you die.
I don't want to see you die. He said that in a social media post. Now I'm going to have to watch Bam die if he doesn't get better. And that guy gave a fuck about him. But these addicts, this is what addicts do. They go and they hang around the people that won't challenge them. And then those people go, oh, Bam, I'm your buddy. I let you do what you want. It's doing what he want that fucked everything up in the first place. And then he acts like people like Knoxville and Steve-O are the enemy.
What is her shtick here that she's going for?
She's a
what is
fucking...
What is her deal?
She's a mid-broad who thinks she's cute. That's her whole angle. And she sucks off of whatever... She's a succubus sucking off of whatever... relevance is left in this guy and just using him up and doesn't care what happens to him. She's actually making me feel sympathetic for Bam Margera.
Like a Mumford and Sons. Is this dead? All right,
No, I don't.
I got something for you to
A folk album.
consume.
Oh, let's play some native folk. No. I have Prince's fucking soundboard at my house.
Prince would definitely do a folk album.
Shut up!
No, he would not.
I
Yes,
hate
he
her.
No, he wouldn't.
Okay, fine. I would.
Well, go ahead and do
She's
it.
one of these people who has nothing planned and thinks she's going to riff and just sound fantastic, and it's trash. She's had enough, like, really desperate, simpy guys in her past tell her that she's quirky and funny and different.
Quirky is the main one.
And then she got this unearned confidence.
You know what? I don't need to be called quirky. I don't need that in my life.
How about cunty?
If I'm being cunty, then I guess I needed it.
There you go.
I might, and
Let's
I
see
think
how
you're,
many people don't listen to it.
I think you're gonna like it.
No, I won't.
Bam, you know it's not about how many people that listen to it.
Yeah, it is.
Oh. That sounds like an MTV tactic.
It sounds like... So is what you're basically saying...
This bitch has nothing. Skip around?
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Let's
It seems
skip
like it's
around.
going to be more of
She's
the same.
fucking horrible. She has nothing. You have Bam Margera in front of him, in front of you, who's got all this shit to talk about, all this juicy shit going on in his life, and you're like, and folk music.
It is
Prince,
weird.
Prince could do folk music. I would do folk music.
Thank you for putting that out, because I sit here and it's like, even if you didn't want to address the current controversy he's in, you have a plethora of shit.
Could you talk about something? Because
with
I gotta break it to you, sister, and no guy's ever told you this before. You ain't good at riffing.
New CKY coming out very soon. As a matter of fact, if you go to the car, you have to hit track. It's CD5. It's the brand new CKY. We have to play track 1.
Why won't people let me see my son? Why won't people? Why are people abandoning me? Why won't they let me see my kid? Because you have a bunch of people who are willing to help you, and you decide to go to this fucking monster.
And you know what else? Before your estranged wife or your ex-wife or whatever lets you see your son, she's got to, keep up on all the shit you've been doing recently and like basically run you through a censoring machine and see if you can pass.
Right.
And you
I think the people who follow me would be very impressed if I could do a front flip. But you
Who gives a fuck? I pick a random spot in this interview, and she is still just an uninteresting lump.
a little more advanced.
Guys, this is what happens when you lie to chicks to fuck them. I just want to know the consequence. I want you to know the consequences of your actions. This is what happens when you lie to chicks so you can get some pussy. They start to believe it, and then they get the balls, the unearned gall, to go start a podcast. And go, I bet I could do a front flip.
You know what's bothering me more than that, though, is that somehow she got an interview with him. I don't know how that happens.
He'll only do... Dude, if I kiss his ass and I talk about how great he is and wonderful and all that, I could get an interview with him. Anybody who won't challenge him, anyone who will just let Bam do what he's doing now will get an interview.
Okay, how about why does she have 118,000 subscribers?
She would have a lot more if she had any talent. That is all just a woman trying to be quirky and dumb simps subscribing to the channel. If she had any talent, she'd have way more than that.
All right.
Any of that. It's a waste of my time.
Well, even the videos about you don't even watch. So I don't expect you to watch my trampoline jumps.
Because I only watch shit that is fucking important to the cosmic web of the universe.
You never know where that could be lurking, though.
Like being a good father?
Yeah. Is that part of the
Do
cosmic
you watch
universe?
fathering videos?
Now, where's this thing where he's exposing everyone? I'm going to keep skipping around because I don't see Bam do any exposing other than his own ass.
I've never seen him.
Should you do that one from BT Investigates?
Oh, wait. Hey, when I ejected the CD track 5,
we're still talking
I put
about
it in
the
the
CD.
and it's a blank.
fall in place. I think you'll figure it out.
Website, meetara.io.
You're very, very intelligent.
So she just sits there and shows them videos and then wants them to have an opinion on
How
it.
about the fact that he has all that money, but he still has a car with a CD player?
Right.
That's weird.
Bam was under the impression Nicole Susan Boyd Margera was going to be here with
Oh, here we
Melissa
go. Okay.
Dom Pierre. She's Aunt Missy to Bam. She was responsible for procuring the hotel rooms.
It's in her
on
name.
This hall. She booked 2 rooms, and Bam was under
You can
the
write on that
impression
paper
that
underneath.
his estranged or alleged.
Why doesn't Bam just go on? Is this the same chick? Is this her show?
Yes, that's her.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Wife, Nicole Susan Boyd Margera. Bam was under the impression Nicole Susan Boyd Margera was going to be here with Bam's son, Phoenix. Bam has not been able to see his son at this point.
Oh, that's why he did her show, because she's been sucking his dick, figuratively speaking. She's been kissing
Right.
up to him this whole time.
I was
and
just
running cover for him.
That was occurring to me too. Like I was realizing that, and I now wonder if she's just trying to like get in with him too. You know, like I can.
Some people,
he is a celebrity.
Some people do see that fading celebrity, and they're like, maybe I can grab on
I
and
have an in.
get whatever's left of it.
It's an open door.
Yeah.
Of this video in over 150 days. Okay, so he thinks he's going to meet up with Nikki
He's
and
fucking
bring his son to
white right
Disney World today. That is what he thinks.
And I put all this together and was telling people.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
No,
Bam.
he'll tell us if he wants to pause.
Okay. He's out of his mind. He's totally out of his
When
mind.
it comes to Phoenix, dude, I just
Don't put this on your fucking show.
Is he laughing or crying?
He's
I can't
crying.
tell.
He's high as a kite, and he's fucking crying about his kid, and she's using it for fucking views.
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
God, she is a demon. She really is awful. I've never seen anything she's ever done before but this.
He's not fit for an interview, by the way, right now.
Do you know if you went on any reputable news program or you went on any reputable show, fuck it, if you went on Tucker and you showed up like this and you go, I want to talk about my kid and my custody, Tucker would go, guys, send him back to the hotel. Make sure he gets there safe. He's in no condition. You know, there's such a thing called no condition to perform.
Letterman kicked somebody off his show for that.
Yeah, Letterman's kicked people off his show back in the day. You would not let Bam Margera on television to talk about shit if he showed up in this state. You would not let him do it.
No.
cry. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry to cry. I've cried over this very thing, and he's not even my son.
I just, you know, I just love him so much.
Yeah.
Then get off the fucking crank, asshole. I'm done. Anyone who watches this is how addicts trick people. This is how they fool people. They cry, they sob because you're putting a little pressure on them. This was Bam's family tricking him into coming somewhere so he could get help. This was the intervention.
He desperately needed, by the way.
They're saying, oh, your son and your wife are here. And he goes, oh, I'll be there. And then they were going to have the intervention and send him to rehab so he could get clean. And now he's going, oh, poor me, oh, poor me. Look at, they tricked old poor Bam. They lied to poor Bam. Hey, junkie, you've never lied to people before that you loved? Did you ever tell your wife or your son that daddy'll get better? You fucking liar. You user, you junkie. This is what they do. When people start to turn the screws and start to get tough with them, then they make with the waterworks and you're supposed to feel bad. In my opinion, when they start doing that, that's when you keep going.
You should. I mean, you're getting close to... There's such a thing called a breaking point where you either have to...
Rock bottom.
Yeah, you got to hit rock bottom and decide if you're going to sit there or if you're going to do better.
He's one of these people who I watch and I genuinely get mad.
I do too.
I've
seen
this piece of
unimportant people behave the same way. You know, you're a drug addict and you just cry. And when you cry, the people that care about you fall for it.
Look at her. Wacky bunny ears, sunglasses. There's no empathy here.
Fact ain't defamation.
Facts ain't defamation.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
she's edgy. She's cool.
This is someone with no empathy. She has Bam on. She just sees him as a husk that she can harvest views out of.
She's watching a grown-ass man falling apart in front of her crying about something that is important, and she's cold. Oh, it's okay. I've cried over the same thing. He's not my son. I've cried.
Look, I'll say this. I'm very good at radio. All right, I've been, number one in a market for years. I'm a talented broadcaster. A talented broadcaster is not someone who just sees messes and puts them on the air. Like anybody can do that. That Jerry Springer shit.
Mm-hmm.
A good broadcaster also knows when it's like, all right, this is venturing into real life. Let's stop and do a check with this guy.
Right.
Let's not let him do this to himself. This is a guy who's not fit to be. I wouldn't let this guy on the air.
No.
I
He's
wouldn't let
not
him
fit to be on the air with anybody.
No.
And when I hear his name, then I get reminded about how I can't see him. And
now, okay, before I let this go, is he going to take responsibility here and say it reminds me of how bad I fucked everything up and how I need to get clean, or is he going to blame other people?
He's going to blame other
Okay.
people. He's already started.
Let's
he's
see.
saying he's not allowed to see him.
and it breaks my heart.
It's heartbreaking.
And I think that you can actually die from a broken heart.
I believe.
No, you could die from drugs. You could die from ODing, you fuck.
He's already a walking corpse.
And listen to her. She's just emotionless. Like, yeah.
Like I said, she is cold. She is cold and emotionless.
I despise this chick.
I know it's not a scientific fact because I'm a scientist, even though you don't think that I went to a university because I don't need to because I already done it. And I'm a geography scientist. And it's all...
Get him off the air. You fucking user. Not him now this time. Her.
This
her
is making
she's
me
the
sick.
user.
This is making me sick, actually.
Get him off the air.
You have to have a complete lack of shame and any kind of awareness to sit in her seat right now.
I will say this is where radio is superior to podcasting now that I've done both, is that at least in a radio station, and I hate when the bosses come in and tell you what to do with your show. I think you should just let people be funny and do their program.
Sure.
But something like this, at least in a radio station, there's someone to knock on the glass and go, fucking cut it right now. And now if you're any good at broadcasting, you don't need someone to knock on the window and go, cut it right now. Because you would see this human being in front of you going, I'm a fucking scientist. I've never gone to college because I don't need to because I did it, but I'm a fucking geography scientist. You would go, we're going to go to break.
This is some kind of like weird, like if his estranged wife and some were to see this too, this is like a weird emotional abuse towards his family because she's having this guy on here doing this sob story about how terrible these people are to him because they won't let him see his son.
And this woman...
And they are doing that for really important reasons.
And this woman doesn't care that she's hurting a lot of people outside of this room.
She's hurting everybody that cares about him right now.
Do you give a fuck about Bam's kid, lady? Then turn this shit off. He's got a kid. You know, there's that scene in The Fighter where Christian Bale, they've got that HBO crack documentary on.
Oh, yeah.
And it's about Dick Eklund, and he turns it off. And everyone in the prison goes, what are you doing, Dick? And he goes, that's my life. That's my son, and he needs me, and I'm in here. It's like, yeah, there's a point in time where it stops being a podcast or a radio show, and you're fucking with people's lives here.
Yes.
Right here.
And Phoenix has been being also used against you, like to lure you places.
And then she says
so
his
it
name.
is.
Hey, congratulations. What's her name? Enabler in the morning?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Enabler, because I guarantee you know what Bam did after this, after you worked him up again? He had to take something to take the edge off, right?
He did. They had to get him probably emergency like panic meds.
No. No, not emergency panic meds. He took drugs.
I know.
He took drugs. He came off of this interview and he went, I just need this because it'll calm me down.
Very upsetting.
Bam took a few minutes to collect himself, and you brought him back.
Scorned. Once you're scorned, you see fire in your eyes and Babylon's burning. It's going to burn your fucking house down, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I can say that
There is something you can do about it.
Name one.
Get clean, please. She will redeem herself in my eyes forever if she just says get clean.
So I can say that
There is something you can do about it.
Name one.
And you're learning it from the shaman.
Oh, yeah.
Got it!
Unearned wisdom is poison.
Oh, that's a good one.
She's a fucking reason.
Unearned wisdom is not good. Obviously, it's not good, but
Well, you can't earn my wisdom. I can't just tell you it. You have to earn it.
fair.
She's worse than bad. She's nothing.
Why don't you just tell Bam you wanted to fuck him?
Yeah,
and then get out of there.
Just cut to the
cut
quick.
to the chase. Take this down.
Bam, you're on my bucket list.
That's exactly how I'm feeling right now. Because she's cold.
She's enjoying this.
You want to go on with Aunt Missy?
Let's go.
All right. I think we've watched
the hard hitters.
Yeah. I think we've watched what we needed to watch.
Yeah, there comes to a point where like now us sitting here like playing what she did with him when we're saying we should take it down, like that feels gross. That made me sick a little bit.
That's nasty, man. Aaron's period pill with $5 says, Aaron, you put Jake Hudson on the show. You have done this before. As soon as Jake Hudson we got him out of there. That is not even fucking close, but that's a good joke. I'm sorry. I'm reading that. I'm all worked up, so I can't see humor.
I mean, there's no family involved with that one.
I gotta remember that. Hung Solo says, how are you any better by replaying this? You're joking, right? Like, you understand transformative content and like putting some perspective on it and giving analysis. Like, you get that, right? That's like you saying to the History Channel, how are you any better than Hitler by putting Nazi footage up there? Stop it. You know better. You know better, Hung Solo. And I know you do. All right, we got to end this thing on a high note. We got to, yeah, she is the worst. Ted Jester says she's the worst. She's garbage. Yeah, she's really a terrible, like a bad broadcaster, but an awful person.
Yeah,
also.
Something dark in there.
Boys and girls, we got $30 left in today's goal. If you want to help us knock that out, let's do it right now. Super chats, memberships, PayPal, Streamlabs. We're going a little over for you today. I will fire up the music if we have to at the end, but let's see if we can knock out that last 30 on our own. Very, very close. Guys, I have something for you that will bring you some enjoyment. I bring you the latest from our buddy, Wrestling Otaku. Now, April, is this camera inside or outside of a shower?
That would be inside.
It is inside a shower.
It is steamy.
Oh, there's a head poking in. Which head is it? Oh, hey, there's our voice of an angel.
He just kind of slides in there.
The Riz Master. That's Riz right there.
Yes, it is.
The Riz Master, Wrestling Otaku, the IWC's Mr. Wonderful, as he calls himself. Wrestling Otaku wanted to make us a nice little shower vid. And he kept it off his OnlyFans.
Slutting it up a little.
Yeah, a little horror Wrestling Otaku showing us a little nostril in his shower video.
Yeah, he's showing us nostril.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Wrestling Otaku here. As you can see, I'm just enjoying myself, just taking my per usual morning shower in my recently renovated, remodeled bathroom. And
attaboy. So, ladies, he grooms.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a woman sitting here, I'm like, hey, he showers. That's a good step.
That's a good
step. I like that.
Yeah.
Tub. And so, yeah, just wanted to check in real quick here. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend so far. I got the day off, so yes. And I get to, basically do whatever, including this video here. Now I know that you, some of you, faggoty soy boys out there.
Whoa, there we go. I mean, we were all having a good time. We were all just watching Otaku in the shower, and we got to throw out the gay F words right away on Pride Month.
Can you do that?
I don't think you're allowed to do that, especially during Pride.
I mean, I like him even more now, but,
By the way, an ant just kicked a field goal through his teeth for the win just now.
Basically collectively creaming yourselves or getting a hard on. That's the prospect of seeing the rest of Otaku naked in the shower. But
that's what I was thinking.
Sorry to say, you're not going to see any of that, okay? You're not going to see any of it because, sorry,
I just turned off the video.
Up in here, okay? No dudes allowed up in here. No sausage party here, okay?
That's right.
Only women.
Otaku's about the pussy.
Why did you say hello, ladies and gents?
Well,
or whatever you said.
Being a good presenter.
Only women get the chance to see all this sexiness up close.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And speaking of women,
yes,
some of you chicks need to hit me up. If you want to see the rest of the Otaku and all my sexiness, you're going to have to hit me up privately. And you're going to have to actually prove the fact that you're a woman that you're actually worth it. So
I like that. You know what I like about Otaku? He's willing to wait because you got to be right. He ain't going to go slumming.
That was his suave way. of saying, I'm going to need nudes because you've got to prove that you're a woman.
That's right. No tucking. You're going to have your legs shoulder width apart.
Oh, man.
But anyway, I'm going to get back to my shower here. I'm going to enjoy myself, and then I'm going to probably go out, get some food or whatever, and then I'm going to relax pretty much. And then wait for tomorrow for AEW Double or Nothing. Hope you guys enjoyed the...
Fuck yeah. How would you like to send Otaku a DM? He thinks you're a hot woman. He invites you over, and you guys get to watch AEW Double or Nothing.
Maybe have some chicken.
Maybe some sex. Yeah.
Christian thing I did yesterday. And so, yeah, that's pretty much going to do it for that. So, that's all I want to say for the video. So, thanks for watching here. Stay tuned for more content. Check out my other channels as well. And, yeah, so that's pretty much all I got to say for now. So I'm going to go back to my shower here.
Yeah, you go back to that shower.
Next time, Rest of the Otaku. I'm out, guys. See you all later. Fuck the haters. And fuck Logan Paul, too.
Whoa! And, shots fired from the shower at Logan Paul.
I would laugh my balls off if Logan Paul made a shower vid.
Wrestling Otaku fires at Logan Paul. Is Logan Paul going to be a pussy, or is he going to fire back at old Wrestling Otaku?
Better cut a promo.
Let me just warn Logan Paul right now. I thought that this guy would be an easy W too, but he spanked us.
So now, and he's being a little tease here too, because now all of us ladies back here got to wonder what that dick looks like just a couple feet under the camera.
Wonder how many DMs he got telling the women to DM him for, seeing a little more.
I did happen to notice that you didn't say you're having a lady over on your day
He's got to
off.
keep his options open.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be sure to be back with more content later. And
Otaku,
also
by the way, is the
channels
king
as
of the
well.
long goodbye.
PR Returns channel just got 300 subscribers over there. F4S channel got 300 subs over there. And yeah, we're doing pretty well for ourselves. But yeah, so the one and only Rest of the Otaku is going to get back to the shower. And so, ladies,
wash your fucking balls already.
Guys, keep dreaming. And so yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say for that. So thanks for watching again. Rest of the Otaku out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll be back for another video. And peace. Bia.
Oh, there you
See you guys later.
It can't be an Otaku video without a Bia goodbye. God, that guy really does take a minute or two to say fare thee well, doesn't he?
I never, ever want to hear again about my long goodbyes. Not even for a second.
Deadfool with 1999 says, it was fun and Otaku icing. Exactly.
Yeah.
$5 from Sage says, random, you should riff my favorite documentary on my favorite QB. I will take a look at it, my friend. I will take a look. Well, that puts us at 10. But I mean, 10 is basically knocking it out. So thank you guys very much for your generosity.
Thank you.
We hit it. We knocked it out. Thank you very much. Always wonderful to do a little overtime for you guys. And you know what? I needed the Wrestling Otaku at the end because the Bam Margera thing made me fucking insane.
I agree. I didn't feel good after the Bam thing.
Citizen M says, my shower invites are similarly limited to women. The only guys that will be me and possibly trans women and tan guys over 6 foot, says Citizen M.
Have to be tan.
Oh, man. Okay. Wrestling Fat Faku says, how sopping wet are you, April? The master will do that to the best of us.
I don't want to say.
Patrick Behe says, at least he's responsible with, quote, all his sexiness.
I know, he does leave it up to the imagination.
D. Gulag says, he looks like he probably smells worse after a shower. And then a lot of people saying today's show was a banger. I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed today's show. Mr. Sane Caesar says, Aaron, if you're watching this, DSP do a shower video. He's drunk in it, and it's on YouTube. Well, that sounds like a hell of a watch. Well, everybody, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it. We have one show left this week. Sage with $10 says Jim it's on Jim McMahon. I'd love a good Jim McMahon documentary. All right, there's $10. It's over. It's done. We knocked it out. We'll be back again tomorrow with another great episode of Steel Toe, and we hope you all enjoy it. Like this one, subscribe to the channel. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central.